good evening, dear friends. As the gentle whisper of spring fills the air, we gather here to embrace the promise of renewal and the tranquility that this beautiful season brings. Tonight, we invite you to unwind and let go of the day's worries, knowing that relaxation is the key to sweet dreams and a wonderful start to your upcoming day. So cozy up, snuggle into your warmest blankets, and allow our gentle narration to carry you away to a world of delightful and calming stories. Welcome to a serene journey where peaceful tales await to soothe your spirit and kindle your imagination. Story 1. The Whispering Locket and the Moonlit Path. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into stars, there lived a girl named Lila with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened to the wind. Her cottage stood at the edge of Wildermere Forest, where tree trunks wore coats of emerald moss and owl songs rippled through the dusk. But it was the attic above her bedroom that held her greatest secret, a brass-bound chest containing a locket that hummed when the moon rose. The locket had belonged to Lila's grandmother, a woman known for finding lost kittens in rainstorms and making nettle soup that could cure winter colds. Its surface was etched with vines that seemed to shift under fingertips, and inside rested not a portrait, but a single seed that glowed like captured moonlight. When the time is right, her grandmother had whispered before passing, "This will show you the way." One evening, as fireflies scribbled gold above the meadow, the locket trembled in Lila's palm. The seed pulsed, casting shadows that danced into the shape of a fox, a real fox, russet-furred and keen-eyed, who appeared at her window moments later. His tail swept the air in graceful arcs, and when he spoke, his voice was the crackle of autumn leaves. "The Glimmerwood is fading, Lila. The roots forget their songs." Thus began their journey into the heart of Wildermere, where the trees parted to reveal a path only visible by starlight. The fox, whose name was Corwin, taught Lila to walk without snapping twigs and to drink from brooks that sang in minor keys. They passed through groves where willows wept silver sap and clearings where mushrooms glowed like tiny lanterns. Yet beneath the beauty lurked unease. Flowers curled inward, their petals brittle, and the once chattering streams flowed silent and thin. The Glimmerwood, when they reached it, was a cathedral of birch and amber light. Its guardians, a tribe of hedgehog folk no taller than teacups, explained in voices like rustling parchment that the forest's heartspring, a pool that fed all magic, had been poisoned by a shadow they dared not name. "It feeds on loneliness," murmured their elder, her quills drooping. "It twists what it touches into echoes of itself." Here the story deepened. The hedgehogs gifted Lila a flute carved from a single thorn, while Corwin revealed his own secret. He was once a guardian of the heartspring, transformed into a fox by the shadow's curse. His true name, lost to the gloom, lay buried where the poison ran thickest. Together they ventured into the tangle, a labyrinth of blackened brambles where the air tasted of burnt sugar and forgotten promises. The shadow revealed itself not as a monster, but as a shimmering void that mirrored whatever stood before it. To Lila it became a girl with her face, trembling and cold. "Why do you resist?" it whispered, its words slipping under her skin like splinters. "Stay, and you'll never be overlooked again." The locket warmed against her chest, its seed unfurling into a vine that anchored her to the present. She played the thorn flute, not a song of battle, but a lullaby her grandmother had hummed, a melody that held the creak of rocking chairs and the scent of rising bread. The shadow wavered. Corwin, seizing the moment, plunged into the heartspring's murky waters and emerged with a pearl of pure moonlight, his true self restored. As a silver-haired boy with fox-like grace, he scattered the pearl's dust over the spring, cleansing it with memories. The hedgehog's laughter, Lila's courage, the way dawn painted the treetops on her first morning in the Glimmerwood. In the end, the forest breathed anew. Lila returned home as the first snow dusted the pines, the locket now cradling a blossom born from the seed. Corwin remained as both boy and fox, visiting often to leave paw prints and sometimes footprints in the garden. Villagers spoke of strange Dee, a child who could charm birds into braiding her hair, a star that followed her like a loyal F, but Lila simply smiled, tending her grandmother's roses with water from the heartspring. And on nights when the world felt too quiet, she'd open the locket, releasing a hum that resonated with the hidden paths beyond her window, a reminder that even the deepest shadows could be gentled by the weight of a kind word or a song shared between friends. The end. Story 2. In the velvet-hued valley where twilight lingered like a contented cat, there existed a village where chimney smoke danced with fireflies and cobblestones remembered every footstep. Here, where maple trees whispered secrets to the tea kettles and window boxes overflowed with star-shaped blooms, young Juniper discovered the first curious clue, a silver spoon embedded in the butter churn, glowing faintly like captured moonlight. The trouble began on a Thursday when Mrs. Thornapple's prize rosemary cookies turned inexplicably salty, and old Mr. Burrow's pocket watch started chiming nursery rhymes. By Saturday, every clothesline in the village bore socks knitted together into colorful caterpillars, wriggling faintly in the breeze. Juniper, whose freckles darkened when she puzzled over mysteries, noticed the patterns. Each oddity left behind a single downy feather, iridescent as a soap bubble, and the faint scent of burnt sugar. "It's not mischief," murmured Juniper to her companion, a russet-furred hedgehog named Thimble who could read weather patterns in his quills. Mischief laughs, this feels lonely. Together they followed the feathers to the edge of the Whispering Wood, where shadows pooled like spilled ink and the air hummed with unseen whispers. There, beneath a hawthorn tree whose branches cradled the moon, they found the source of the peculiarities, a trembling pile of autumn leaves that wept syrup tears. "Oh," gasped Juniper as the leaves parted to reveal a creature no taller than a teapot, with moth-wing ears and eyes like tarnished spoons. It clutched a thimble-sized broom, sweeping frantically at the ground where maple seeds kept transforming into tiny bells. Thimble chittered softly, a sound that meant offer cinnamon first, questions later, and Juniper placed her last gumdrop from the autumn festival into her palm. The creature sniffed, then devoured it with a sound like a distant harp chord. "I'm Grumblekin," it hiccuped, syrup tears slowing. "The Dreamweaver's loom is tangled, and now my magic leaks everywhere." It gestured miserably to its patched apron pockets, from which sparks of rogue magic escaped like fireflies. Juniper learned that Grumblekins were caretakers of the night spinners, ancient spiders who wove dreams into their webs. But something had frightened the spinners into hiding, leaving fragments of magic adrift. The trio's investigation led them through hollow logs lined with glowing mushrooms, past badgers reciting sonnets in their sleep, to a glade where the very air shimmered with half-formed dreams. There, tangled in a web stretched taut between two birches, hung a nightmare, a dark, pulsing mass shaped like a storm cloud. Juniper's breath fogged in the sudden chill. The spinners fled from this, Thimble translated from Grumblekin's anxious chirps. "It's grown too heavy to carry into dawn." Juniper, recalling her grandmother's lesson about stories being knots waiting to be untied, knelt beside the quivering web. "Nightmares are just stories that forgot their endings," she murmured. From her pocket came the charmed chalk she used for hopscotch, the one that left temporary rainbows. With careful strokes she drew around the nightmare, a circle of protection, a smiling sun, a bridge over troubled water. The nightmare shuddered, then sneezed itself into 100 fluttering papers, pages from a forgotten book about lost mittens and rainy days. As the first dawn light gilded the treetops, the night spinners emerged, 8 silken artisans with constellations etched on their backs. Their legs moved in a rhythmic dance, weaving the scattered magic into new dreams, of warm quilts and friendly shadows, of cookies that stayed sweet and clocks that sang lullabies. Grumblekin, now cheerfully hiccuping cinnamon-scented bubbles, presented Juniper with a token, a tiny silver spindle that hummed when held to the ear. "For listening to stories that haven't found their voice yet," it said with a bow. When Juniper returned home, she found the village already buzzing with relief. Mrs. Thornapple's new batch of cookies tasted of apricot and forgiveness. The sock caterpillars had cocooned into woolen butterflies, and every misplaced item reappeared with a sprig of lavender tucked beside it. That night, as Juniper placed the singing spindle on her windowsill, Thimble curled into his nest of acorn caps, and the last feather drifted into the stars. The wind carried a new sound, the soft, contented clicking of 8 spinners weaving dreams into the willing dark. And though the village never fully understood the week of sweet chaos, they took to leaving cinnamon-dusted stones by their hearths, just in case a certain small visitor needed reminding that even spilled magic could grow into something wondrous. Story 3. In the velvety twilight of a village called Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and the cobblestones glimmered with perpetual dew, there bloomed a mystery as delicate as cobweb lace. It began on an ordinary Tuesday, when the baker awoke to find every cinnamon roll in her shop replaced by perfect spirals of autumn leaves. By Thursday, the miller's daughter discovered her missing hair ribbons tied in elegant bows around the tails of 3 contented cows. And on Saturday evening, as the lanterns along the river path flickered to life, young Lila noticed something peculiar. The bronze bell above the town hall, which had hung silent for a century, now swung gently as if caressed by invisible hands, its voice stilled but its movement full of intent. Lila, whose freckles seemed to map constellations of curiosity across her nose, carried a woven satchel wherever she went. Inside lay a magnifying glass polished with beeswax, a notebook bound in moth-wing parchment, and a thimble-sized hedgehog named Thistle whose quills shimmered like mercury. The hedgehog, a gift from a wandering star reader years prior, had an uncanny knack for sniffing out magic, though his sneezes often left tiny, glittering puddles that confused the local ducks. "It's not mischief," Lila murmured, kneeling beside the town hall's mossy steps as Thistle inspected a faint silver smudge on the cobblestones. "Mischief giggles, this feels lonely." The hedgehog chirruped in agreement, his nose twitching toward the bell. Above them the bronze dome shivered again, though the air hung still as held breath. Their investigation led them next morning to the clockwork garden, where sunflowers turned their faces to follow passers-by and hedgehogs like Thistle sipped nectar from honeysuckle gears. There they found old Mr. Bramble, the retired toymaker, frowning at his favorite sundial. Instead of casting a shadow, it now projected a tiny constellation onto the grass, a cluster of stars shaped like a teapot. "Ah, Lila," he wheezed, adjusting his spectacles, which had a habit of turning into tiny telescopes when bored. "You've noticed our quiet chaos, I see. Tell me, have the fireflies in your garden started reciting poetry?" "Only limericks about moths," Lila admitted. But Thistle found something stranger. She opened her palm to reveal a silver scale no larger than a pumpkin seed, flickering with opal hues. Mr. Bramble inhaled sharply. "Dragonling," he whispered. "But not the fire-breathing sort. Moon dragons, they're called, shy as starlight, born when comets brush the earth. Their scales dampen sound, their breath makes objects yearn to wander." He tapped the sundial thoughtfully. "If one's lost near Willowbrook, it must be frightened, confused, and when a moon dragon's heart aches." "Things unravel quietly," Lila finished, recalling the baker's leaf-filled trays. "But how do we find something that hides in silence?" Mr. Bramble smiled, his beard bristling with hidden smiles. "By listening to what isn't there." That night, Lila and Thistle lay belly down on the footbridge, watching the village lights dance reflected in the ink-dark river. The usual chorus of crickets had vanished. No owls hooted. Even the water seemed to flow without its customary chuckle. Thistle's quills glowed faintly as he sniffed the air, then suddenly stiffened, sneezing a galaxy of sparks toward the northern woods. They followed the trail of his sneezes, now decorating ferns like fairy lights, until they reached the hollow oak, a tree so ancient its trunk had grown around a small cave. There, curled atop a nest of mismatched objects, a porcelain thimble, a copper weather-vane arrow, the miller's daughter's hair ribbons, lay a creature no bigger than a fox. Its translucent wings folded like crumpled moonlight, its whimpers made the air ripple soundlessly. The dragon's tail was tangled in a net of fishing line, its scales dulled to smoky gray. "Oh," breathed Lila, heart cracking like an egg. She approached slowly, humming the lullaby her mother sang when storms rattled the shutters, a melody woven with 3 steady notes, repeated like a heartbeat. The dragon blinked obsidian eyes, trembling as Thistle waddled forward and began methodically nibbling the fishing line with teeth sharper than they appeared. By dawn, the villagers gathered in the square, marveling at the returned treasures now arranged in playful tableaus. The baker's cinnamon rolls stacked into a leaf-crowned tower, the miller's ribbons braided into the mayor's fence. But the truest magic unfolded in the hollow oak, where Lila now sat cross-legged, feeding the dragonling droplets of chamomile syrup from a dropper. "Her name's Noodle, mister," Bramble announced later, squinting at the dragon, who'd taken a liking to balancing the thimble on her nose. "Met her grandmother decades back, saved my shop from a termite infestation with a well-aimed sneeze. Must have gotten separated during the meteor shower." As weeks passed, Noodle's quiet chaos became Willowbrook's dearest secret. Children left shiny buttons by the hollow oak for her to borrow. She repaid them by making their lost mittens appear in unexpected places. Mrs. Higgle's cat once gave birth to a litter entirely swaddled in woolen pears. The bronze bell regained its voice, but now rang only for true emergencies, like old Tom the fisherman sleepwalking into the river, or the time Thistle accidentally sneezed himself into the soup cauldron. On the first snowfall, when the village gathered to sip maple cider beneath fur blankets, Lila found a new constellation etched into the ice above Noodle's cave. A girl, a hedgehog, and a dragon, linked tail to hand to quill. And though no one could hear it, the stars hummed a lullaby in 3 steady notes, tender as a kept promise. Years later, when travelers asked about the shimmering scales embedded in Willowbrook's cobblestones, villagers would smile and say, "Oh, that's just Noodle's thank-you notes." But children who listened closely to the gaps between cricket songs sometimes caught echoes of wings, not fleeing but dancing, in the hush between heartbeats. Story 4. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a girl named Marisol, whose laughter once danced with the fireflies each summer evening. For 12 turns of the seasons, she'd woven her days from the golden threads of routine, tending honeybees in meadows freckled with clover, memorizing the secret paths of star constellations, and baking rosemary bread with her father in their cottage, sun-warmed kitchen. But when the 13th autumn painted the maples in burnt umber, a restlessness stirred in the air like the first uncertain flutter of a moth's wings. The change came quietly, as such things often do. Marisol noticed it first in her hands, pale sparks flickering at her fingertips when she reached for the blueberry jam at breakfast. By moonrise, entire shelves of her father's spice jars had rearranged themselves alphabetically without her conscious intent. "It's the awakening," explained old Tomas, the village clockmaker, as he wound the great brass gears of the town square's timepiece. His voice carried the weight of cherrywood and patience. "All valley children find their magic when the heart's season turns. Yours seems eager to bloom." Yet where others saw wonder, Marisol felt only dislocation. Her bees now hovered in perplexed circles when she approached, sensing the unfamiliar energy humming beneath her skin. Recipes she'd perfected for years now curdled or combusted without warning. Even the constellations seemed to shift positions nightly, as if the sky itself were avoiding her gaze. "What if it changes everything?" she whispered to her shadow one twilight, tracing the unfamiliar glow that now rimmed her silhouette like liquid moonlight. The forest answered before dawn. On the morning the last apple fell from their orchard's oldest tree, a fox with fur like melted copper appeared at Marisol's window. In its mouth lay a single silver key etched with ivy patterns. "For the sundial garden," rumbled a voice that seemed to rise from the roots beneath the floorboards. Marisol turned to find her father stirring honey into tea, his face as calm as ever. "Best follow where it leads, little wren. Some doors won't open twice." The garden revealed itself at the valley's heart, a circular sanctuary where stone pathways spiraled inward like a frozen whirlpool. 12 weathered sundials marked the hours, their bronze gnomon shadows pointing not to numbers but to living scenes. A sapling cracking through frost, a spider repairing a dew-torn web, a fledgling hesitating at the nest's edge. At the center stood a gate woven from willow branches, its lock glowing faintly blue. "Took you long enough," said a voice like wind through dry cornstalks. The gatekeeper emerged as Marisol inserted the key, a woman formed from intertwined grapevines, her hair a cascade of autumn leaves in every shade between gold and burgundy. "I'm Thalia, keeper of transitions. You've been clanging around the valley's magic like a bull in a pottery shed, child." Marisol's cheeks burned. "I didn't ask for this. The magic keeps changing things. My bees don't know me anymore. Yesterday I turned the milk into moths." Thalia's bark-like fingers closed around Marisol's wrist, sudden and cool. Walked the spiral, first outward, then in. The stone path shifted underfoot. With each clockwise step, the sundial's scenes rewound, the fledgling tumbling back into its shell, the spider unraveling its web thread by thread. Marisol's own memories rose vivid, her mother's hands guiding hers to shape dough, the winter she'd nursed a wounded sparrow to flight, the exact cadence of her father's laugh when she'd first oversalted the soup. Comfortable, predictable, safe. Now the other way, Thalia instructed. Counterclockwise, the scenes surged forward, the sapling becoming a tree housing owl families across generations, the spider crafting webs that glittered like chandeliers after rainstorms. Marisol's throat tightened as unfamiliar visions flickered around her, a version of herself leading bees in a shimmering aerial dance, another where she healed blighted crops with a touch, a third where she stood laughing under unfamiliar stars with constellations clinging to her hair like living jewels. "Your magic isn't a storm destroying who you were," Thalia murmured, plucking a withered leaf from her own vine arm. "It's the soil where your roots deepen, but soil must shift to nourish growth." Over weeks that tasted of wood smoke and ripening quince, the garden became Marisol's reluctant classroom. Thalia taught her to read the language of lichen patterns and interpret the prophecies in migrating geese formations. The copper fox named Ember, she learned, brought puzzles of enchanted moonstones that required balancing logic with intuition. Even the sundials themselves offered lessons, how to let old joys compost into wisdom rather than hoard them like unspent coins. The true test came on the equinox night, when the veils between seasons grew thin. Marisol stood at the willow gate as Thalia's form dissolved into swirling leaves. "Time to choose," the keeper's voice echoed. "Remain as the girl who fears her shadow's glow, or become the woman who illuminates valleys." Beneath her feet, the ground trembled. Stone pathways fractured as ancient trees pulled their roots from the earth, like legs awakening. Marisol's pulse became a wild drum as she realized the entire garden was leaving, drawn toward some distant mountain by migratory magic older than human tongues. "Wait," she cried, but the sundials were already folding into themselves like closing lilies. Ember nipped her sleeve, tugging toward safety. Yet in the chaos, Marisol noticed something, a sapling shivering where the central gate had stood, its young leaves browning at the edges. Without thinking, she pressed her palms to its trunk. The awakening magic surged not as a destructive flood, but as a river finding its natural course. Golden light flowed from her hands into the tree, and where it touched, bark smoothed into patterns resembling her own palm lines. When the tremors ceased, Marisol stood in a transformed clearing. The sapling now towered as a great tree, with bioluminescent sap coursing through amber veins. Its branches cradled crystallized dewdrops containing miniature ecosystems, ferns unfurling, ladybugs traversing stem forests, raindrops colliding in slow-motion ballet. Ember yipped approvingly, tail brushing against a trunk that pulsed in rhythm with Marisol's heartbeat. "You gave it a piece of your journey," Thalia observed, reforming from falling leaves. Her vine fingers gestured to the tree's canopy where Marisol's memories played across the leaves like shadow puppets, not frozen in nostalgia, but evolving. The sparrow she'd healed now soared over oceans. The bread recipes morphed into feasts that fed entire villages. All living things must decide what to nurture and what to compost. You've chosen well. By the first snowfall, Marisol's magic had settled into something both familiar and extraordinary. Her bees wove honeycombs in fractal patterns that predicted weather shifts. The constellations visited her window on nights when travelers needed guiding, curling around her fingers like tame serpents of starlight. And in the sundial garden, now permanently rooted in the valley, the great tree thrived, its crystalline dewdrops serving as mirrors where villagers glimpsed not their current selves, but the people they might yet become. On the longest night of winter, Marisol placed a single dewdrop in her father's work-worn hand. He tilted it toward the firelight, watching images flicker, a younger version of himself teaching her to track rabbits in snow, present-day Marisol laughing with farmers as she revitalized frostbitten crops, an older iteration of them, both planting sequoia saplings that would outlive generations. "It's beautiful," he breathed, "but doesn't it frighten you, seeing all that could be?" Marisol stirred honey into his evening tea, exactly 7 clockwise turns as she'd done since childhood. Outside, the valley slept under a quilt of fresh snow, ready to transform again come spring. "The magic isn't about knowing every turn," she said, smiling as Ember curled by the hearth. "It's learning to walk the spiral without losing your way home." Story 5. The Amber Teapot and the Whispering Roads. In a village where chimney smoke curled like cat's tails and window boxes overflowed with thyme and moonflowers, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Lila who noticed things others didn't. She saw how Mrs. Higgle's weather vane sometimes pointed upward when storms approached, and how old Mr. Bramble's pocket watch chimed 13 times at midnight. But the truest mystery lived in her own home, a honey-gold teapot in her grandmother's attic, its surface etched with symbols that shimmered when touched by starlight. One crisp autumn evening, as Lila dusted the attic's forgotten treasures, the teapot began to hum. Its spout exhaled a ribbon of steam smelling of pine forests and distant rain. When she peered inside, there were no tea leaves, only a swirling pool of liquid twilight, deep as a well and sprinkled with constellations. Without thinking, she poured a droplet onto the attic floorboards. The wood rippled like water. A portal opened, revealing a cobblestone path lit by floating lanterns shaped like fireflies. The air carried a melody of faraway bells and rustling pages. Layla's heart drummed against her ribs as she stepped through, the teapot cradled in her arms like a sleeping kitten. The first road, moonlit meadows. The path led to a meadow where grass blades chimed like glass wind chimes when touched. Here Lila met Ticker, a clockwork owl with cogwheel eyes and feathers of bronze silk. He perched atop a sundial that cast 3 overlapping shadows. "Mind your step, traveler," Ticker clucked, his voice a blend of winding gears and grandfatherly warmth. "The teapot roads haven't been walked in 99 years. They're a tad unpredictable." As if to prove his point, the meadow suddenly tilted sideways. Lila gasped as the horizon became a vertical wall of stars. Ticker fluttered to her shoulder, his talons clicking softly. "Hold the teapot level, child. Roads follow its balance." With trembling hands, Lila adjusted the teapot. The world righted itself, though now the path forked into 3 glowing strands, one silver as spider silk, one green as moss, one the deep blue of twilight between stars. "Choose wisely," Ticker advised. "Silver leads to memory, green to growth, blue to longing. But remember, the roads dislike haste." Lila hesitated, then poured a droplet onto the blue strand. The world dissolved into a whisper. The second road, the river of questions. They emerged beside a river where water flowed upward into the sky, its surface dotted with glowing lily pads. A woman sat weaving reeds into intricate knots, her hair a cascade of liquid silver. This was Cora, the river's spirit, whose laughter sounded like pebbles skipping across ice. "You've brought the amber teapot," she exclaimed, her eyes mirroring the river's shimmer. "How it's missed being useful, but something's broken, can you hear it?" Lila listened. Beneath the teapot's usual hum ran a discordant note, like a cracked bell. "It's hurting." Cora nodded. "Long ago, someone forced it open during a storm. The roads have been fragile since." She plucked a lily pad and placed it over the teapot's spout. "Seek the glassmaker in the Valley of Echoes. Only he can mend it, but beware the hollow wind, it covets broken magic." As they departed, Cora pressed a vial of river water into Lila's palm. "For when shadows grow loud," she winked. The third road, the Valley of Echoes. The journey grew colder. Lanterns dimmed. The path became a fragile bridge over a chasm where ghostly shapes flickered, faces of those who'd lost their way. Ticker's gears slowed, frost gathering on his wings. "Hollow wind approaches," he rasped. "Don't let it make you doubt." A gale howled, thick with voices. "You're just a child. The teapot wasn't meant for you. They'll laugh when you fail." Lila's breath came in white puffs. She clutched the teapot tighter, its warmth fading. Then she remembered Cora's vial. Uncorking it, she spilled 3 drops onto her tongue. Instantly, the river song filled her mind, a lullaby her grandmother had sung when she was small. The cruel voices wavered. "I am small," Lila shouted into the storm, "but I'm careful, and I'm learning." The wind recoiled. For a heartbeat, Lila saw its core, not malice, but loneliness, sharp and endless. Her anger melted. "You could be kind, you know," she whispered. "There's enough magic to share." The gale stilled. Snowflakes hung suspended like frozen fireflies. Then gently the wind brushed her cheek, a touch both apology and blessing, before dissipating. The glassmaker's truth. In the valley's heart stood a cottage built from stained glass and sorrow. The glassmaker, a man whose beard held prismatic hues, studied the teapot through lenses that magnified his eyes to moons. "Ah," he sighed. "The crack isn't in the spout, but here." He tapped Lila's chest, "and here." He touched his own. "This teapot mirrors its keeper's heart. You rushed when afraid, strained when uncertain. To mend it, mend yourself." He taught her to breathe in time with the teapot's pulse, to let go of clenched worries. As Lila practiced, golden threads seeped from her fingertips, knitting the teapot's hidden fractures. The glassmaker smiled. "You didn't need me, only remembrance. Magic grows in stillness." Homecoming. The return journey felt softer. Lila paused to help Ticker oil his stiff wing hinges, shared stories with Cora, even left a honeycake from her pocket on the hollow wind's empty path. When she spilled the last droplet onto her attic floorboards, dawn was breaking. Grandmother found her there, teapot gleaming. "So you've met the roads," she chuckled, eyes twinkling. "I wondered when they'd call you." Now Lila uses the teapot sparingly, to bring rain to parched gardens or guide lost birds home. Some nights, if you stand very still, you might see her walking a ribbon of starlight, ticker on her shoulder and Cora's laughter trailing behind. And in the village, people smile at how the timid girl grew into someone who moves like a whispered secret, who understands that magic isn't in the doing, but the listening. The teapot still hums, but softer now, a contented sound like a cat purring in sunlight. Story 6. In a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering pines, there lived a girl with a cloak the color of storm clouds and a heart full of questions. Her name was Lila, and though she loved the familiar comforts of her thatched-roof home and her grandmother's honey cakes, she often found herself gazing at the horizon, where the oldest trees stood like sentinels. It was said that beyond them lay the Crescent Valley, a place visible only when the moon hung thin as a silver thread, a place no one from the village had ever dared to explore. One evening, as Lila stirred a pot of lavender tea by the hearth, her grandmother traced a finger along the edge of an ancient map. "The valley remembers kindness," she murmured, her voice crackling like parchment. "But it only reveals itself to those who listen with their feet, not their ears." Lila didn't fully understand, but when she woke the next morning, she found a small leather satchel by her bed, packed with oat biscuits, a vial of starlight water collected from dewdrops her grandmother insisted, and a feather from an owl who'd once nested in their chimney. The crescent moon would rise that very night. The forest greeted her with a symphony of rustling leaves and the distant chime of wind bells. As twilight deepened, the air began to shimmer, as though the world itself were drawing a curtain aside. Suddenly there it was, the Crescent Valley, bathed in the milky glow of the crescent moon. The ground sloped downward into a meadow where flowers pulsed with soft bioluminescence, their petals curling like tiny lanterns. Trees bore fruits that resembled crystal orbs, and a brook meandered through it all, its water singing in a language that tugged at Lila's memory. She hadn't taken 3 steps into the valley when a flicker of movement caught her eye, a fox with fur the color of autumn's last sunset, sitting primly on a rock. "You're earlier than expected," it said, tilting its head. Lila froze, then remembered her grandmother's tales of talking beasts. "I've come to explore," she managed. The fox's whiskers twitched. "Explore or discover, mind the thistle sprites, they adore braids." Before Lila could ask, the fox vanished in a swirl of amber mist. She soon learned what the fox meant. As she wandered, tiny creatures no taller than her thumb emerged from thistle bushes, their bodies shimmering like spun glass. They giggled as they wove wildflower chains into her hair, their touches cool as morning rain. Lila laughed and offered them oat crumbs, which they accepted with solemn bows. "Thank you," chimed a sprite with wings like frosted celery leaves. The last visitor screamed and ran, "We prefer your laughter." Deeper into the valley, Lila encountered a hedgehog trudging along the path, its quills studded with scraps of paper. "Pardon," it huffed, adjusting wire spectacles. "I'm late for the gathering of minor inconveniences." Curious, Lila helped gather the hedgehog's scattered pages, only to find they were tiny maps of forgotten places, a mouse's burrow, a snail's vacation route, a dandelion's preferred breeze direction. "You've a good eye for details," the hedgehog said approvingly. "Remember, sometimes the journey is the destination, but it's also nice to have snacks." It gifted her a map leading to a place that feels like home, which Lila tucked into her satchel. The brook's song grew louder as she approached its banks. There, sitting atop a mossy stone, was an owl with plumage like crushed velvet and eyes that held entire constellations. "Ah," it rumbled, "the listener." Lila's knees trembled, but she stood firm. "I've come to learn," she said, echoing the fox's words. The owl blinked slowly. "To learn, one must first lose." It gestured with a wing toward the water, where Lila's reflection stared back. Except in the brook, her image held no satchel, no storm-cloud cloak, only herself, small and uncertain. "Step in," the owl urged. The water was colder than she'd imagined, each step sending ripples across her reflection. Halfway across, the brook's song shifted into her grandmother's voice, humming the lullaby she'd sung during thunderstorms. Layla's breath hitched. She missed home fiercely in that moment. Yet when she reached the other side, the owl nodded. "Courage isn't the absence of fear," it said. "It's remembering warmth in the cold." Around Lila's neck appeared a pendant, a stone etched with the crescent moon, glowing faintly. The journey back was lighter. The thistle sprites waved, the hedgehog offered a clover cookie, and the fox reappeared to walk her to the valley's edge. "You'll find the valley grows quieter now," it said, "but it's always there in the corner of your eye." As dawn tinged the sky peach, Lila stepped through the shimmering curtain once more, finding herself back in her village, the pendant warm against her chest. Years later, when Lila became a storyteller like her grandmother, children would ask if the Crescent Valley was real. She'd smile, touching the moonstone. "The bravest adventures," she'd say, "are the ones that teach us to listen, to the world and to ourselves." And if on nights when the moon was a slender curve, you peeked through Lila's window, you might have seen her reading a tiny map from a leather satchel, the scent of cinnamon and pine drifting through the room like a promise. Story 7. Once in a village hugged by hills that turned amber at sunset, there lived a girl with a cloak the color of moss after rain. Her name was Lila, and she carried curiosity in her pockets like pebbles, always collecting questions, often wandering beyond the cobblestone paths to seek answers. One evening, as she watched the last light bleed into twilight, she noticed something peculiar, a trail of silver fireflies darting into the forest where the trees grew so close together, their branches knitted like clasped hands. The fireflies pulsed in a rhythm as though breathing. Lila's boots crunched over fallen pine needles as she followed, her breath making little clouds in the chill air. Soon the ordinary oaks and birches gave way to trees she'd never seen, slim trunks glowing faintly blue, leaves that chimed like wind chimes when brushed. The fireflies led her to an archway of ivy, where roots curled into the shape of a doorway, and beyond it lay the whispering woods. Here the air smelled of caramelized maple and distant thunderstorms. Moss cushioned every step, and bioluminescent flowers bloomed in teacup-sized hollows, casting pools of violet and gold. But the true marvel was the sound the trees hummed. Not with wind, but with actual melodies, low, resonant notes that made Lila's bones feel warm. A stream zigzagged through the clearing, its water sparkling as though liquid starlight had been poured into it. "You've arrived just in time," said a voice like rustling parchment. Lila turned to find a hedgehog sitting upright on a toadstool, spectacles balanced on its snout. It held a tiny ledger in one paw. "The midnight market closes when the moon touches the western pines. Best hurry, dear." Before she could ask what a midnight market was, the hedgehog gestured with a quill toward a path lined with floating lanterns shaped like lilies. Lila hurried forward, her cloak snagging on brambles that unraveled politely to let her pass. The trees parted and she gasped. Spread before her was a clearing bustling with creatures and stalls. A badger in a waistcoat sold jars of moonlight jam. A family of rabbits peddled cloaks woven from dandelion fluff. Fireflies strung between branches formed glowing banners that read, "Barter with wonder, pay with kindness." The market thrummed with soft laughter and the clink of teacups, and everywhere the scent of cinnamon and fresh rain hung in the air. But as Lila wandered, marveling at baskets of cloudberries and mirrors that showed your reflection as a child, she noticed the lanterns dimming. The moon slid lower. The hedgehog had warned her, the market was vanishing. Stalls dissolved into mist, creatures tipped their hats and faded into the trees. Panic fluttered in Lila's chest. How would she find her way back? Lost, little one. A tortoise emerged from the shadows, its shell etched with constellations. Its eyes gleamed like twin moons. The woods shift when the market ends. To leave, you must follow the river's song, but beware the hollow fog. It drinks courage. The river. Lila knelt. But there are dozens of streams here. The tortoise blinked slowly. Ah, but only one sings in a voice only the lost can hear. Listen with your feet, not your ears. As the last stall vanished, Lila stood alone in sudden darkness. The friendly bioluminescence had died. Now the woods felt velvet black and immense. She closed her eyes, trembling. The tortoise's riddle echoed, "Listen with your feet." She stepped forward, boots sinking into cool moss. Another step. Then another. A faint vibration traveled up her soles, a hum deeper than the tree's melodies. There. She inched toward it, arms outstretched, until her fingers brushed cold, singing water. The river. But as she waded in, silver currents tugging her knees, a fog rolled in, thick and iridescent like oil on water. It whispered in her mind, "What if you're wrong? What if the river drowns you? What if the path never ends?" Her breath quickened. The water seemed deeper suddenly, the current fierce. Then she remembered the market's banner, "Barter with wonder, pay with kindness." "I'll trade you a story," she said aloud, voice shaking. "For safe passage." The fog rippled. Whether from curiosity or amusement, it slowed. So Lila told it about the village baker who'd once mistaken salt for sugar and invented pretzel cakes. She described the time she'd tamed a feral kitten with patience and fish scraps. Her words spun into the mist, and slowly the fog thinned, revealing stepping stones she hadn't seen before. "Thank you," she whispered, hopping from stone to stone. The fog dissipated, and the river's song grew sweeter, leading her to a shore where willows dipped their branches into the water. There, beneath a tree hung with glass baubles that chimed in the breeze, sat a creature Lila could scarcely believe, a bear made of stardust. Its fur shifted like the northern lights, and its paws left glowing prints on the moss. Around its neck hung a pendant shaped like a key. "You've journeyed wisely," the bear rumbled, its voice a symphony of distant thunder and falling snow. "Many reach the market, but few brave the fog. What do you seek?" Lila hesitated. I don't know. I just wanted to see what was here." The bear's laugh shook dewdrops from the leaves. "Ah, the best reason of all. Curiosity is a compass that leads to marvels." It plucked the pendant from its neck and placed it in her palm. The key shimmered, warm as a heartbeat. "This is for remembering." Remembering what? But the bear was already walking away, dissolving into a swirl of stardust. "That courage isn't the absence of fear," its voice echoed. "It's the choice to wonder louder than you worry." The key pulsed gently. Lila clutched it, turned, and found herself standing at the forest's edge, dawn pinkening the sky. The ordinary trees looked different now. She could have sworn she saw a blue glow in their roots. When she returned home, villagers asked where she'd been. "Exploring," she said simply. That night, she placed the key on her windowsill. Moonlight struck it, casting constellations onto her walls, a map of the Whispering Woods, the river's winding path, and one tiny, glowing bear. Years later, when children begged for stories, Lila told them of a market that trades in kindness, fog that fears laughter, and a bear who taught her that the bravest hearts are those that stay tender enough to marvel. She showed them the key, now strung on a ribbon around her neck. "But does it unlock anything?" a child always asked. Lila would smile. "Oh yes, but not chests or doors. It unlocks the part of you that knows how to wander and how to come home. And if on certain nights you peeked through her cottage window, you'd see her gazing at the forest, the key glowing softly, as if answering a call only it could hear. The woods never looked the same to her again. They weren't unknown anymore, just a friend waiting to whisper new secrets when the world was quiet and the fireflies danced. Story 8. The Whispering Woods had always hummed with secrets older than moonlight. Beneath cathedral trees whose roots cradled forgotten languages, there existed a community of creatures who wore the forest like a second skin. Moss-knitted rabbits whose fur changed with the seasons, starlight-drunk fireflies that wrote poems in the air, and badgers with maps of constellations etched into their paw pads all moved through the dappled shadows. Their world balanced on the edge of a maple leaf, precarious, beautiful, and governed by the ancient pact between the turning wheel, as they called the seasons, and the Heartstone, a crystalline relic pulsing deep within the forest's core. One crisp autumn when leaves whisper, a young fox kit named Sorrel noticed the first crack in the world. It appeared as she practiced painting frost patterns with her breath against a spider's web, a skill her grandmother had taught her when the last winter's snow still clung to the earth. The web trembled not from her exhale, but from the faintest shimmer in the air above it, like heat distortion over summer stones. When she pressed a paw to the quivering space, it tasted of burnt honey and loneliness. "Grandmother," Sorrel called, her voice sending a spiral of amber leaves dancing, "the veil between worlds has a toothache." The elder fox emerged from her den of woven ferns, her coat the color of storm clouds and wisdom. She sniffed the air, ears twitching to the discordant rhythm of a woodpecker's delayed morning song. "The Heartstone weakens," she murmured, watching a maple leaf stall mid-fall, caught between gold and crimson. "Come, we must consult the council of root and crown." Their journey to the stone hollow revealed the forest's deepening malaise. Brook salamanders floated belly up, their bioluminescent tails dimmed. Oak guardians, ancient trees with faces in their bark, groaned as their lower branches petrified into cold stone. Worst of all were the silence pockets, clearings where sound died as if smothered by invisible moss. Sorrel's whiskers tingled with wrongness when they passed through one, her own heartbeat muffled into nothingness. At the stone hollow, the council had already gathered. Thistlewood, the great horned owl whose feathers held the pattern of every winter storm, perched on a quartz outcropping. Between his talons lay the Heartstone, once a vibrant geode singing with inner light, now a dull lump of rock veined with sickly green. Circling him were the season keepers, a maple-key dragonfly representing spring, a berry-fat dormouse for summer, a persimmon-hued salamander for autumn, and a snow hare whose fur still held patches of winter's last gasp. "The turning wheel hesitates," rumbled Thistlewood, his voice the creak of timber holding up the sky. "Without the Heartstone's rhythm, seasons will bleed into each other until life unravels." Sorrel's grandmother stepped forward, her tail brushing a constellation of glowing mushrooms into brighter life. "The stone's illness mirrors the forest's wounds. We must mend both as one." A plan was woven like silken thread through the dark. They would collect the 4 essences tied to each season's zenith and use them to cleanse the Heartstone. Sorrel, chosen for her keen nose and quicker paws, would lead the gathering. Her first quest took her east to the Spring Vale, where the air itself blossomed. The journey sang in her blood. She bounded past fiddleheads uncurling like sleep-warmed paws, through meadows where dandelion clocks chimed the hour with drifting seeds. At the vale, a waterfall where liquid sunlight cascaded over emerald rocks, she met the season keeper, a silver-throated deer whose antlers sprouted living cherry blossoms. "Prove your heart matches the spring's renewal," the deer spoke in water-song tones. Before them, the waterfall parted to reveal a sapling choked by thorny vines, its leaves trembling in Earth's memory of winter. Sorrel approached not with teeth or claws, but with the lullaby her grandmother sang when frost bit too deep. As she hummed, the thorns softened into wild roses. The sapling stretched upward, buds bursting into flowers that rained peach-scented gratitude. The deer bowed, a single blossom floating into Sorrel's satchel, the essence of awakening. Summer's trial burned brighter. In the south, where heat shimmered like a living thing, Sorrel found the season keeper, a jewel-eyed tree frog enthroned on a lily pad the size of a thundercloud. The air throbbed with the heartbeat of 1,000 cicadas. "Bring order to the chaos," croaked the frog, indicating a sun-scorched meadow where plants grew in wild, suffocating tangles. Drought crackled in every yellowed blade. Remembering the badger's lessons on balance, Sorrel didn't rip through the overgrowth. Instead, she dug irrigation channels mimicking the constellations on her grandmother's paws, redirecting a sluggish stream to kiss parched roots. She pruned judiciously, thinning enough for sunlight to nourish, not scorch. When the first melon vine curled gratefully around her leg, the frog gifted her the essence of abundance, a drop of liquid amber that hummed with bee song. Autumn's test came in the west, where the season keeper, a squirrel with a tail like smoldering embers, waited atop a pyramid of pumpkins. "Everything here clings too tightly," they chittered, gesturing to an orchard where fruit rotted on branches, leaves refusing to fall. The air reeked of sweet decay. Sorrel twitched her nose at the malaise. She began gathering fallen acorns, arranging them in spirals that whispered of cyclical endings. With a badger's digging claw borrowed from the council stores, she carved tiny doors in the stubborn trees, inviting wood beetles to begin the recycling dance. Lastly, she blew the first frost breath she'd ever learned across the highest branches. As reluctant apples thudded to the ground, the squirrel tossed her the essence of release, a maple key that spun ceaselessly in midair. Winter's challenge almost broke her. In the north's endless twilight, the season keeper was a carved ice wolf whose howl shaped snowflakes. Find warmth without fire, it growled, icicle teeth clinking. Around them, creatures shivered in a blizzard that stole breath and hope. Sorrel thought of dormice sharing nests, of owls sheltering lost fawns under their wings. Gathering the trembling animals, she taught them the huddle dance, a weaving of bodies and breath that kindled communal warmth. When the ice wolf itself began to shiver, she brushed her frost-flecked tail against its paw in shared vulnerability. The essence of rest came as a snowflake that never melted, its crystalline patterns holding the quiet promise of spring's return. Back at Stone Hollow, the council blended the essences into a chalice of woven vines. As Sorrel poured the mixture over the Heartstone, the forest held its breath. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then, a sound like the first rainfall after drought. The stone's cracks glowed gold, its geode interior spinning to life like a miniature galaxy. Through the bond all forest creatures shared, Sorrel felt the changes ripple outward. Salamanders flipping right side up with indignant splashes, petrified branches sprouting new leaves, silence pockets filling with the symphony of a woodpecker's repentant rhythm. When the last tendril of green sickness vanished, Thistlewood lifted the restored Heartstone high. "Remember this day," he boomed as the essences swirled into the stone, creating a new vein of iridescent light. Harmony isn't a spell but a practice, 1,000 small choices to listen, adapt, and care. Years later, when Sorrel had cubs of her own with coats like dappled sunlight, she'd bring them to the stone hollow during the turning days. Together, they'd watch the season keepers perform their dance, the deer's blossoms melting into the frog's summer rains, the squirrel's falling leaves giving way to the wolf's gentle snows. And when curious noses twitched at the Heartstone's glow, she'd tell them of cracked veils and communal warmth, her words weaving through the firefly-lit air like a promise. Nothing is ever truly broken when many paws work to mend it. The forest breathed its agreement in the scent of rain-soaked loam and applewood smoke, in the crunch of leaves under careful paws, in the silent understanding that flowed root to branch to star-dusted wing. Somewhere an elder fox smiled as her granddaughter's laughter tangled with the wind, another thread in the endless, beautiful tapestry of the Whispering Woods. Story 9. The Keeper of Twilight Lights. In a village nestled between velvet green hills and a forest that whispered secrets through its pine needles, there lived a girl named Lila with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the curiosity of 1,000 starlit nights. Her favorite hour came when the sun dipped below the horizon and the world turned the soft purple of bruised plums, a time she called the in-between. It was during this twilight that Lila would wander the edge of the woods, collecting pebbles smooth as owl eggs and listening to the crickets hum their evening hymns. One dusk, as the last amber streaks of sunlight clung to the clouds, Lila noticed something glimmering beneath the roots of an ancient oak. Kneeling, she brushed away loam and moss to reveal a lantern unlike any she'd seen. Its glass panels were etched with symbols resembling swirling constellations, and within it burned not a candle, but a cluster of tiny lights that pulsed like fireflies trapped in amber. When she lifted it, the ground trembled faintly, and a path materialized before her, a ribbon of silver moss winding deep into the forest. The air grew sweeter as she followed the trail, carrying notes of honeysuckle and distant campfires. Shadows stretched long and playful, and the trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling in approval. At the path's end stood a gate woven from ivy and twilight, guarded by a fox with fur like smoldering embers. His eyes, twin pools of liquid gold, blinked slowly. "You found the lantern of veils," he said, his voice a rumble of distant thunder. "It chooses who may enter the gloaming." Lila's breath caught. The gloaming. "A realm that exists in the breath between day and night," the fox replied. "But its light is fading. The northern vault, where all forgotten radiance is stored, has been sealed. Without it, the gloaming will crumble into eternal shadow." He nudged the lantern with his nose, and the symbols on its surface began to rotate. "You must reignite the vault, but beware. The path is watched by the Shade Weaver, who fears light more than anything." The fox, who introduced himself as Ember, led Lila through the gate. The gloaming unfolded like a watercolor painting, rivers of liquid starlight, meadows where flowers chimed like glass bells, and trees with bark that shimmered like fish scales. But as they journeyed north, Lila noticed cracks in the earth and patches where the sky had frayed into void. Long ago, Ember explained, the gloaming's light was replenished by memories, laughter trapped in soap bubbles, the glow of a child's first snowfall, the warm haze of a grandmother's story. But humans began to hoard their joy, locking it away in hearts grown heavy with worry. The vault's guardian, the keeper, vanished, and the door sealed itself. Lila tightened her grip on the lantern. "How do we open it?" "With a thread of shared light," said Ember. "But the Shade Weaver will try to unravel it." As if summoned, the air grew cold. A figure emerged from the trees, a woman with a dress of swirling smoke and a face that shifted like mist. "Little thief," she hissed. "You cannot mend what is broken. Light burns, it fades. Better to let the dark claim it gently." Lila's pulse quickened, but Ember stepped forward, his tail bristling. "You mistake kindness for weakness, Weaver. There is strength in what lasts, even a little while." The Shade Weaver lunged, her fingers clawed and cold. Lila swung the lantern, and its light flared, painting the forest in hues of topaz and rose. The Weaver recoiled, screaming, and melted into the shadows. Quickly, Ember urged. "She'll return." They reached the northern vault at dawn, or what passed for dawn in the gloaming, a slow blush of peach light bleeding through the trees. The vault was a towering arch of ice and iron, its surface etched with scenes of children dancing, lovers whispering, and elders smiling under cherry blossom trees. At its center was a keyhole shaped like a teardrop. Lila raised the lantern, but nothing happened. "What's wrong?" Ember's ears flattened. "The key is a memory, one you must give freely." Lila closed her eyes. She thought of her father teaching her to whistle with an acorn cap, of her mother braiding daisies into her hair, of the time the village had gathered to relight the midsummer bonfire after a storm. Each memory tugged at her heart, bright and aching. The lantern's lights swirled faster, then streamed toward the keyhole, weaving into a luminous thread. The vault door groaned open, releasing a cascade of light that flowed like syrup, golden, honeyed, alive. It seeped into the cracked earth, mending the gloaming's wounds. The shade weaver's scream echoed one last time before dissolving into a sigh. Ember nuzzled Lila's hand. "You've done it, Keeper. But I'm not. You are now, the lantern chose you. It will always return when the gloaming needs tending." Lila stepped back through the ivy gate at twilight's edge, the lantern dimming to a soft glow. The village lay unchanged, but she felt different, fuller, as if she'd swallowed a piece of the moon. That night, as she drifted to sleep, she glimpsed Ember in her window, winking like a stray ember before vanishing into the dark. Years later, when storms raged or winters bit deep, villagers would murmur of a girl seen wandering the forest edge, a lantern in hand, its light painting the trees in colors no mortal fire could conjure. They spoke of shadows that parted for her, of flowers blooming in her footsteps, and of a fox with eyes like melted gold trailing silently behind. Lila grew married, grew old, but the lantern never left her. On her last evening, as she sat beneath the ancient oak, the air turned sweet with honeysuckle, and Ember appeared, young as ever. "Ready, Keeper?" he asked. She smiled, her face creased like a well-loved map. "Always." The lantern's light enveloped them, and together they stepped into the gloaming, where the sky was forever the color of remembered joy, and the stars sang lullabies only the brave of heart could hear. And so, the village tales say, if you stand very still at the in-between hour, you might glimpse a trail of silver moss, or hear the faint chime of glass flowers. But you must look with eyes unclouded by haste, and a heart light enough to carry memories, both bitter and sweet, like fireflies in a jar. For the gloaming endures, tended by those who understand that light, no matter how fragile, grows brighter when shared. Story 10. The Lantern of Whispering Woods. Beneath a sky quilted with stars, where the village of Bramble Hollow nestled between rolling hills, there lived a girl named Lila with eyes like twilight and a heart tuned to nature's quiet songs. Her cottage, crowned with a thatched roof mossy with age, stood at the forest's edge, a place where oak trees leaned close to share secrets and brooks giggled over polished stones. But beyond the sun-dappled glades known to villagers lay the Whispering Woods, a realm veiled in mist and murmurs, where compass needles danced wildly and children's laughter echoed from nowhere at all. One autumn evening, as amber leaves pirouetted to the ground, Lila's grandmother pressed a rusted key into her palm. "This unlocks the old trunk in the attic," she whispered, her voice a dry leaf caught in the wind. "What's inside belongs to you now." The trunk, hidden beneath moth-eaten tapestries, held a lantern unlike any other, its glass etched with constellations, its handle wrought from silver vines. When Lila breathed on its dormant wick, flames kindled in hues of lavender and gold, casting shadows that twirled like courtiers at a ball. The lantern's light revealed what daylight concealed, a path of luminous mushrooms spiraling into the forest's heart. Compelled by a curiosity as old as the hills, Lila followed, her boots crunching frost-kissed ferns. Deeper she wandered until the trees grew denser, their bark etched with symbols that pulsed faintly. Here the air smelled of forgotten stories and earth after rain, and the usual chorus of crickets gave way to a melody played on reed pipes unseen. It was then she met Tarn, a creature no taller than her knee, with fur like moss and eyes like liquid amber. Perched on a toadstool, he cocked his head, twitching his squirrel-like tail. "You're late," he said, nibbling an acorn cap. "The woods have been waiting." "Waiting for what?" Lila asked, kneeling. "For the lantern-bearer to mend what's fractured." Tarn explained that the lantern was a bridge flame, a relic linking the human world to the Sylvan realm, a kingdom of sentient trees, starlight-drinking foxes, and rivers that carried dreams to the sea. But decades ago, fear-stricken villagers had trapped the realm's guardian, the Warden of Roots, in a cage of cold iron, causing the woods to sicken. Now thorns choked the clearings, once friendly spirits wailed in the gullies, and a perpetual frost gnawed at the trees. "The bridge flame can't guide us to the Warden," Tarn said, leaping onto her shoulder. "But the path is perilous, and the lantern's light fades unless fed by courage." His tiny paw brushed her cheek. "You don't have to go." Lila thought of her grandmother's tales, how bluebells used to ring like chimes here, how foxes would offer riddles in exchange for blackberries. Squaring her shoulders, she lifted the lantern higher. "Show me the way." Their journey unfolded like the pages of an illuminated manuscript. They traversed meadows where flowers bloomed only in the lantern's glow, their petals singing lullabies in voices like wind chimes. They crossed a river on the backs of giant koi fish, their scales shimmering with trapped moonlight. But shadows dogged their steps, twisted things with eyes like cracked ice, born from the realm's anguish. Each time fear clenched Lila's chest, the lantern dimmed. Each time she hummed a brave tune or helped Tarn over a crevice, its flames blazed anew. In a hollow where the trees grew gnarled as old men, they found the Warden, a towering figure of bark and antler, bound by chains that hissed like serpents. "Foolish child," it rumbled, voice deep as tectonic shifts. "Your kin feared my power to reshape forests, never understanding I maintain the balance. Release me and risk wrath, leave me, and watch your world wither." Lila's hands trembled. What if the Warden sought vengeance? But Tarn nudged her ear. "Listen," he urged. Through the lantern's light she saw visions, the Warden gently steering wildfires away from burrows, coaxing saplings through cracked stone, weeping as blight consumed a grove. This was no tyrant, but a tender steward. "I choose trust," Lila declared. Using the lantern's flame, which melted iron like candle wax, she severed the chains. The Warden rose, shaking off centuries of confinement, and placed a hand over his heart. "Your courage has tempered my anger, lantern-bearer. For this, I shall heal rather than punish." The transformation began at dawn. The Warden plunged his hands into the soil, and color surged through the land like water through a dry stream bed. Thorns dissolved into showers of rose petals, cursed springs bubbled clear as crystal. Trees stretched their branches skyward, leaves unfurling in emerald and gold, while creatures Lila had thought mythical, winged hares, foxes with pelts of living moss, emerged blinking into the renewed world. But the true magic lay in what followed. As villagers ventured into the woods, drawn by rumors of miracles, they found paths lined with berries that tasted of their happiest memories, and clearings where anxieties seemed to lift like morning fog. Children played alongside fawns, elders traded recipes with owl-eyed goblins, and Lila's lantern hung in the village square, a symbol that light thrives when shared. Years later, when Lila had grown as wise as her grandmother, a new child would occasionally spot Tarn scampering in the twilight. "Who's that?" they'd ask. "A friend," Lila would smile, stirring honey into her tea. And a reminder that even the wildest woods can be kind, if met with an open heart. As fireflies drifted past the windows like living stars, the villagers would nod, their faces golden in the lantern's glow, and whisper stories of the girl who carried light into the dark, and found it waiting to welcome her home. Story 11. The Whispering Woods and the Heartstone of Hollowroot. In a valley cradled by ancient, snow-capped mountains, there stood a village where chimney smoke curled into the sky like lazy ribbons. At the edge of this village lived a girl named Lila, whose boots were perpetually muddy from chasing fireflies through meadows, and whose pockets bulged with river stones and acorn caps. But Lila carried a quiet ache in her heart. Though she loved the rustle of wind through barley fields and the chatter of sparrows, she longed for a friend who understood her wonder at the world's hidden corners. One twilight, as Lila skipped home with a bouquet of silver thistles, she noticed a peculiar sight, a fox with fur the color of smoldering embers sitting at the forest's edge. Its eyes glinted like twin moons, and instead of darting away, it tipped its head and spoke. "You've been leaving blackberry tarts by the old oak," it said, its voice a crackle of autumn leaves. A kind gesture, though the badgers argue they're slightly overbaked. Lila's breath hitched, but curiosity warmed her fear. You can talk." "All creatures can talk," the fox replied, whiskers twitching, "if one listens with more than ears. Come, little baker of questionable pastries, Hollowroot needs you." With a flick of its tail, it vanished into the shadows of the Whispering Woods, a place villagers avoided, claiming trees there sang eerie lullabies at night. Heart thrumming, Lila followed. The woods welcomed her with pine-scented air and dappled light filtering through canopies. Ferns unfurled like green scrolls beneath her feet, and soon the path opened into a glimmering clearing. Fireflies wove constellations above mushroom-ringed cottages, their roofs thatched with lavender and honeyvine. Hedgehogs in waistcoats tended glowing flower beds, owls polished stained-glass lanterns, and a plump mole stirred a cauldron of soup that smelled of cinnamon and starlight. This was Hollowroot, a hidden village where twilight never faded, and every stone hummed with old magic. The fox, introducing itself as Ember, led Lila to a mossy amphitheater where creatures gathered around a pedestal. Upon it sat the Heartstone, a crystal pulsing with amber light, or rather, struggling to pulse. Its glow flickered weakly, veins of black creeping across its surface. "The Heartstone binds our world," explained Thistle, a hedgehog elder, her voice trembling. "Its light feeds the roots, the streams, the very air, but darkness gnaws at it, and we cannot reach the star spring, the source of its power, to renew it. The path is sealed to us." Ember nudged Lila forward. "The spring lies in the mountains of First Dawn, guarded by riddles and rivers that mirror the sky. But a human child pure of heart may pass where we cannot." Lila's knees wobbled. "Why me?" "Because," said a badger, licking berry jam from its claws, "you gifted us tarts instead of tossing stones. That's enough for us." So began Lila's journey. Armed with a cloak woven from spider silk, light as dandelion fluff, and a lantern filled with bioluminescent snails, she and Ember trekked east. The woods gave way to hills where grasses sang in harmonies when the wind swept through, and streams glittered with fish scales. On the third dusk they reached the chiming caves, where stalactites rang like bells. "First test," Ember murmured as the cave mouth yawned before them. The guardian of echoes. Inside, the walls shimmered with crystalline veins. A figure emerged from the shadows, a towering stag made of liquid moonlight, antlers branching like frozen lightning. "What walks on 4 legs at dawn, 2 at noon, and 3 at dusk?" Its voice reverberated, shaking dust from the ceiling. Lila frowned. "A riddle, I've read this one. It's a human, crawling as a baby, walking upright, then using a cane in old age." The stag inclined its head. "Correct, yet incomplete. The answer is also time, infant centuries, thriving epochs, fading eras. Remember, all truths have layers." It stepped aside, revealing a tunnel where the crystals bloomed into roses of light. Days later they faced the river of reflections, a ribbon of water so still it showed not the sky, but scenes of the past. Lila saw herself leaving tarts for unseen creatures, her loneliness sharp as a thorn. Ember's reflection revealed a younger fox, wounded by a hunter's trap, healed by Hollowroot's animals. To cross, Ember said, you must forgive your past self. Lila knelt, touching the water. It's all right to be lonely, she whispered. Ripples transformed into stepping stones of solidified mist. The final challenge awaited at the Star Spring, a labyrinth of thorns guarding a pool where liquid starlight swirled. The thorns writhed, hissing, turn back, you'll falter. Lila's hand trembled as she reached out. Maybe, she said, but I'll still try. The thorns shrank, forming an archway. At the spring's heart, she plunged the Heartstone into the light. The crystal blazed, darkness dissolving like sugar in tea. Hollowroot celebration was a symphony of firefly dances and elderflower wine. Yet as Lila bid farewell, Thistle pressed a seed into her palm. Plant this where your world meets ours. It'll grow a bridge for friends who miss each other. Back home, Lila buried the seed by the old oak. By morning, a sapling stretched skyward, its branches bearing glowing fruit that chimed in the breeze. Ember often visited, napping in the shade, and through the tree's roots, Lila felt Hollowroot's heartbeat, a reminder that courage isn't the absence of fear, but the choice to whisper, yes, when the world asks for your light. Years later, villagers wondered why Lila's pastries never burned, and why her garden bloomed in midwinter. She'd smile, listening to the tree's soft chimes, and say, some secrets are best kept in your heart, and shared with those who leave blackberry tarts at your door. And in the space between twilight and dawn, if you followed the chimes, you might glimpse a girl and a fox wandering a path where both worlds entwined, their laughter weaving into the eternal song of the whispering woods. Story 12. In the heart of the whispering woods, where maple leaves turned to stained glass in autumn sunlight and winter frost painted lace upon every branch, there existed a glade older than memory. Here the air hummed with the secret language of roots threading through soil, and fireflies carried messages written in bioluminescent script between ancient oaks. It was in this place that a young hedgehog named Tamsin discovered the first crack in the world's balance, a silver leaf trembling where no silver tree grew, its edges crumbling to stardust. Tamsin's quills prickled with unease as she carried the leaf to Mossglimmer Pond, where water striders danced atop liquid moonlight. Something's whispering wrongness, she confided to her friend Bram, a badger whose fur held the earthy scent of rain-soaked loam. Together they sought Thalia, a roe deer whose antlers bloomed with perpetual cherry blossoms, a living bridge between seasons. The blossoms shed petals as Thalia bowed her head to study the leaf, each pink flake dissolving into mist that showed fleeting visions. Rivers flowing backward, squirrels' winter hordes sprouting into thorny vines, snow falling upward into a scowling sky. The season stones are faltering, Thalia murmured, her voice like wind through reeds. Long ago, 4 monoliths had been placed at the compass points of the woods, each entrusted to a guardian creature. The stones pulsed with rhythms of spring's growth, summer's warmth, autumn's release, and winter's rest. But no living soul had visited them in centuries, for the stones lay hidden in realms where time curled like sleeping cats, a spring meadow locked in perpetual dawn, a summer canyon vibrating with cicada song, an autumn orchard heavy with apples glowing like lanterns, a winter valley where silence took physical form as drifting feathers. To restore balance, the trio would need to journey to each stone and mend the fraying magic. They packed pouches of crystallized honey from midnight bees, strung necklaces of fern spores that glowed in the dark, and filled walnut shells with ink from the pond of reflections, a liquid that showed truths too delicate for daylight. Their first path led east, guided by the scent of unfurling petals, where dawn's fingertips painted the treetops apricot. The spring realm greeted them with a symphony of birdsong layered over bubbling streams. Butterflies the size of maple seeds traced spirals around Tamsin's paws, dusting her with pollen that made her sneeze tiny rainbows. But as they neared the moss-covered spring stone, they found its surface web cracked, green light leaking like sap. Around it the meadow wilted, daffodils bowing their heads, cherry blossoms browning at the edges. A bullfrog emerged from the pond, his throat pulsating a mournful croak. "The stone's keeper has forgotten the song of rain," he lamented. The guardian, a hare named Lior with fur the color of young willow shoots, lay listless beneath a hawthorn bush. Her eyes, once vivid as new leaves, had dulled to murky pools. "The melodies slipped away," she whispered. "I tried to hum them back, but my breath, it's all echoes now." Thalia knelt, cherry blossoms from her antlers floating down to cradle the hare's paws. "Songs live in more than throats," she said gently. Together they pressed ears to the earth, listening to the mycelium networks thrumming below. Tamsin scattered her fern spores into the air, their glow illuminating sound waves, the creak of trees drinking, the pop of soil microbes, the skitter of pebbles adjusting in creek beds. Bram drummed his claws on a hollow log, matching the heartbeat rhythm, while Thalia shook her antlers to create a breeze that carried Lior's faltering hum. Layer by layer the song rebuilt itself until the spring stone flared emerald, cracks sealing as vines burst forth to embrace Lior. The hare's eyes cleared and she leapt up, renewed laughter weaving through the grass as she resumed her dance between showers and sunlight. Summer's realm tested them with heat that shimmered like liquid amber. Crickets sawed their legs in a relentless chorus as the travelers entered a canyon where the walls glowed sunset orange. The summer stone stood atop a basalt column, its surface etched with flames frozen mid-flicker. But the stone's light sputtered weakly, and the air hung stagnant, no breeze to carry dandelion seeds, no relief from the oppressive warmth. The guardian, a tortoise named Kale with a shell patterned like cracked desert clay, moved slower than molasses. "The wind's gone shy," he rumbled, each word taking minutes to form. "Can't stir the coals." Bram noticed charred acorns scattered around the stone, offerings left by creatures seeking summer's vigor. But without the stone's full power, the acorns had burned to bitter husks. Tamsin's nose twitched. "The wind's not gone, it's trapped." She pointed to a spiral of dead leaves suspended midair, quivering as if pressed against glass. Using the pond of reflections ink, she painted a makeshift door on the invisible barrier. Thalia charged, antlers first, and with a sound like tearing silk, the wind exploded free, a playful gale that tousled fur and petals alike. Kale's eyes kindled with inner fire as heat radiated from his shell in waves, reigniting the summer stone. The companions shielded their faces as flames roared upward, then settled into a warm, golden pulse. Cicadas resumed their metallic lullabies, and the canyon walls exhaled the scent of sun-baked rosemary. Autumn's orchard greeted them with the spicy tang of overripe apples and wood smoke. The autumn stone rested beneath a gnarled oak, its surface a mosaic of amber and russet. But the stone's usual cascade of falling leaves was frozen mid-tumble, and the orchard's trees stood paralyzed, apples rotting on branches, unable to drop and nourish the soil. "Ah, you've come," wheezed a voice like rustling paper. An elderly crow named Corwin perched on a skeletal branch, one wing hanging limp. The stone's gone tight-fisted, hoarding instead of releasing. His beak gestured to the stone, where a squirrel's paw was visible beneath its edge, grasping greedily. Young Jin tried to steal Autumn's bounty for himself. Now both are stuck in a snare of wanting. The companions found the squirrel suspended in midair, fingers fused to the stone, eyes wild with desperation. "I just wanted enough," Jin cried. "Enough for 10 winters, 100. Bram dug into his honey pouch, smearing golden globs on the stone's surface. Tamsin used a thistle spine to etch symbols of sharing into the sticky sweetness, while Thalia sang of decay's necessity, how fallen leaves become next spring's soil, how empty branches make space for snow's quiet gifts. Slowly, the stones softened to the texture of overripe fruit. Jin's paw released with a pop, and he fell weeping into a pile of leaves. "I didn't know wanting too much could starve everyone," he hiccuped. Corwin fluttered down to preen the squirrel's ruffled fur as the autumn stone began to spin, releasing a whirlwind of crimson and gold. Apples thumped to the earth, their seeds already sprouting tiny white roots in the fertile decay. Winter's valley lay beyond a curtain of northern lights, their colors shivering like dropped stitches in the sky. The winter stone rose from a frozen lake, its surface a milky blue veined with silver. Silence here had weight and texture, a blanket muffling all but the occasional creak of shifting ice. But the silence had curdled. The stone emitted a shrill, inaudible frequency that made their teeth ache. The guardian, a snowy owl named Juliana, circled overhead in agitated loops. "The stone won't rest," she hooted. "It's chasing sleep away." Indeed, the valley showed signs of unnatural wakefulness, a family of bears pacing instead of hibernating, frost imps building pointless ice towers only to smash them again. Tamsin noticed the pond of reflections ink in her walnut shell had frozen into a jagged crystal. "It's afraid," she realized. "The stone thinks if it sleeps, winter might never end." Bram placed his honey pouch on the ice, letting the crystallized sweetness absorb the stone's anxiety. Thalia pressed her blossom-crowned forehead to the monolith, sharing memories of countless winters past, how the deepest cold makes springs thaw sweeter, how darkness cradles seeds until they're ready. Juliana landed beside them, spreading wings that draped over the stone like a feathered cloak. Gradually, the piercing silence softened to a lullaby. The ice sighed, settling into its proper pace, and the first true snow began to fall, fat flakes that kissed eyelids and muffled footsteps. The bears yawned, curling into dens lined with dreams. When the companions returned to Mossglimmer Pond, the silver leaf in Tamsin's paw had mended itself, its veins glowing with captured starlight. The forest breathed easier, sap flowed in harmonious time, breezes carried the proper scents for each creature's needs, and the boundaries between seasons softened into gentle transitions. At the next full moon, all the woodland creatures gathered beneath the council tree, a massive cedar whose roots cradled glowing mushrooms in every color. Lior brought rain chimes made from acorn caps, Kale offered embers that burned without consuming wood, Corwin distributed apples whose seeds sang when planted, and Juliana taught a hymn about the grace of endings. As fireflies wove constellations overhead, Tamsin realized the true magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in countless small harmonies, the patience of roots, the generosity of decaying leaves, the courage required to both hold on and let go. Years later, when new cracks occasionally appeared, a flower blooming out of season, a brook hiccuping over its stones, the creatures knew what to do. They'd gather not in panic but in quiet confidence, sharing honey, spores, and stories, remembering that balance isn't a permanent state but a language whispered daily between earth and sky, root and wing, stone and story. And in the whispering woods, the fireflies kept writing their luminous tales, each flicker a reminder that even the smallest light persists through the longest nights. Story 13. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a girl named Tessa whose hands could coax life from the coldest soil. Her cottage, with its mossy stone walls and thatched roof strung with ivy, stood at the edge of a village where chimney smoke curled into the sky like gray ribbons. Each morning Tessa tended her grandmother's legacy, a garden where moonflowers bloomed silver at midnight and sunberries ripened to liquid gold by noon. Yet for all its magic, the garden trembled on the edge of stillness, its colors dimming as Tessa's heart grew heavy with a secret sorrow. She feared the coming autumn, when the world would shed its skin, and change would blow through the valley like a sharp-edged wind. The trouble began when the weeping willow at the garden's heart, a tree whose leaves had shimmered with captured starlight for generations, began to drop its foliage in midsummer. Each fallen leaf dissolved into mist before touching the ground, leaving behind the faint scent of rain-soaked parchment. Tessa tried every remedy she knew, sprinkling dew from moth-winged lilies, singing the old growth chants in a voice that quivered like a bird's heartbeat, but the tree's branches grew barer by the day. "Some changes can't be stopped, child," murmured the village baker, a round-cheeked woman who brought Tessa honey cakes shaped like crescent moons. "Even magic must bend to time's river." But Tessa only clutched her gardening gloves tighter, dirt etching lines into her palms like tiny riverbeds. One twilight, as fireflies winked their lanterns above the lavender beds, Tessa discovered a peculiar sight, a single crimson leaf clinging to the willow's highest branch. Climbing the creaking wooden ladder her grandmother had once used to prune cloud roses, she reached for it and froze. The leaf wasn't a leaf at all, but a butterfly with wings the color of autumn apples, its body threaded with veins of copper. Before she could blink, it fluttered down to land on her wrist, and where its delicate feet touched skin, a warm tingling spread through her bones. "Ah," came a voice like wind through reed pipes. "There you are." An old man emerged from the shadow of the hedge, his beard braided with living buttercups that turned their faces toward the fading light. Tessa knew him vaguely as Milo, the reclusive herbalist who dwelled in a cottage shaped like a snail's shell at the valley's edge. In his gnarled hands, he carried a basket woven from willow switches, filled with herbs that hummed faint melodies. "The tree isn't dying," Milo said, nodding at the weeping willow. "It's remembering your grandmother's magic thrived because she danced with change instead of wrestling it. But you—" He plucked a withered snapdragon from its stem. As it crumbled in his palm, the petals rearranged themselves into a tiny sparrow that chirped once before dissolving. "You've been trying to preserve summer like jam in a jar. Can't be done, little gardener, not without losing the sweetness." That night Tessa lay awake listening to the wind whisper through the willow's skeletal branches. She thought of how her grandmother had laughed while planting frost blooms that only opened during snowfalls, how she'd once traded a basket of eternal spring lilies to traveling merchants for a single song about distant deserts. "Roots need to stretch," she told a younger Tessa, her fingers speckled with soil, "even when it means growing into unknown ground." At dawn, Tessa found the garden transformed. Overnight, creeping vines had spun a lattice of jade and amber above the pathways, their tendrils heavy with glassy pods that chimed like bells when touched. From within the pods came whispers, not in words but in sensations, the crisp exhilaration of jumping into a cold lake, the bittersweet ache of a farewell hug, the quiet thrill of a path diverging into shadowy woods. When she pressed her ear to one, an image bloomed behind her eyelids, herself smaller and rounder-faced, helping her grandmother plant a sapling that shed tears of sap. "This tree will hold our memories," her grandmother had said, "even the ones that feel too heavy to carry." The butterfly, who'd taken to riding on Tessa's shoulder like a living brooch, buzzed its wings impatiently. "It wants you to follow," Milo said, appearing suddenly with a teacup that steamed with the scent of melted amber. "That's no ordinary flutterwing. In my youth we called them heartswirls, creatures born when someone tries so hard to outrun change that their longing takes flight." Guided by the heartswirl's pulsing glow, Tessa ventured beyond the garden wall for the first time in seasons. They climbed slopes where wild thyme released peppery sighs underfoot, passed through a grove of birch trees whose bark shifted patterns like swirling cream in tea. At last they reached a clearing where 4 ancient stones stood in a square, their surfaces carved with runes that shimmered like wet ink. In the center grew a tree unlike any Tessa had seen. Its trunk spiraled upward in hues of charcoal and pearl, branches splitting into fractals that held leaves of stained glass. Beneath it sat a girl with hair like spun dandelion fluff, weaving crowns from chrysanthemums that bloomed and wilted with each pass of her fingers. "I wondered when you'd come," the girl said. Her voice held echoes as though multiple people spoke through her, an old woman's rasp, a child's giggle, a young man's thoughtful murmur. I'm the keeper of thresholds. You've been knocking at my door for weeks, you know, every time you tried to force the willow back to what it was. She held up a hand, and the heart swirl flew to perch on her thumb. This little one's been trying to show you what you're clinging to, and what you might become if you let go. As the keeper spoke, the glass leaves above them began to shift. Tessa saw herself frozen in endless summer, the garden becoming a museum of perfect moments until even the sunlight felt stale. Then another vision, herself with hair streaked silver, hands weathered but strong, planting seeds that sprouted into shapes no one had ever seen. Flowers with petals like stained glass, vegetables that tasted like forgotten memories. Villagers gathered not to mourn the past, but to marvel at what she'd created by blending old magic with new. Growth isn't about losing what you love, the keeper said gently. It's making space for it to evolve. Your grandmother's still here, in the tree's roots, in the stories the soil remembers. But now it's your turn to add verses to the song. The journey home was quieter, the heart swirl now nestled in Tessa's pocket like an ember. That evening she invited Milo and the baker into the garden. Together they brewed tea from the willow's remaining leaves, which now tasted of rosemary and resilience, and sat beneath the lattice of singing vines. As Tessa spoke of her vision, the others shared their own stories, of lost loves that had sculpted them into kinder people, of dreams abandoned only to resurface in unexpected forms. When the first frost came, Tessa didn't fight it. She watched the garden settle into its winter guise, the sunberries crystallizing into sweet ice jewels, the moonflowers folding into velvety buds that stored moonlight like batteries. The weeping willow, now frosted with delicate ice blossoms, began to grow new leaves beneath its icy coat, translucent ones that cast prismatic shadows. On the spring equinox, the village gathered to see Tessa present her first original creation, a plant woven from willow switches, frostbloom petals, and the heartswirl's shed wings. When planted, it grew into a bush that bore fruit resembling tiny lanterns. Each fruit, when opened, released not seeds, but a soft glow that showed the holder a memory they'd forgotten to cherish. A mother's lullaby, the warmth of a childhood blanket, the pride in a mentor's eyes after a first success. Milo, nibbling a honey cake, nodded at the villagers' wonder. That's the thing about change, he told the baker. Turns out you don't lose yourself in it. You just remember all the selves you've been and make room for the ones still coming. Years later, travelers would speak of a valley where the gardens shifted with the gardeners' hearts, where a woman with silver-streaked hair taught children to listen to what the earth wanted to become. And if sometimes, at twilight, you glimpsed a crimson butterfly dancing with fireflies above the lavender, well, that was just an old friend checking in, making sure the magic hadn't gone stale. Story 14. The Lantern of Whispering Woods. In a village nestled between velvet green hills and a forest that hummed with secrets, there lived a curious child named Tansy. Their cottage, crowned with a thatch of golden straw, stood at the edge of Whispering Woods, a place where shadows danced at twilight and maple leaves turned to copper coins in autumn. Tansy's grandmother often spoke of the wood's magic. The trees remember, she'd say, stirring honey into chamomile tea. They guard stories older than the river stones. But it wasn't until Tansy discovered the lantern in the attic that the woods truly began to whisper. The lantern was no ordinary thing. Its brass frame, etched with vines and crescent moons, held a single pane of frosted glass shaped like a teardrop. When Tansy brushed off the dust, the metal warmed beneath their fingers, and a soft, buttery light kindled within, a light that seemed to breathe. That night, as crickets sang their twilight sonata, the lantern floated from Tansy's windowsill and bobbed toward the woods, leaving a trail of luminous pollen in its wake. The forest at night was a tapestry of sounds, ferns sighing, owls trading riddles, and the distant chuckle of a brook. Tansy followed the lantern's glow, their boots sinking into moss as thick as emerald velvet. They crossed a bridge of twisted roots, where fireflies winked like scattered stardust, and entered a glen bathed in silver moonlight. There, beneath an ancient oak with bark like braided cinnamon, sat a creature unlike any Tansy had seen. He was small, no taller than a hedgehog, with fur the color of storm clouds and ears that tapered into delicate points. His eyes, wide and liquid black, reflected the lantern's glow like twin pools of molten gold. A pair of moth wings, translucent and veined with silver, trembled on his back. When he spoke, his voice was the rustle of pages in a forgotten library. "You've brought the remembering light," he said, nodding at the lantern. "I've waited many turnings of the moon for this." The creature introduced himself as Pip, a memory keeper tasked with preserving the stories of the woods. But lately, he explained, the tales had been fading. The glen's heartwood, the oldest tree, is sickening. Its roots hold the forest's memories, and without them our world will unravel. Pip's wings drooped. "The cure lies in the chamber of roots, deep beneath the earth, but the path is treacherous, and I'm too small to face it alone." Tansy knelt, the lantern's light pooling around them like liquid sunshine. "I'll help," they said, and in that moment the woods seemed to exhale. Their journey began at the heartwood's base, where gnarled roots formed an archway into the earth. The lantern's beam cut through the darkness, revealing walls studded with glowing amber nodules, fossilized sap that pulsed like sleepy fireflies. The air smelled of damp soil and elderflower, and the ground sloped downward into a labyrinth of tunnels. "Mind the thistle shades," Pip warned as they descended. "They feed on fear." Tansy soon learned what he meant. In the deeper chambers, clusters of bioluminescent thistles quivered as they passed. Each bloom emitted a low, keening sound that made Tansy's teeth ache. When one brushed Tansy's sleeve, the lantern flared and the plant recoiled, its petals shriveling. "The light protects us," Pip murmured. "Memories are stronger than shadows." Deeper still, they encountered a subterranean river where the water flowed upward, defying gravity as it curled like a ribbon of liquid sapphire. Pip guided Tansy to a stone slab etched with symbols. "The riddles of the river," he said. "Answer true, and it will carry us to the chamber." The symbols glimmered, a feather, a teardrop, and a spiral. Tansy traced them thoughtfully. "A feather is light," they mused, "a teardrop is sorrow, and a spiral is time, growth." The river rippled, and the water formed a staircase. "Yes," Pip chirruped. "You've named the three forces that shape stories." The chamber of roots took Tansy's breath away. It was a cathedral of earth and wood, with roots cascading from the ceiling like chandeliers. At its center stood a pedestal cradling a crystalline orb, the heartwood's essence. But the orb was clouded, its light dim. Around it lay three shattered stones, one ivory, one obsidian, one amber. "The balanced stones," Pip said mournfully. "They harmonize joy and sorrow, light and dark. Without them the heartwood cannot heal." He fluttered to the floor, wings quivering. "But mending them requires a memory pure enough to reignite their spark. I've tried, but my own memories are tangled." Tansy lifted the lantern. Its light flickered over the stones, and suddenly the chamber filled with whispers. A sapling's first sunrise. The laughter of a fox cub chasing falling leaves. A mother's lullaby hummed as fireflies wove crowns above her child. The memories swirled around Tansy, vivid as dreams. They realized the lantern wasn't just showing memories, it was collecting them too. Every step Tansy had taken through the woods, every moment of wonder and courage, had been stored in its glow. "That's it," Tansy breathed. "The stones need new memories, ones that hold both joy and sadness, like saying goodbye to someone you love, but knowing they'll always be part of you." One by one, Tansy pressed the lantern to the broken stones. For the ivory stone joy, they recalled the scent of grandmother's lavender biscuits, the thrill of discovering a robin's nest, the warmth of Pip's trust. For the obsidian stone sorrow, they remembered the ache of a scraped knee, the day the old maple fell in a storm, the fear they'd felt when the thistle shades hissed. For the amber stone balance, they thought of twilight, the bittersweet moment when day embraces night, and the first star flickers like a promise. The stones shimmered, fractures sealing like wounds under a healer's touch. As the orb brightened, roots surged with renewed life, their tendrils weaving a tapestry of gold and green light across the chamber. The heartwood's pulse echoed through the earth, a deep, resonant hum that made Tansy's bones sing. Emerging at dawn, Tansy and Pip found the glen transformed. Flowers unfurled in kaleidoscopic bursts, and the air thrummed with the music of creaking boughs and trilling crickets. The heartwood stood tall, its leaves shimmering like beaten copper. "You've done more than heal the tree," Pip said, alighting on Tansy's shoulder. "You've reminded us that stories aren't just kept, they are shared." He gestured to the lantern, now glowing with a steady, pearlescent radiance. "It's yours to carry, as long as you remember." Tansy hesitated. "Will you forget me, now that the stones are fixed?" Pip's laughter tinkled like wind chimes. "Never. Some memories become roots." Back in the village, Tansy placed the lantern on their nightstand. Its light dimmed to a gentle flicker, content to rest. Through their window, the woods swayed in the breeze, leaves murmuring tales of courage and kinship. Years later, when Tansy had children of their own, they'd recount the story of a lonely creature and a lantern that held the soul of a forest. They'd describe the taste of starlight on winter air, the music of upward flowing rivers, and the truth that even the smallest heart can heal a broken world. And sometimes, on nights when the moon hung low and fat, they'd glimpse a flicker of moth wings near the heartwood, a silent thank you from the glen, carried on the breath of the trees. Story 15. On the mist-shrouded planet of Verdantia, where trees grew taller than starliners and rivers sang in harmonies unknown to human ears, a small creature with fur like crushed violets stirred in her moss-lined nest. Lila, for that was her name in the whispering tongue of the forest, pricked her leaf-shaped ears at the unfamiliar hum vibrating through the canopy. It wasn't the drone of thunder beetles, nor the warble of skyquakes. This sound tasted metallic on her tongue, sharp and foreign as winter frost. 3 valleys away, a crystalline being named Kale struggled with controls that glowed an urgent crimson in their cockpit. Their ship, a jagged shard of refracted light, had pierced Verdentia's atmosphere like an unwanted thorn, its energy cores sputtering from a run-in with meteorite pirates. When the crash came, it was softer than Kale expected. The planet itself seemed to cradle their vessel in ferns as wide as banquet tables, their fronds glowing faintly with bioluminescent apology. Their first meeting was a dance of wrong assumptions. Lila, peering through a curtain of hanging moss, saw only the dangerous glint of Kale's faceted body and assumed predator. Kale, scanning the pulsing forest with thermal receptors, mistook Lila's shimmering worry scent for toxic spores. Communication began as accidents. Lila's instinctive trill to soothe frightened tree pups echoed in the exact frequency that calmed Kale's overheating systems. Kale's hum of gratitude, a byproduct of crystalline resonance, unwound knots in Lila's muscles she hadn't realized she'd carried since the last ice bloom. "You're not a carnivorous fungus," Kale managed at last, their voice prismatic, each word casting rainbow patterns on nearby bark. Lila's nose twitched. "And you're not a sky shark's discarded mold." She hesitated, then extended a paw in the universal gesture her grandmother had taught her, palm up, fingers curled slightly inward to show she carried no weapons. "You're light, it prickles, but kindly, like thistle down." The broken ship became their shared puzzle. Lila taught Kale how to read the forest's luminous lichen maps, tracing energy lines that thrummed beneath the soil. Kale, in turn, showed her how to fold starlight into temporary shelters when the acid rains came. Their misunderstandings became a language of their own. When Kale accidentally summoned a hologram of their homeworld's obsidian spires, Lila didn't flinch but asked if the dark peaks grew softer with moonlight. When Lila gifted Kale a necklace of fermented nectar pods, they didn't know it was a Verdantian courtship ritual, but wore it anyway, touched by the gesture. The true test came during the Great Resonance. Every 7 cycles, Verdantia's twin moons aligned to amplify sound waves 1,000-fold. Kale's people communicated through harmonic vibrations. The phenomenon threatened to shatter their crystalline form into discordant shards. Lila's species, meanwhile, risked paralysis from the overwhelming symphony of awakened forest voices. "We'll build a sanctuary," Lila decided, patching together Kale's force field schematics with woven sonic dampening reeds. "Using my people's frequency dampeners and your squishy plant things," Kale agreed, their facets dimming with anxiety. "But if the calculations fail..." Lila placed a paw against Kale's cool surface, her touch leaving temporary opalescent swirls. "Then we'll be beautifully wrong together." The resonance struck at midnight. Trees sang with voices like tectonic plates grinding poetry. Kale's form rippled dangerously, their core flashing warning ambers and scarlets. Lila's fur stood on end, her bones vibrating with the forest's primal area. But within their cobbled shelter, part technology, part living botany, the chaos softened to a bearable murmur. "Your heartbeat," Kale realized suddenly. "It's syncing with my stabilization pulse." Lila blinked rain-scented tears, the air itself wept during the resonance. "And your facets, they're bending the sound waves into something gentler. Like lullabies." They sat back to core, Kale's crystalline angles fitting perfectly against the dip of Lila's shoulders. When the peak hit, a crescendo that made the very atoms of their bodies quiver, they found themselves humming a hybrid tune. Part Verdantian wind chant, part crystalline dirge. The shelter held. Repairs took longer than either expected. Kale's ship needed rare minerals from the singing caves. Lila required Kale's help negotiating with the sentient fog that guarded her people's ancestral grove. Along the way, they traded secrets like children trading stones. Kale confessed their exile from the Crystal Collective for illogical altruism. Lila admitted she'd been cast out of her burrow clan for insisting mushrooms had dreams. "They do," she insisted one evening as they drank starlight tea from folded bark cups. "Why else would they grow towards the caves where glowworms hum nursery songs?" Kale tilted, their version of a smile. "My tutors said organic life was governed by base instincts. They never mentioned this." They gestured to the fireflies weaving constellations above them, to Lila's tail absently conducting the symphony of creaking branches. The farewell, when it came, was softened by discoveries. Kale's ship now bore Verdantian vines that purred during warp jumps. Lila's nest glittered with a crystalline sundial that told time through the quality of shadows rather than their length. "You could come," Kale offered, knowing the answer. Lila pressed her forehead to their smoothest facet, the gesture her people reserved for soul kin. "And you could stay." They stood in the understanding silence of those who have rewritten definitions. Of home, of belonging, of the quiet magic that happens when two mismatched puzzles realize they've been each other's missing pieces all along. Now, when the children of Verdantia leave offerings for the star-spangled wanderers, they include both nectar clusters and polished resonant stones. And in the crystal nebula, certain ships can be seen trailing vines that hum with the exact frequency of a small brave creature's laughter, a sound their pilots swear makes the stars themselves burn warmer. Some bonds, after all, outgrow atmospheres. Story 16. In a quiet village nestled between hills that whispered with wind songs, there lived a shy girl named Lila, whose greatest joy was exploring the forgotten corners of the world. Her pockets were always full of curious trinkets, a speckled stone from the creek, a button that shimmered like moonlight, a thimble borrowed from a friendly scarecrow. But one mist-kissed morning, she found something altogether different beneath the roots of an ancient oak, a compass made of tarnished silver, its needle quivering not toward north, but toward something unseen. The compass hummed when she held it, a sound like bees drowsing in clover. As she turned it in her small hands, the needle spun wildly before settling, pointing toward the eastern woods where villagers seldom ventured. The air there was said to taste of secrets, and the trees grew so close together their branches wove a ceiling of emerald twilight. Lila hesitated, her breath making little clouds in the crisp autumn air, but the compass pulsed warmly against her palm, as if urging, "This way, this way." The woods welcomed her with the scent of pine sap and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled gold coins, and beneath her boots, moss spread like a quilt stitched by patient hands. It wasn't long before she noticed the first peculiarity, a hedgehog wearing a waistcoat of maple leaves, sitting atop a toadstool as though it were a throne. "You're holding it upside down," the hedgehog remarked, nodding at the compass. His voice was crisp as autumn apples. Lila blinked. "You can talk." "Only when necessary," he said, adjusting a leaf epaulette. "Now flip that contraption. The true north isn't a direction, it's a feeling." When she obeyed, the compass needle began to glow, casting soft blue ripples across the forest floor. They pooled around a nearby birch tree, revealing a door no taller than her knee, carved with symbols of crescent moons and winding vines. "Ah," said the hedgehog, whose name was Bramble. "It seems you've been invited." Beyond the door lay a glade where fireflies waltzed to the rhythm of a hidden brook. Here Lila met Mossberry, a turtle whose shell was a living garden of violets and creeping thyme, and Ember, a fox whose fur flickered like candlelight. They gathered around a stone table etched with constellations, their eyes kind but grave. "The compass chose you," rumbled Mossberry, dewdrops glistening on her fern-like eyelashes. "Long ago it belonged to a keeper who tended the bonds between our world and yours, but the bonds have frayed. Can you feel it?" Lila nodded. She'd felt it in the way her village's laughter had grown sparse, how the hearth fires dimmed too early, how the wind's songs had turned to sighs. Ember's tail swished, scattering sparks that bloomed into tiny lilies. "The compass guides you to what's missing," she explained. "But mending the gaps requires more than steps, it requires stories." Their journey carried them through valleys where rivers sang lullabies and over hills that changed color with the time of day. The compass led them to forgotten places, a well where memories pooled like liquid amber, a cave painted with the dreams of sleeping bears, a meadow where shadows danced with their own light. At each spot Lila listened, to the well's murmured tales of long-ago summers, the cave's rumbling yarns of starlit hunts, the meadow's whispered legends of kindnesses repaid. Yet as they neared the heart of the woods, the air grew heavy with a sorrow that made Bramble's quills droop and dimmed Ember's fiery coat. Before them stood a grand tree, its trunk split down the middle, hollow and scarred. Inside the hollow hung hundreds of broken threads, glimmering faintly like snapped spider silk. "The Tree of Tides," Mossberry said sadly. "Its threads once connected every heart to the magic around them. Now—" She nudged a lifeless thread with her nose. "Without them your village and ours will fade into silence." Lila's chest ached. She thought of her mother's hands, calloused from work but gentle as they braided her hair, of the baker who left crumbs on his windowsill for sparrows, of the way her own feet had learned the forest's paths as if the earth remembered her. Connection, she realized. That's what the threads represented. Not grand spells or roaring rivers, but the small, steady ways hearts lean toward one another. How do I fix it? She asked. Ember nuzzled her shoulder. The compass can show you what's broken, but only you can weave it whole again. Lila sat cross-legged before the tree, the compass warm in her lap. One by one she gathered the broken threads, her fingers clumsy at first. She whispered stories into them, the well's memories, the cave's dreams, the meadow's dances, and as she did, the threads began to glow. Bramble hummed a tune his grandmother had taught him, mossberry breathed life into the soil beneath them, and Ember kindled a fire that cast no smoke, only light. When the last thread was tied, the tree shuddered. New bark crept over its scars, and from its branches burst blossoms that rained petals like snow. The compass rose into the air, spinning until it dissolved into a shower of silver sparks that settled over the woods and the village beyond. Back home, Lila found her mother kneading dough, humming a tune she'd never taught her. Outside, the baker laughed as sparrows perched on his shoulders, and the wind carried the smell of jasmine from a garden that hadn't bloomed in years. That night, as Lila curled beneath her patchwork quilt, Bramble, Mossberry, and Ember appeared in her window, not to say goodbye, but to remind her that some bonds only grow stronger with distance. "You'll always find the way," Bramble said, placing a tiny acorn cap on her sill. "Just listen." And she did. Years later, when her hair turned silver and her hands grew wise, villagers would ask how she'd restored the magic. She'd simply smile and say, "Stories are the threads, love is the needle." But that, dear listener, is a tale for another night. For now, let the rustle of leaves outside your window be the compass that guides you to dreams woven with starlight and roots, and the quiet, unbreakable magic of being known. Story 17. In a quiet valley cradled between whispering mountains, there lived a boy named Kieran, whose hands could make flowers bloom, but whose heart clung tightly to sameness. Each morning he arranged his collection of river-smoothed stones in precise rows outside his cobblestone cottage. Each afternoon he followed the same winding path to visit his grandfather's apiary, and each evening he counted 72 brushstrokes through his chestnut hair before bed. The villagers smiled fondly at his steadfast routines, though they often wondered how someone who coaxed rainbows of blossoms from the earth with a touch could fear the gentle tug of life's unfolding. The true magic lived in the walled garden behind Kieran's home, where pear trees rained silver petals in spring and pumpkins glowed like captured sunsets in autumn. It was here his mother had taught him to trace his fingertips along sleeping seeds and whisper them awake, a gift that filled their village with beauty but left Kieran quietly terrified. For deep in the garden's heart grew an ancient maple he'd never dared touch, its bark etched with spirals that seemed to shift when glimpsed from the corner of his eye. "Some magic needs room to breathe," his mother had said before she vanished like morning mist one winter dawn, leaving only her embroidered gardening gloves and the lingering scent of lemon balm. When autumn arrived wearing a cloak of crisp air and cinnamon winds, change crept in despite Kieran's careful rituals. The village elders announced a coming winter so fierce it would freeze even the eternal spring of the magical gardens. "The frost of forgetting comes," murmured old Tomas, the star reader, his telescope pointed at constellations shaped like closed buds. "All must let go of what cannot bloom anew." Kieran's hands trembled as he buried his mother's gloves beneath the maple tree that night, determined to preserve this one perfect fragment of the past. But by dawn the garden had become a mirror of his turmoil. Vines curled inward like protective fists, sunflowers bowed under the weight of their own seeds, and the ancient maple's leaves turned the burnt orange of unanswered questions. It was then a voice like creaking branches spoke from the tree's shadowy hollow, "Little gardener, why do you water roots with tears?" A badger emerged, not the garden's usual russet-coated visitor, but a creature starlight pale with eyes like twin harvest moons. Marigold, as she introduced herself, nudged a withered snapdragon toward Kieran with her velvety nose. Fear makes poor fertilizer, she chided gently. What you cling to grows thorns, what you release becomes soil for new wonders. Over steaming cups of chamomile tea sweetened with honey from his grandfather's bees, Kieran confessed his terror to Marigold as she curled by the hearth. If I let things change, I'll forget her, the way she hummed while potting seedlings, how she. His voice fractured like thin ice. The badger rested her paw on his knee, her claws catching firelight like tiny amber beads. Memory lives in what grows, not what gathers dust, she murmured. Together they ventured into the brittle garden where Marigold taught him to listen, not with ears but with palms pressed to the earth. The soil sang a thrumming, lonely song beneath his fingers. When Kieran hesitantly plucked a shriveled tomato vine to make space for new growth, the ground sighed gratefully beneath his knees. Word of the garden's distress spread on raven wings. Soon helpers arrived bearing offerings. Evander, the lamplighter's son, brought lanterns filled with captured sunlight to warm the soil. Wren, the miller's daughter, wove blankets of sheep's wool to protect tender shoots. Even old Tomas contributed a melody played on an ocarina shaped like a rising moon, its notes coaxing shy earthworms to aerate the compacted ground. With each act of kindness, Kieran felt the icy knot in his chest loosen, like morning frost yielding to dawn. The transformation began on the eve of the frost's arrival. As villagers hung evergreen boughs over their doors and bees sealed their hives with propolis, Kieran stood before the ancient maple. Its bare branches rattled like skeletal fingers until he placed his palm against the trunk, not to control but to converse. Warmth pulsed beneath the bark, and suddenly he understood. The tree wasn't dying but dreaming, its falling leaves making space for a new kind of magic. When the first snowflakes fell, they melted against Kieran's cheeks like whispered secrets. The garden now slept beneath a quilt of snowdrops that glowed like fallen stars, their roots weaving protective warmth through the frozen earth. Where the old maple had stood sprouted a sapling with bark like liquid amber, its branches heavy with seed pods shaped like teardrops. As Kieran brushed one, it burst into a dozen butterflies, their wings patterned with his mother's favorite wildflowers. "You've learned the deepest magic," Marigold said, watching the butterflies dance around Kieran like a living crown. Not control but conversation, not permanence but participation. That night, as the frost of forgetting silvered the valley, the villagers gathered in the garden to sip spiced cider and marvel at ice sculptures that bloomed like crystalline roses under Evander's touch. Kieran no longer counted brushstrokes as he braided snow lilies into Wren's hair, his laughter joining the ocarina's song in the starlit air. By spring, the garden had become something wondrous and wild, a tapestry of memories and new beginnings. Where Kieran once kept rigid stone rows, now tumbled a laughing brook bordered by mint and forget-me-nots. Children chased fireflies that winked in patterns mirroring his mother's constellations, and travelers left with seed packets that grew into flowers matching their heart's quietest hopes. On the sapling's first birthday, Kieran found a pair of gardening gloves nestled in its branches, not his mother's, but new ones stitched from maple leaves and badger fur, thrumming with warmth. As he slipped them on, the tree showered him with heart-shaped seeds that took root wherever they fell, each destined to become a haven for some weary soul. And high in the mountains where the oldest stars sleep, a woman with lemon balm in her hair smiled as she tucked a silver petal behind her ear, her reflection rippling in a pool filled with the laughter of a boy who'd learned to dance with change. Story 18. On the fog-shrouded moon of Velmara 7, where the rivers ran liquid starlight and trees hummed lullabies through iridescent leaves, a crash landing fractured the eternal twilight. From the smoldering wreckage emerged a figure in a patched pressure suit, their visor cracked like a spider web. Juniper, mechanic turned accidental explorer, pushed back their copper-streaked hair with trembling hands, the scent of burnt wiring clinging to their clothes. "Well," they muttered to the shivering moss beneath their boots, "this isn't the cargo run to Proxima Centauri." The forest responded before they could despair. A sound like wind chimes made of glass bells approached, and through the luminescent mist emerged a creature that defied all known xenobiology texts. Luma stood 7 feet tall on 6 jointed legs, her body a shifting tapestry of crystalline facets catching the moonlight. Bioluminescent spores drifted from the flower-like appendages on her back, casting constellations across Juniper's faceplate. Intruder pattern, carbon-based, threat level unknown. The words formed directly in Juniper's mind, each syllable vibrating like a struck tuning fork. Luma's central eye cluster glowed amber, a color Juniper would later learn meant wariness. "Whoa, easy." Juniper raised empty hands, heart thudding against their ribs. "My ship's toast, my comms are fried, and I couldn't invade a sandwich right now." They gestured to the still-smoking wreck, where a crooked sign reading Stardust Marauder hung by one hinge. Miscommunication bloomed like supernova. When Juniper mimed drinking water, Luma extruded a crystalline straw that nearly pierced their suit. When Luma projected images of glowing glyphs, Juniper responded with a crude charcoal sketch of the solar system. Yet as twin moons rose, they found common ground in the universal language of shared meals. Juniper offering dehydrated apple slices from their emergency kit, Luma reciprocating with glowing blue berries that made their taste buds sing chromatic scales. The breaking point came 3 days later, during the storm of whispering ice. Razor-edged hailstones carved from frozen atmosphere began falling as Juniper struggled to repair their transmitter. Luma trilled in alarm, her spore lights blazing crimson. Before Juniper could react, the crystalline being unfolded like a living umbrella, facet planes interlocking overhead as hail clanged against her mineral hide. "You're protecting me," Juniper whispered, watching ice shatter against Luma's prismatic shield. Pattern recognition, fragile organic, priority, shelter. The telepathic voice carried new harmonics, something soft beneath the crystalline precision. When the storm passed, their collaboration deepened. Juniper discovered Luma's people communicated through light refraction, their histories stored in geometric patterns within communal memory crystals. Luma learned human laughter through Juniper's wheezy giggles as they demonstrated how to make shadow puppets with a flashlight. Together, they devised a cobbled language of color flashes, gestures, and the occasional interpretive dance. The true test arrived with the blooming, an annual event where Velmara 7's entire ecosystem released symbiotic spores in a cascade of bioluminescence. Juniper's allergic reaction came swift and brutal, their throats swelling shut from the pollen-rich air. As consciousness wavered, they saw Luma's facets blazing emergency violet, felt cool crystalline tendrils against their feverish skin. Memories flowed in the delirium, Luma as a youngling, ostracized for her unusual amethyst hue, Juniper hiding in garage rafters as a child, finding solace in engine schematics. 2 solitudes orbiting different suns, yet shaped by the same gravitational pull of not quite belonging. Juniper awoke to the hum of purified air circulating through a makeshift filter. Luma had integrated their repair tools with her natural mineral deposits. The crystalline being hovered close, her usual geometric projections replaced by soft pulsing indigo. "You reshaped part of yourself." Juniper rasped, touching the delicate filtration lattice now growing from Luma's flank. Adaptation algorithm modified, new priority parameters, friendship, preservation. The final challenge came from the skies, a rescue ship piercing through velvet clouds. Juniper stood at the edge of the glowing forest, repair kit heavy in their hands. Luma's facets dimmed to twilight blue. Come with me, Juniper urged, though they already knew the answer in the set of Luma's angled limbs. Root systems deep, my photosynthesis, requires this spectrum. She projected an image of the twin moons, then a memory crystal formation near the crash site. But now carry stardust patterns, you hear. A crystalline tendril tapped gently over Juniper's heart. As the ship ascended, Juniper pressed a hand to the viewport. Below, Luma's spores ignited in farewell, a swirling galaxy of light that echoed their shared laughter, their combined shadow puppet shows, the quiet nights repairing machinery to the rhythm of singing trees. Years later, asteroid miners would whisper of a crystalline being near Velmara 7, who repaired damaged ships with uncanny skill. They spoke of prismatic light displays showing a lanky humanoid making ridiculous faces, of a crash site preserved like a shrine with two mugs, one metal, one living crystal, eternally full of starlight tea. And in a cluttered workshop on Mars, a mechanic kept a memory crystal glowing softly on their workbench, its light fracturing into rainbows whenever laughter filled the air. Story 19. The Whispering Locket and the Map of Rainbows. In a valley hugged by mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a girl named Lila whose pockets were always full of curious things. Smooth stones that hummed when rubbed together, feathers that glimmered like liquid silver, and a tiny compass that pointed not north, but toward the nearest secret. Her home, a cottage with a roof of moss and walls of honey-colored wood, stood at the edge of a forest where the trees whispered in rhymes only children could understand. One autumn evening, as the sky turned the color of ripe plums and the air smelled of cinnamon and damp earth, Lila discovered something extraordinary beneath the roots of an ancient oak. It was a locket no larger than a walnut, its surface etched with constellations that shifted like living ink. When she pressed it to her ear, it sang in a voice like wind chimes made of ice. "It's a whispering locket," explained her grandmother later, stirring a pot of lavender tea by the fireplace. "They're said to hold maps to places that don't exist yet, but mind you, dear heart, what they show isn't meant for idle eyes. To follow a whisperer's map, you must travel light but carry courage heavy." That night, the locket trembled against Lila's chest as she slept. In her dreams, she saw a path paved with fallen stars, winding through a forest where trees bore fruit like glowing lanterns. When she woke, her bedroom walls were alive with swirling light, not from the dawn but from the locket itself, projecting a map onto the air. The lines shimmered like spider silk, forming a route that ended at a door-shaped shadow labeled the Gate of Unfinished Rainbows. The journey began at dawn, with Lila packing a satchel of pumpkin seed bread, a jar of crystallized moonlight, harvested from dewdrops, her grandmother's specialty, and a woolen cloak dyed the blue of twilight. The forest greeted her with a chorus of creaking branches and the scent of pine needles baking in the sun's first rays. She followed the map's guidance, past a creek where fish leapt in arcs that left trails of glitter, through a meadow where flowers bloomed in time with her footsteps, and into a grove where the trees grew so close their bark fused into walls. It was there she met her first companion, a fox with fur the color of burnt caramel, one ear tipped in white. He lay trapped beneath a fallen branch, his amber eyes wide but unafraid. "Don't just stand there, biped," he huffed, though his voice was softer than his words. "Unless you'd prefer I recite my last poem before this log finishes squashing me." Lila knelt, using all her strength to lift the branch. The fox wriggled free, shook himself, and bowed. "Taubin," he said. "Poet, philosopher, and occasional doorstop. You've the hands of a lumberjack and the face of a girl who shouldn't be wandering where rainbows go to die. What business have you here?" She showed him the locket. Its light had dimmed, but the map still pulsed faintly. "Ah." Taubin's tail flicked. "You'll want the weaver, then. She tends the threads between worlds. But her cottage sits beyond the mire of melted mirrors, and no one's crossed that cursed puddle without losing their way, or their mind." The mire revealed itself as a swamp where the water shone like quicksilver, reflecting not what was, but what might be. Lila saw herself older, holding a soldier's sword. Tobin saw himself plump and collarless, napping in a sunbeam. Each step sent ripples through these phantom lives. Don't stare, Tobin warned, pacing the shore. Mirrors that show maybes are worse liars than those that show truths. Watch the stones instead. He nodded to pebbles barely breaking the water's surface, a path invisible to anyone without a fox's sharp sight. Lila followed, her boots sinking slightly, the mire sighing as if disappointed. Halfway across, the locket flared. The map shifted, and the water around them hardened like glass. Trapped beneath its surface was a boy. Not a reflection, a real boy, with hair of tangled seaweed and skin tinged faintly blue. His palms pressed against the underside of the ice water, mouth open in a silent cry. A mirror soul, Tobin muttered. Someone the mire stole to feed its illusions. Lave him. This place preys on rescuers. But Lila was already tapping the ice with her jar of crystallized moonlight. The boy's eyes locked onto hers, desperate and hopeful. As the first shard cracked, the entire mire shuddered. The false reflections dissolved into screams. Hurry. Tobin yelped, nipping at her sleeve. The boy erupted from the water in a burst of frost and brine, clutching Lila's arm as she hauled him onto the stones. Behind them, the mire twisted into a whirlpool of grasping hands. They ran, the path crumbling beneath their feet, until they collapsed on solid ground. I'm Kale, the boy panted, his voice bubbling like a brook. I've been drowning in maybe for how long? 70 years by the smell, Tobin said, wrinkling his nose. But who's counting? Kale joined their quest, though he walked like someone still learning how legs worked. The Weaver, he said when he heard their goal. She's the one who can mend the gate of rainbows, but she's been alone since the shadowed hour. The what? Lila asked. Tobin's ears flattened. A day when all the world's fears took shape. The Weaver wove a net of starlight to catch them, but it cost her. Shadows cling to her now. They say she forgets her own name some mornings. The forest grew darker as they climbed, the trees replaced by towering mushrooms with caps like umbrellas. Bioluminescent spores floated around them, casting everything in soft green light. Lila's locket pulsed faster. And then the cottage. It looked cobbled together from lost items, a roof of broken violins, walls of books with titles in forgotten languages, a chimney puffing smoke that smelled of burnt honey. In the garden, a woman in a dress of patched-up shadows knelt, tending to flowers made of stained glass. You're late, she said without turning. The tea's gone cold, and the rainbows won't wait. The Weaver's hands trembled as she poured them chamomile tea that steamed despite her words. Her face was young, but her eyes were old, the color of storm clouds. Shadows coiled around her ankles like restless cats. The gate is crumbling, she said, because the world's grown too heavy with fear. Rainbows are bridges between wonder and sorrow, but when sorrow drowns wonder, she snapped her fingers, and a tiny rainbow appeared above the table, fraying at the edges like torn ribbon. How do we fix it? Lila asked. The Weaver touched the locket around Lila's neck. This holds the first rainbow ever woven. To reignite the gate, you must carry its light to the peak where shadows are born, but the path is guarded by the hollow heart, a creature made from every loneliness ever felt. Kale paled. Tobin's tail puffed. And if we fail, Lila whispered. The rainbow above them dissolved into black droplets that stained the table. Then stories will forget how to end happily. The ascent to the peak was a labyrinth of sliding stones, and air so thin it whistled. The hollow heart found them at twilight. At first it was just a coldness, a missing space in the fire's warmth. Then came the voice, hollow as a dead tree. Little things, why struggle? The world is a sigh, let it go. It took shape, a wolf-sized creature with a body of smoke and 1,000 eyes that were all pupil. Where it stepped, flowers withered. Kale froze, trembling. Tobin bared his teeth. Lila clutched the locket, which now blazed like a tiny sun. Run, the hollow heart crooned. Your courage is a candle in a hurricane. Your friends will forget you. Your quest will fade. All is dust. But Lila stepped forward. You're wrong, she said. You're what happens when people stop telling stories. But stories don't end, they change. She opened the locket. Light erupted, not a weapon, but a cascade of colors that painted the ground in rainbows. The hollow heart screeched, its form unraveling. Impossible, no light survives here. This isn't just light, Lila said, as Kale and Tobin pressed close, their shoulders warm against hers. It's a story, and stories are stronger than shadows. The gate of unfinished rainbows awaited them at the peak, an arch of crumbling stone veined with faint color. Lila placed the open locket at its base. Light spiraled upward, repairing the fractures, until the gate glowed like a fragment of the aurora. Far below, valleys bloomed with renewed color. The weaver's cottage emitted a laugh like wind through wind chimes. You did it, Kale said, grinning. We did, Lila corrected. Tobin cleared his throat. If we're quite finished being heroic, I've composed an epic ballad about our exploits. It starts, ode to a fox of unparalleled bravery and his tolerable companions. They descended the mountain together, the gate's light warming their backs. Kale chose to stay with the weaver, learning to weave clouds into sails for ships. Tobin, after much dramatic sighing, admitted he'd grown fond of a certain human's crumb-filled pockets. And Lila. She returned home, her locket now quiet but still warm. That night, as her grandmother tucked her in, the old woman smiled at the new treasures in Lila's pockets. A fox's whisker, a scale that smelled of the sea, and a thread of rainbow no longer than a finger. Sleep, little wanderer, her grandmother murmured. The best stories are the ones we live with open eyes. Outside, the forest sighed contentedly, its whispers weaving into a lullaby of rustling leaves and distant, laughter-like streams. Somewhere a gate glowed softly, and the world felt just a little lighter. Story 20. The Whispering Locket and the Starlit Path. Beneath the crescent moon that hung like a silver cradle over the village of Wildermere, there lived a quiet girl named Amara, with eyes the color of storm-soaked earth, and a heart that listened to things others could not hear. Her cottage sat at the edge of the whispering woods, where pine needles carpeted the ground in cinnamon-scented layers, and brooks sang lullabies as they tumbled over smooth stones. Each evening, as fireflies painted the dusk with gold, Amara would kneel by her windowsill and press her palm to the glass, feeling the faint pulse of something ancient humming through the trees. One chill autumn night, when the wind carried the crisp promise of frost, a peculiar sound drew Amara from her bed, a melody woven not of notes, but of half-remembered dreams. She followed it through the woods, her woolen cloak snagging on brambles, until she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in starlight. At its center stood a gnarled oak, its trunk split open to reveal a small iron locket nestled in a bed of luminous moss. The moment Amara touched it, the world seemed to inhale sharply. The locket sprang open, releasing a swirl of opal light that shaped itself into a map of constellations, each star connected by threads of shimmering dust. "It's a sky road," breathed a voice behind her. Amara turned to find a fox with fur like melted copper and eyes like twin harvest moons. He limped forward, one paw cradled close to his chest. "My name is Taran," he said, bowing his head. "And you've just found the key to Sylvan Hollow. the realm where forgotten stories go to live. // The locket, Taran explained, had been lost for centuries. Its magic allowed the bearer to walk the starlit path, a ribbon of light that connected every realm, seen and unseen. But Sylvan Hollow was fading. Its stories were disappearing as fewer humans believed in them, causing the stars in its sky to dim. Without the locket's power to reignite them, the hollow would vanish, and with it, all the wisdom and wonder it safeguarded. Amara traced the constellations on the map, her fingertips tingling. How do we save it? We follow the path, Taran said, nodding to the glowing threads. But the journey isn't simple. The hollow tests travelers. It makes them face the very things their hearts fear most. The first trial revealed itself at dawn. As they stepped onto the starlit path, the world dissolved into a sea of mist. Shadows coiled around Amara's ankles, whispering of her deepest dread, loneliness. She saw visions of herself growing older in Wildermere, the villagers never understanding her love for the woods, the whispers of odd, quiet Amara following her like ghosts. Tears blurred her eyes until Taran nudged her hand with his muzzle. Look down, he murmured. Beneath their feet, the path had thickened where Amara's tears had fallen, the stardust blooming into moonflowers that glowed with soft resilience. The path isn't just a road, Taran said. It's a mirror. Your sorrow waters it, your courage steers it. Amara wiped her cheeks. Together they pressed onward. / Days melted into nights as they traversed valleys where rivers flowed upward into kaleidoscopic skies and crossed bridges spun from spider silk and sonnets. They met a library tended by moth-winged librarians who spoke in riddles, and a valley where trees grew in spirals, their leaves whispering secrets in exchange for stories of kindness. With each challenge, the locket grew warmer against Amara's chest, its light stitching the fraying edges of the hollow sky. But the final trial awaited in the Chamber of Echoes, a cavern where every step echoed a memory. Here the hollow demanded truth. Amara had to confess a secret she'd buried even from herself. She stood before a pool of liquid starlight, her reflection rippling. I'm afraid of being invisible, she whispered. Not unseen but unnoticed, like the stories here, precious but forgotten. The pool stilled. From its depths rose a figure made of light, its features shifting like a half-remembered face. And what will you do, it asked, to make sure others are seen? Amara thought of Taran, who'd trusted her despite humans, having once trapped his paw in iron. Of the villagers who'd dismissed her as a dreamer, yet whose children loved the wildflower crowns she wove. I'll listen, she said firmly, to the stories no one else hears, and I'll help them find their way home. The figure smiled. Behind them, the cavern erupted in a symphony of colors as the last star blazed back to life. / When Amara returned to Wildermere, the locket now empty of its map, she found Taran waiting by her garden gate. The hollow was saved, but the path had changed them both. Taran's paw had healed, and Amara's once quiet voice now carried the gentle authority of someone who'd conversed with storms. She began leaving baskets of honey cakes and mended toys at villagers' doors, each with a note about the fox who loved chamomile tea or the old oak that hummed lullabies if you pressed your ear to its bark. Slowly, the villagers started lingering at the edge of the Whispering Woods, then venturing deeper, until one evening the whole town gathered under the stars to hear Amara tell the tale of Sylvan Hollow. And high above, unnoticed by all but two friends, the constellations twinkled a little brighter, a reminder that the most powerful magic begins with a single whispered truth. / Years later, when a shy boy with a talent for hearing ants' conversations knocked on Amara's door, she pressed the iron locket into his palms and smiled. Listen closely, she said. And don't fear the shadows, they're just stories waiting for light. Outside, a copper-furred fox perked his ears, ready to guide another heart home. Story 21. Beneath a quilt of autumn leaves that rustled like parchment secrets, the forest of eldermoss breathed in twilight's lavender haze. Here, where tree roots cradled rivers of starlight and mushrooms hummed lullabies in the dew-damp dark, there lived a young fox named Sorrel whose paws left constellations of frost wherever he wandered. His fur was the color of cinnamon steeped in moonlight, and his eyes held the restless curiosity of a brook determined to outrun winter's stillness. One crisp evening, as Sorrel nosed through a thicket of blackberry brambles, he discovered a door. Not the sort carved by human hands, but a doorway woven from willow tendrils and spider silk, its arch crowned with ivy that shivered like a harp's last note. Through it wafted the scent of forgotten springs, damp soil and unfurling fern fronds, a perfume so potent it made his whiskers tremble. Without quite meaning to, he pushed through the green veil and stumbled into the grove of echoing seasons. The grove was a living mosaic. To the north, winter's silver breath frosted branches into glass sculptures. To the south, summer's golden laughter set fireflies waltzing above clover. Eastward, autumn's amber fingers strummed maple leaves into crimson song, while westward, spring's shy tears dripped from cherry blossoms onto a pool as clear as a raven's eye. At the center stood an ancient turtle, whose shell bore patterns like storm clouds and sunbeams intertwined. Her name was Thistledown, guardian of roots, and when she spoke, her voice was the sound of rivers rearranging stones. "You've come to mend what's fraying," she said, not as a question but as a truth pulled from the earth itself. Sorrel's tail flicked in confusion. "I only wanted to see where the starlings go when it rains." Thistledown's chuckle stirred the pollen-laden air. "And so you shall, but first you must listen to what the wind isn't saying." She nodded toward the western spring quarter, where the cherry blossoms were shedding petals too soon, their pink edges curling brown. The seasons have forgotten how to whisper. They shout over one another now, frost clashing with bloom, harvest drowning in unseasonal floods. Even the stones grow weary of their quarrels. As if summoned by her words, the ground quivered. Summer's quadrant erupted in a geyser of steam that smelled of burnt sugar, while winter's frost crept hungrily into autumn's domain, crystallizing a family of hedgehogs mid-nap beneath a hazel tree. Their spines glinted like chandeliers, their tiny faces frozen in surprise. "Oh." Sorrel darted forward, breath puffing in frantic clouds. "We must help them." "Heat alone won't free them," warned Thistledown. "You'll need summer's fervor and winter's patience in equal measure. Seek the fireflies, but ask nicely. They're terrible gossips and will demand a joke in exchange for their light." And so Sorrel raced into summer's swelter, where grasshoppers played fiddles with legs like clockwork and peaches, ripened instantaneously, only to explode into sticky mist. The fireflies, when he found them swirling above a meadow, were indeed haughty creatures, their abdomens pulsing like tiny crowns. "A joke," buzzed their leader, a beetle-sized luminary with wings like stained glass. "Make it about dew, or we shan't budge." Sorrel's nose twitched. Why did the droplet refuse to join the river? Why? It had too many current engagements. The fireflies dimmed for 3 full seconds, then erupted in giggles bright enough to shame the noonday sun. "Take our light, little comedian," they chorused, and a dozen orbs settled into his fur like embers caught in a draught. Back at the frozen hedgehogs, Sorrel pressed his glowing paws against the ice. Thistledown murmured guidance. Warmth must be a conversation, not a demand. Let winter speak first. He exhaled slowly, imagining not a blaze, but a hearth's gentle persuasion. The ice wept into rivulets that nourished the soil below, and the hedgehogs shook themselves free with indignant snorts, immediately trundling off to lecture a startled oak about proper hibernation etiquette. "Well negotiated," said Thistledown. But this is merely a symptom. The true ailment lies deeper. She inclined her head toward the pool, whose waters now reflected not the sky but a tangled knot of glowing threads, some vibrant as new buds, others frayed and sickly gray. The threads of sympathy, they connect every creature, every root and rainfall. When they weaken, seasons rebel. A rasping voice croaked from above. Told you moss was better than threads. An elderly owl peered down from a birch branch, her feathers molting into patterns resembling lichen. Moss doesn't tangle, moss just is. Hush, Bryony, Thistledown chided, though her eyes crinkled with fondness. Your turn to teach, isn't it? The owl grumbled but fluttered down to land on Sorrel's back, her talons lighter than dandelion fluff. Listen, Kit, the threads aren't ropes to yank, they're bridges. You don't build M, you become M. Watch. She coughed up a pellet that dissolved midair into 1,000 glimmering specks. Where they landed, connections flared, a mycelium network cradling acorns, earthworms aerating soil that fed wild roses, deer dispersing seeds in their sleepy wanderings. But how do we fix the broken ones? Sorrel asked, watching a gray thread snap as autumn leaves smothered spring's seedlings. Bryony preened a loose feather back into place. By remembering what's underneath, seasons quarrel when they forget they're dancing to the same music. The solution, when it came, arrived on the wings of a moth drunk on moonlight. Thistledown showed Sorrel how to gather 4 essences, a teardrop from spring's melancholy cloud, a sigh from summer's most indolent breeze, a crumble of autumn's first fallen leaf, and winter's stolen silence trapped inside a frozen acorn. Mixed in the reflection of the pool at twilight, they formed a salve that smelled of every birthday morning and whispered apology. Applying it required help. The hedgehogs, still miffed but pragmatic, dug up root systems to steady the trembling earth. Fireflies illuminated fractured threads. Bryony rallied bats to fan the salves sent across the grove, while a family of voles hummed harmonies to keep the wind from scattering their efforts. And Sorrel, with his bridge-building heart, climbed onto Thistledown's broad shell to reach the highest thread, a gossamer strand connecting the grove's core to the distant mountain of first dawn, where all seasons were born. As the salve touched the thread, the world inhaled. Winter's advance paused mid-step. Summer's tantrum dissolved into a breeze carrying the promise of rain. The cherry blossoms sighed, releasing their dead petals to mulch the earth, and new buds swelled with the quiet pride of work done well. It's not a cure, Thistledown said as threads pulsed healthier hues. Seasons will always debate, but now they'll remember to take turns speaking. By the time the moon silvered the grove, the creatures had gathered around a feast of roasted chestnuts, donated by a grateful squirrel, and blackberry cordial courtesy of tipsy honeybees. Sorrel lay curled against Thistledown's mossy shell, listening to Bryony argue with a snowshoe hare about whether clouds were better listeners than ponds. Will it last? He murmured. The turtle's answer vibrated through him like a subterranean stream. As long as someone tends the threads, as long as we notice when the wind holds its breath too long or the frost lingers out of spite, it's a story without an ending, little bridge builder, only caretaking. As drowsiness tugged at his eyelids, Sorrel made a silent promise to visit the maple trees that always dropped their leaves in perfect spirals, and to check on the hedgehog's new den, lined with thistledown, he hoped. The last thing he felt was Bryony tucking a moth-eaten blanket over him with her beak, grumbling about foolish foxes catching chills, and the last thing he heard was the grove sighing in contentment, a chorus of rustling leaves, trickling streams and seasons finally speaking in respectful whispers. When dawn came, pale as a pearl, the willow doorway led him home. But the threads hummed in his blood now, a gentle reminder that some doors, once opened, never truly close. And in the nights that followed, villagers spoke of a curious fox who seemed to know exactly where the rain would pause for tea, or where the first snowflake would choose to land. But that, as they say, is a story for another twilight. Story 22. The old apothecary shop at the edge of Mossberry Hollow had always smelled of cinnamon sticks and forgotten promises. Its cobweb-draped shelves held jars of crystallized moonlight and bottles labeled Summer Breezes, circa 1223, but it was the plain wooden box beneath the cash register that called to the young girl with fern-green eyes. Tansy had been sweeping starflower petals from the floorboards when the faint hum began a sound like bees dancing in a honeycomb, felt more in the ribs than heard with ears. The box contained a teapot. Not the silver and crystal sort from noblemen's pantries, but a humble clay vessel the color of storm clouds, its surface etched with grooves that swirled like fingerprints. When Tansy's thumb brushed the handle, the pot filled itself with steaming liquid that smelled of her grandmother's lavender sachets and the first rain after a long drought. The steam coalesced into shapes above the spout there, in the dusty sunlight, danced the memory of Mrs. Threadgood teaching her daughter to braid rye bread, clear as yesterday though the baker had passed winters ago. That evening, as fireflies blinked their Morse code against the twilight, the teapot showed Tansy her own face in the steam. Not her reflection, but her as she might be older, eyes wiser but still bright, standing at a crossroads where 7 paths spiraled like a nautilus shell. When she reached to touch the vision, the steam curled around her wrist like an affectionate cat and deposited a single maple key in her palm. Its wings bore tiny markings that matched the teapot's grooves. The journey began at the Wandering Root Café, where a badger in a patched waistcoat served dandelion root brew. "Ah, the Nemesis Carol," he clucked, adjusting his pince-nez. "Collects memories that fall through life's cracks, it does, but see here." His claw tapped the maple key, now hanging from Tansy's neck. "This isn't mere syrupwood, it's a compass for the heart's hidden chambers." Professor Bramble, for so he introduced himself, became the first companion. He packed a carpet-bag with star charts drawn on birch bark and smelling salts made from crushed comet tails. The second helper arrived as they crossed Galloway Bridge, a will-o'-the-wisp named Ember who'd forgotten how to glow properly and now flickered like a guttering candle. "Tea the memory mist helps," Ember stuttered, their light brightening after sipping tea that tasted of campfire stories. "Be but the kettle's weakening, too many stories you unremembered." Tansy learned to raid the teapot's steam like a language. Foggy spirals meant sorrows left untended. Feathery wisps signaled joys too fragile to hold. One frost-kissed morning, the steam formed perfect snowflakes that melted into a vision of the village clock tower, its gears clogged with ash-colored moss, hands frozen at 3 minutes to midnight. "The Heartwood clock," Bramble murmured, ears drooping. "Its ticks measure Mossberry's connection to the old magic. No wonder the kettle weakens if the clock stops completely." Ember shivered, their light dimming to burnt umber. "The forgetting will come, like thick fog that drowns stories." The challenge became clear as they stood in the clock tower's shadow. The great oak gears weren't truly clogged with moss, but with clinging darkness shaped like hands, hundreds of them, grasping and pulling. Bramble's almanac spoke of shadow ivy that grew from unspoken regrets, while Ember recognized the bitter tang of loneliness in the air. Force would only feed it, Tansy realized, watching her breath make ghosts in the cold air. She remembered the kettle's steam how Mrs. Threadgood's bread-braiding memory had made the whole cafe smell of fresh rye. How Ember's light strengthened when sharing tales of guiding lost travelers. They brewed tea in the shadowed clock tower. Not just any tea, but a blend of all they'd gathered: clover from the meadow where children made daisy chains, bark from the maple that shaded old Mister. Gleason's poetry readings, snowmelt from the hill where villagers first saw spring's return. As the Nemesis kettle sang its low, warm note, Tansy poured cups for the grasping shadows. One by one, the dark hands stilled. The tea steam showed them memories they'd forgotten: a baker's kind word to a struggling apprentice, a fisherman mending nets with his laughing grandson, a lonely weaver gifted a basket of wild strawberries. The shadows uncurled into smoke that smelled of rain-washed streets, their darkness dissolving into the steam's luminous glow. When the great clock's gears began turning again, its chimes shook loose stardust from the rafters. Mossberry Hollow awoke to the smell of melting snow and apple blossoms, though it was neither winter nor spring. Villagers found themselves knocking on neighbors' doors with half-remembered casseroles and unfinished conversations. The Wandering Root Cafe overflowed with patrons swapping stories they didn't know they'd kept. As for the Nemesine kettle, it rests now in the apothecary window, steam perpetually curling into shapes that make passers-by smile for reasons they can't quite name. Tansy still tends shop, though customers often find her sipping tea with a certain badger professor and a will-o'-the-wisp who now glows like captured sunrise. On quiet evenings when the fireflies return, you might spy them at Galloway Bridge 3 figures, watching the kettle's steam dance above the water. There in the mist, memories and possibilities twine together, a young mother saving her daughter's first lost tooth in a matchbox, an old sailor teaching star navigation to wide-eyed listeners, 100 small kindnesses waiting to be steeped into something warm. And if you ever find yourself holding a maple key with peculiar grooves, worry not. Simply place it in your pocket, breathe deep the scent of approaching rain, and listen. Somewhere a clay teapot hums a lullaby of lavender and belonging, its steam writing invisible stories on your heart. Story 23. In the velvet hush of twilight, where the last amber rays of sun threaded through ancient pines, a young hedgehog named Thistle paused beneath a frosted cobweb. Her quills trembled not from the chill, but from the peculiar silence hanging over Mossgrove Hollow. The air should have hummed with the eve song of crickets and the rustle of dormice preparing their acorn larders. Instead, an unnatural stillness clung to the birch trees like spider silk, their silver bark gleaming too brightly in the fading light. Thistle's nose twitched as she detected the first wrongness, a faint metallic tang beneath the usual bouquet of damp soil and pine resin. Following the scent trail, her small paws carried her past the hollow's edge, where fireflies normally painted gold spirals in the dusk. Tonight their lanterns remained dark, their delicate bodies huddled motionless under fern fronds. It was then she saw them, clusters of frostfire blooms along the foxglove path, their crystalline petals drooping and dim. These magical flowers, whose bioluminescent stamens thawed the first spring streams and whose roots anchored the boundary between winter's slumber and spring's awakening, were fading 3 moons before their scheduled withering. Elder Bramble must know, Thistle murmured, her breath forming a silver cloud that hung suspended in the air longer than nature intended. She turned toward the wisdom oak, its gnarled branches cradling a nest woven from moonbeam threads and last autumn's memories. The old owl was waiting, his feather-tufted ears twitching at her approach. The frost shrivels while the sap still sleeps, he intoned, amber eyes reflecting constellations not yet visible through the clouded sky. Come closer, little warden, the tale you nade is older than these roots. As Thistle settled into the oak's mossy embrace, Elder Bramble unfurled a wing toward the northern ridge where the aurora veil shimmered, a ribbon of magical light that danced between earth and stars. When the world was young and the seasons newborn, he began, the windweavers spun threads of harmony from 4 sacred elements, emberash of summer rains, leaf-song of autumn whispers, frostfire of winter's breath, and seed-spark of spring's first blush. These they entrusted to 4 guardians, not the mightiest creatures, but those who listened closest to the earth's heartbeat. A shiver ran through Thistle's spine as the owl's words seemed to ripple the air itself. The frostfire's guardian has faltered, she realized aloud, watching a dying bloom shed petals that crystallized mid-fall, shattering against a stone. Not faltered, corrected Elder Bramble gently, but grown isolated. Look. His talon traced a pattern in the loam, a circle divided into 4 arcs, one shimmering faintly with hoarfrost. The guardians must renew their pact beneath each equinox moon, blending their essences to sustain the balance. The northern lights dim because their dance grows solitary. The revelation settled over Thistle like snowfall, quiet, immense. How do we remind them to come together? By carrying what remains of the frost fire to where the seed spark slumbers, said the owl, plucking a single fading bloom with his beak. But the journey requires gifts beyond any one creature. Seek the river's memory, the maple's patience, and the stone's resilience. Dawn found Thistle at the banks of the Silver Thread River, where mist coiled like phantom otters above the water. Here dwelled Ripple, a brook trout whose scales held the river's entire history in their iridescent patterns. Normally shy, she surfaced immediately, her fins fluttering anxiously. The current song changed last moon, Ripple bubbled, her voice the sound of pebbles tumbling in a shallow stream. It whispers of ice lingering too long in high crevices, of maple buds bursting too soon. Take this. She nudged forward a smooth black stone veined with gold. The heart of the oldest waterfall, it remembers when frost and flood were partners, not rivals. As Thistle secured the stone in her woven grass pouch, a shower of winged seeds spiraled down from a grandmother maple. My roots feel the imbalance deep below, rustled the tree, her bark creaking like a rocking chair. Take these samaras to the high meadows, where they spin without landing, dig. There you'll find the ember ash preserved from kinder summers. For 3 days and nights Thistle journeyed, climbing lichen-crusted boulders where mountain hares shared their stashes of dried berries, traversing meltwater tunnels where glowworms etched maps on damp walls, and finally reaching the high meadows where the northern wind carried the scent of impending snow. Following the maple's advice, she watched the winged seeds dance in air currents until one hovered persistently over a patch of saxifrage. Her paws ached from digging through frozen soil, but at last they struck something warm, a clay urn sealed with beeswax, its surface painted with forgotten constellations. Inside glowed ember ash, glowing coals that radiated not heat but the essence of midsummer's vitality, the drowsy hum of bumblebees, the chlorophyll green scent of sun-warmed leaves, the sticky sweetness of ripe blackberries. The storm struck as Thistle began her descent. Not a normal winter squall, but a maelstrom of contradictions, sleet that burned like salt tears, winds that alternated between boreal gusts and unseasonably warm zephyrs. Clutching her treasures, the hedgehog took shelter in a badger's abandoned set, whispering the ember ash's summer lullabies to keep frostbite at bay. It was there the shadow found her. No creature of flesh and blood, but a swirling void where the air itself seemed to unravel, a manifestation of the guardian's discord. Thistle's heart thundered as it seeped through the cracks, extinguishing the ember ash's glow. Yet as the darkness neared her grass pouch, the waterfall stone pulsed gold, Ripple's voice echoing from its depths. Remember the river's truth, what flows apart eventually converges. Summoning courage she didn't know she possessed, Thistle rolled the stone toward the shadow. Where gold met void, the darkness recoiled, hissing like steam on a griddle. Seizing the moment, she tossed a pinch of ember ash into the air. Summer's essence bloomed, a phantom sunflower unfurling in the icy gloom. The shadow writhed, its edges fraying. And then it was gone, leaving behind the faint smell of thawing earth. Beneath the waxing equinox moon, Thistle reached the Frostfire Hollow's heart, a circular clearing where 4 ancient stones stood, their surfaces carved with weathered runes. In the center lay a depression filled with ash from countless celestial pact ceremonies. One by one she placed her gathered elements, the dying frostfire bloom atop the northern stone, the ember ash urn at the southern, the maple samaras at the eastern, and the waterfall stone at the western. Then, recalling Elder Bramble's stories, she began the ritual of whispers, not with magic incantations, but with truths. Winter needs summer's dreams to melt into spring, she told the frostfire bloom, breathing onto its petals. To them Burash, fire requires frost stillness to appreciate its warmth. The Samaras, she instructed, roots grow deepest when winds try to sway them, and finally to the stone, even mountains began as specks of dust carried in rivers. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then the Burash urn began to pulse like a heartbeat. The frost fire bloom levitated, spinning until its petals became a miniature aurora. Maple samaras took flight, weaving a lattice of shadows that caught the aurora's light, while the waterfall stone emitted a deep, resonant hum. From the four directions came luminous figures, the seasoned guardians, their true forms too vast for mortal eyes, but their presence tender as a first snowflake. Where their energies met above the standing stones, a new frost fire bloom crystallized into being, its light fractal and impossibly radiant. As the ritual reached crescendo, Thistle felt the world inhale, then exhale in a sigh that rustled every leaf from Mossgrove Hollow to the distant cedar forests. The frostfire bloom descended into her paws, cool and warm simultaneously, its restored stamen flickering with balanced hues of ice blue and dawn pink. By morning, the forest thrummed with realigned magic. Thistle watched from the wisdom oak as Dormus bustled through reinvigorated frostbloom shrubs, their cheeks stuffed with seeds that glinted like tiny opals. Across the Silver Thread River, the season's first true snowfall began, thick, feathery flakes that melted upon contact into nourishing spring dew. "You've done what even we ancients feared impossible," Elder Bramble acknowledged, though his eyes twinkled as if he'd expected nothing less. "Remember this, little warden, harmony isn't a spell to cast, but a conversation to tend, a daily choosing to listen, to share, to blend strengths." As Thistle trundled homeward, she noticed new shoots already emerging where the frostfire petals had fallen, tendrils of ivy that climbed trees in spiral staircases, night-blooming jasmine that perfumed the air with vanilla and starlight. High above, the aurora veil shimmered in a dance of reunited hues, its light reflecting in 1,000 dewdrop mirrors across the forest floor. And when she curled at last into her nest of thistledown and lavender, the hedgehog smiled at a single frostfire bloom placed gently by her doorway, a nightlight woven from winter's quiet courage and summer's enduring hope, proof that even the smallest guardian could mend the world's unraveling seams. Story 24. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young gardener named Lila, whose hands could coax blossoms from stubborn soil. Her cottage stood at the edge of Wildermere, a village where chimney smoke curled into the sky like question marks, and the river sang lullabies over smooth stones. Yet for all her skill with roots and petals, Lila trembled before the one force she couldn't coax or prune, the relentless turning of seasons. When autumn painted the maples crimson and gold, she'd bundle her scarves tight as armor, dreading the frost-kissed mornings that would steal her vibrant world away. That year, the wind brought more than falling leaves. A peculiar restlessness hummed in Lila's bones, and the pumpkins on her windowsill ripened overnight into lanterns glowing with inner light. One twilight, as she buried tulip bulbs like tiny promises against the coming cold, the earth shuddered. From the upturned soil rose a seed pod unlike any she'd seen, translucent as dragonfly wings, pulsing with a melody only her heart seemed to hear. "Plant me where shadows gather," whispered the pod when she cradled it to her ear, its voice a blend of brook water and distant thunder. Lila hesitated, for the instruction led her to the hollows, a place where trees grew gnarled and whispery, and even sunlight seemed to tread lightly. Yet something in the seed's song mirrored the ache she'd carried since summer's end, a longing to understand why endings must always pinch like too tight shoes. Her journey began at dawn, mist clinging to her woolen cloak like phantom fingers. In the hollows, shadows pooled beneath the trees like spilled ink. As Lila knelt to plant the seed, the ground sighed, releasing a fragrance of forgotten summers and unborn springs. The moment the pod met soil, a shiver raced through the woods. Trees straightened their bent spines, brittle leaves flushed emerald again. And there, where darkness had been thickest, a sapling shot upward, its bark silver as moonlight and branches heavy with buds that resembled tiny, clasped hands. "Well now," murmured a voice like creaking timber. An ancient tortoise emerged, moss patterning his shell in constellations. "Took you long enough, little dawn waker." His name was Thorn, keeper of borderlands between seasons. He explained the sapling was a silver thorn, a bridge between what grows and what sleeps. "But mind this," he warned, tapping a claw on the trembling earth, "its roots drink from your courage. Neglect its song, and the hollows will forget the sun forever." Days unfolded like origami birds. Each morning, Lila trekked to the silver thorn, humming the lullabies her mother once wove into her braids. The buds unfurled into flowers holding liquid starlight in their petals, and where their nectar dripped, violets bloomed in snowdrift patterns. Yet as the tree grew, so did its hunger. It thirsted for stories of resilience, the oak that split stones to reach light, the dandelion thriving in cobblestone cracks, and Lila's voice grew hoarse from recounting them. Winter arrived early, howling down from the peaks. Ice jeweled the silverthorn's branches, and the flowers dimmed. Lila faltered. What if her tales weren't enough? That night, as she huddled by her hearth, a knock came. Outside stood 3 children from the village, mittens frayed but eyes bright. "Our apples stored your summer sunshine," said the tallest, offering a basket. "For your tree," added the smallest, placing a jar of honey swirling with chamomile pollen. The 3rd child simply hugged Lila, their mittened hands warm as rising bread dough. Together, they braved the blizzard. The hollows groaned under ice, but the silverthorn stood defiant, its trunk humming when the children pressed their gifts to its roots. Honey melted into the soil, apple slices decayed into constellations of nutrients. The tree blazed suddenly, incandescent, and from its highest branch burst a blossom that spun slowly to earth. Where it landed, the snow retreated, revealing a circle of grass studded with crocuses. "Change isn't a thief," Thorn observed, watching the children chase snowflakes transformed into butterflies. "It's the soil where we plant new versions of ourselves." Lila touched a silverthorn leaf, realizing her hands no longer trembled. She'd been so afraid of losing autumn's beauty, she'd nearly missed the frost-etching poems on her window panes, the way her breath painted ghosts in the air, each a fleeting masterpiece. When spring finally came, gentle as a fawn's first steps, the silverthorn bore fruit, crystalline pomegranates holding seeds that shimmered like captured dawn. Lila gifted them to the villagers, and where planted, they grew into trees whose leaves whispered encouragement during storms. The hollows, once a place of shivers, became where mothers brought children to learn that endings cradle beginnings like acorns in an oak's palm. Years later, travelers would ask why Willowmere's gardens flourished in all seasons. Elders smiled, nodding to the grove of silverthorns whose roots ran deeper than rivers. "Ah," they'd say, stirring mugs of lavender cider, "that's Lila's legacy. She taught us that growth isn't about clinging or letting go, it's learning to dance with the rhythm of your own becoming." And if you listen closely on still evenings, when stars press close as freckles on the night's cheek, you might hear the trees humming the lullaby of a gardener who found springtime in her winter heart. Story 25. In the velvet shadows of the Whispering Woods, where moonlight dripped like liquid silver through ancient canopies, there existed a glade known only to those who understood the language of root and rain. Here lived Fern, a young hedgehog whose quills shimmered with dewdrops even on the driest mornings, and her dearest companion Bramble, a firefly whose lantern glowed with the warm gold of forgotten sunsets. Their days were measured not by clocks, but by the dance of light through the emerald cathedral of leaves overhead, their nights spent listening to the symphony of creaking oaks and chuckling brooks. One crisp autumn tide, when the air smelled of cinnamon bark and wood smoke, the forest's rhythm faltered. Fern noticed it first as she nibbled elderberries by Mossback Ridge. The stream's song had developed a wheeze, its waters moving thick as maple syrup. Bramble's light flickered uneasily as they discovered maple leaves uncurling backwards at dawn, spiderwebs glistening with unnatural frost despite the lingering warmth. Even Old Mother Weeth, the venerable tortoise whose shell bore maps of forgotten migrations, emerged from her century-long nap with a troubled rumble in her throat. "The season threads are fraying," she intoned, her voice like stones rolling in a deep river. "The loom must be mended before the equinox moon wanes." Thus began their pilgrimage to the Heart Hollow, guided by the faint pulse of earth magic that thrummed beneath Fern's paws. Through valleys where willows wept amber tears into mirrored pools, across meadows where ghost moths carried whispers between foxglove towers, they journeyed. The forest grew stranger as they ventured deeper. Rain fell upward to collect in shimmering clouds beneath mushroom caps, and shadows detached themselves to brush curious fingers against Bramble's glow. On the third twilight they encountered Rowan, a red squirrel whose tail flickered between autumn russet and spring's tender green. "You seek the weavers," she chittered, nibbling a hazelnut that glowed like a tiny star. "Follow the breath of sleeping stones, where the wind makes harpstrings of silver birch." The Heart Hollow revealed itself at dawn's first blush, a cathedral of intertwined hawthorns, where air itself seemed to crystallize into visible music. 4 ancient creatures awaited them: Lady Frostpelt the snow hare, whose fur shifted with Aurora's dance, and Berthroat the thrush, feathers smoldering with captured sunlight, Mudbelly the toad, his warty skin blooming with lichen constellations, and Zephyrine the lynx, whose cloud pelts swirled with storm patterns. Together they formed the living loom, paws and claws and wings moving in precise ritual around a stone basin where liquid starlight pooled. "Long has the forest spun its seasons through this sacred dance," rumbled Mudbelly, a lillipad tilting like a crown over one eye. "But the old ways falter when memory fades." Fern watched in awe as Berthroat plucked a strand of morning mist, which solidified into golden thread under his beak, while Zephyrine's claws combed through moonbeams to spin silken frost fibers. Yet gaps appeared in the tapestry, entire sections dissolving like cobwebs in rain, the harmonious colors clashing into muddy discord. Bramble's light dimmed as understanding dawned. "The forest forgets how to weave itself," the firefly murmured, landing gently between Fern's quills. "Too many creatures now know only summer's ease or winter's sleep, none remembering the transitions." Fern recalled stories from her grandmother's time, how badgers once taught saplings to bend with autumn winds, how otters smoothed ice from frozen streams with their warm breath. The knowledge knots that bound each season to the next were unraveling. Under Lady Frostpelt's guidance, the companions began the delicate work of reweaving. Fern's nimble paws patched gaps with threads spun from remembered stories, the crisp scent of first frost on walnut shells, the exact shade of cherry blossoms reflected in rain barrels. Bramble contributed luminous strands forged from firefly choruses and the velvety hush between owl calls. Creatures emerged from the deepening twilight to add their wisdom, a family of voles braiding ribbons of rich loam scent into the weave, a parliament of young owls hooting constellations into being, even a shaggy bear adding deep hums that vibrated like roots stretching through dark earth. As the last thread snapped into place with a sound like icicles kissing sunlight, the forest exhaled. Fern felt it first in her paws, the satisfying crunch of properly frozen puddles beneath them, then in her nose as the air shifted seamlessly from wood smoke to snowflakes to the tender green scent of sap rising. Bramble's light blazed triumphant as maple keys helicoptered down in perfect spirals, frost etching its patterns only where shadows naturally lingered. Old Mother Weeth nodded approval, her shell now gleaming with fresh sigils. "Balance isn't stillness," she murmured, watching a mayfly hatch dance across the renewed stream. "It's the graceful fall between notes in the endless song." Through the long winter that followed, properly cold, with just enough thaw days for icicle concerts, Fern noticed changes. Young foxes practiced guiding frost away from chickadee nests, spiders consulted with raindrops on web engineering, and even the boisterous crow clan took turns minding the wind currents. When spring arrived punctual as a warbler's return, and twice as bright the Heart Hollow's loom hummed with effortless magic, tended in rotation by all forest dwellers. Fern often returned to watch the dance, her quills now frosted with wisdom, while Bramble's light reflected in 1,000 firefly pupils learning the old rhythms. Together they whispered stories to the saplings, ensuring the knowledge grew deep as taproots, ready to weather whatever seasons might come. Story 26. In the velvet hush of twilight, when fireflies donned their golden lanterns and the first stars blinked awake, the villagers of Moss Grove began noticing peculiar changes. Milk pitchers left on windowsills filled with lavender honey overnight. Clotheslines of linen shifts became garlands of moonflowers by dawn. And most puzzling of all, the cobblestone path leading to the old windmill had started rearranging itself each evening, forming strange symbols that glittered with dew until sunrise. 10-year-old Mira first discovered the mystery while chasing her runaway knitting basket, a plump thing woven from river reeds that ordinarily sat docile by the hearth. When it bounced past the herb garden with unusual spring, she followed its wicker curves past the chattering brook, through a thicket of silver birch trees whispering secrets in the breeze, until she stumbled upon the 7th rearranged cobblestone pattern, a spiraling star with each point ending in a perfect circle. Mrs. Bramble. Mira called, knocking on the arched oak door of the village wise woman. The scent of chamomile and burnt sugar curled from the chimney. The stones made another picture, and Mrs. Nettle's copper kettle grew wings this morning. The door creaked open, revealing a cozy room where dried herbs hung like chandeliers, and a plump ginger cat kneaded biscuits on a quilted chair. Mrs. Bramble emerged, her apron pocket spilling cinnamon sticks and her cloud of white hair defying gravity. "Come in, little sparrow," she said, eyes twinkling like blackberries dipped in frost. "Let's consult the Whispering Atlas." As they paged through the enormous leather-bound book that hummed when touched, Mira noticed something outside the bubbled glass window, a small shadow darting behind the rain barrel, accompanied by a sound like jingling icicles. Mrs. Bramble pretended not to notice, tracing a gnarled finger across a map of the forest. "These patterns," she murmured, "they match the old constellations from the time of gathering. See here, the Stone Mother's crown points to." Thump. A clay jar of star anise toppled in the pantry. The ginger cat's tail twitched. "Perhaps," Mrs. Bramble said loudly, "someone should investigate the abandoned observatory on Hearthfire Hill. I've just baked honey nut biscuits for the journey." Mira's eyes widened. She'd never been allowed beyond the singing willow grove. But as she bit into the still warm biscuit, crisp outside, chewy inside with a hint of lemon balm, a curious courage bubbled within her. The next morning Mira packed a satchel with a moth-wing cloak for unexpected drizzles, a jar of glowing firefly syrup for light, and a compass that pointed toward whatever you desired most currently set to adventure. At the forest's edge she encountered the first clue, a trail of tiny silver footprints glowing faintly on mossy stones. They led uphill, where the trees grew taller and the air tasted of pine needles and forgotten stories. Halfway up Hearthfire Hill, the footprints vanished. Mira consulted her compass, which spun wildly before pointing to a rock. Not just any rock, a jagged boulder veined with luminous quartz, behind which came a faint chittering noise. "Hello," Mira called softly. A twig snapped. From behind the boulder emerged a creature no taller than her knee, with velvety gray fur, ears like fern fronds, and a tail that shimmered as if dipped in stardust. It clutched a miniature shovel made from an acorn cap and toothpick, eyes wide as twin full moons. "Are you the one moving our stones?" Mira asked, kneeling. The creature froze. Then it sneezed a tiny spark and vanished in a puff of dandelion fluff. Wait. Mira reached into her satchel. I brought biscuits. A whiskered nose reappeared, followed by the rest of the creature. It sniffed the offered crumb, then devoured it with a happy chirp. Soon a dozen more emerged from the underbrush, each slightly different, with horns of twisted vines or paws like maple seeds. They swarmed Mira's satchel, trilling melodies that made her hair ribbons flutter. There later, an elderly creature with a beard of moss climbed onto Mira's knee. Forgive the borrowings, he rasped, voice like wind through hollow reeds. Our starlight vault cracked during last week's thunder moon. We've been mending it with borrowed sparkles. He gestured to Mira's compass, which she suddenly realized was glowing brighter. You've been taking shiny things to fix your vault. The elder nodded. Moonbeams from washing lines, starlight caught in dew, but the great lens above our vault needs. He frowned at a young creature trying to abscond with Mira's hairpin. More delicate materials. Mira gasped. The cobblestone patterns. You've been making constellation maps to focus the starlight. Before the elder could reply, a tremor shook the hillside. The creatures scattered as a deep crack echoed through the valley below, the sound of the ancient windmill's sails snapping. Quick. Mira scooped up 3 creatures who'd tumbled into her satchel. We need Mrs. Bramble. The wise woman was already waiting at the village square, directing neighbors to secure shutters as the windmill's broken sails whipped wildly. Ah, she said, eyeing the creatures peeking from Mira's cloak. I see you've met the Hushlings. They need help. Mira explained between gusts. Their starlight vault is broken, and the windmill. It is connected to the same celestial alignment, Mrs. Bramble finished, plucking a Hushling from her apron pocket. Of course, the windmill's sails channel northern winds to the Hushling's vault, but without the vault's counterbalance. She gestured to the whirling sails. The elder Hushling tugged Mira's sleeve. Bring the weaving song. It took the entire village working in harmony. Bakers rolled dough infused with calming vanilla to slow the winds. Carpenters shaped new sails from wood infused with Hushling stardust. Children collected every borrowed sparkle, milk pitchers of moonbeams, aprons full of dewy starlight, while the Hushlings sang a shimmering melody that wove the light into a new lens. As twilight deepened, Mira climbed the windmill's repaired sails, with 3 Hushlings clinging to her braids to place the finished lens, a disk of glowing silver that hummed with friendship and shared purpose. The moment it clicked into place, the wind stilled. Across the valley, the Hushling's vault glimmered like a fallen star cradled in the hillside. That night, as fireflies danced in jubilant spirals, the villagers discovered 2 new wonders. One, every borrowed item had returned enhanced, Mrs. Nettle's kettle now brewed perfect cocoa every time, and Mira's knitting basket mended socks on its own. 2, the cobblestone path had settled into a new pattern, a smiling crescent moon flanked by tiny Hushling footprints that would forever guide their neighbors home. Years later, when storm clouds grumbled over Moss Grove, you could always find Hushlings helping farmers secure barn doors or tucking extra starlight into children's pockets. And on crisp autumn evenings, if you left a honey nut biscuit by your windowsill, you might wake to find a tiny constellation drawn in frost upon your glass, a reminder that even the smallest lights shine brighter when they work together. Story 27. In a valley where twilight lingered like a contented cat, there stood a village crowned with cobblestone chimneys and gardens bursting with marigolds. Here lived a girl named Lila, whose hands were always speckled with soil from tending her grandmother's roses. Her laughter was a familiar melody in the lanes, but her heart hummed with a quiet longing, for though she loved the sunlit world, she often glimpsed flickers of movement in the corner of her eye, a shimmer in the creek's reflection, a sighing glow beneath the elderberry bushes. One mist-draped morning, while gathering chamomile near the edge of the Whispering Woods, Lila noticed an oak tree she'd never seen before. Its trunk was wide as a cottage, and carved into its bark was a door no taller than her knee, adorned with a lock shaped like a crescent moon. Kneeling, she brushed moss from the keyhole and felt her pocket grow warm. There, tucked beside a hazelnut she'd forgotten, lay an iron key flecked with rust, a trinket she'd found years ago in her grandmother's attic. When the key clicked into place, the door swung open with a scent of rain-soaked parchment. Beyond it stretched not earth, but a tunnel glowing with bioluminescent moss, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Lila hesitated only a moment before crawling inside, her braids collecting dewdrops from the mossy walls. The tunnel spilled into a meadow where the sky was plum purple, and fireflies wove constellations above a village of mushroom cottages. Tiny figures bustled about, their caps glowing like lanterns. These were the mycelians, folk no taller than tulips, with skin like birch bark and hair of lichen. But before Lila could speak, a yelp echoed from a thicket of ferns. A mycelian child had snagged her woven cloak on a thorn, and behind her, a shadowy creature with glowing amber eyes slithered closer, a witherling, its body a tangle of dead vines. "Hold still," Lila cried, lunging forward. She snapped the thorn, freeing the child, and hurled a fallen branch at the witherling. With a hiss, it dissolved into mulch. The mycelians swarmed around her, their voices chiming like wind chimes. "You've the touch," said their elder oak moss, peering up through spectacles made of acorn shells. "The gift to mend what's broken." He explained that the witherlings were blights born from sorrows left untended, and their realm, the gloaming, was withering as the creatures multiplied. "Our wellspring, which waters all magic here, grows shallow. We need hands larger than ours to repair it." Lila agreed to help, and thus began her partnership with Thistle, the mycelian girl she'd rescued, whose bravado rivaled her own. Thistle gifted her a cloak woven from spider silk, which adjusted its size magically, and a lantern powered by a captured star fragment. "Don't let it go out," Thistle warned. "Starlight's the only thing witherlings fear." Their quest led them through the gloaming's wonders and perils, fields of crystal flowers that sang in the wind, marshes where willows wept honey, and a library tended by owl-faced scribes who inked stories onto moth wings. Yet each marvel hid a vulnerability. The crystal flowers' roots were choked by witherling rot, the marsh's honey turned bitter where shadows pooled. At the wellspring, a cavern where liquid light cascaded over quartz, they found the source of the decay, a crack in the ancient stone, leaking magic. "The seal requires a song," said Oak Moss, but the score was lost long ago. Lila, recalling her grandmother's lullabies, hummed a melody. The wellspring's waters brightened, but the crack remained. "It needs harmony," realized Thistle. "Your voice and mine together." The mycelians couldn't sing in human tones, nor humans in theirs, yet as Lila and Thistle entwined their voices, one deep and steady, the other high and fluting, the cavern thrummed. The crack sealed with a sound like a sigh, and the wellspring surged anew. But triumph turned to dismay when Thistle collapsed, her glow dimming. The song took too much, Oak Moss fretted. Mycelian magic was sustained by the wellspring, healing it had drained her. Lila, desperate, plunged her hands into the luminous waters and felt the touch awaken fully. Her fingers trailed silver light as she cradled Thistle, mending the frayed threads of her energy. When Thistle revived, she laughed breathlessly. "You're rubbish at following rules, aren't you?" For the wellspring's waters were meant for mycelians alone. Yet Lila's human heart, Oak Moss realized, had tempered the magic into something new, a bridge between their worlds. As seasons turned, Lila became the gloaming's tender, weaving between her village and the mycelian's realm. She taught children to knit veils from dawn mist, and in return learned to brew starlight tea. The witherlings dwindled, though never fully vanished, for sorrow, she understood, could no more be erased than rain. But now, when shadows crept, there were hands to hold and songs to sing. On the eve of her grandmother's passing, Lila found a letter tucked in the rose garden. "You've always heard the world's secret music," it read. "Keep the key safe, my little bridge builder." And though grief wrapped around her like fog, Thistle arrived at dusk, bearing a sapling grown from the wellspring's heartwood. Together they planted it where the old oak had stood, its roots knitting two worlds into one. Years later, travelers would speak of a woman who walked with a mycelian at her side, her pockets full of starlight and seeds. But in the village they simply smiled. "Ah, that's Lila," they'd say. "Mind your manners, she'll know if you've upset the roses." And if sometimes at twilight children glimpsed a tiny door glowing in the tree's roots, well, that was a story for another night. Story 28. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore clouds like woolen caps, there lived a girl named Lila with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the green mystery of fern shadows. Each evening she'd sit by her window watching starlight drip through the old copper beech tree, its branches etching stories against the moon. But the tale that changed her began on an autumn night when the wind carried the scent of wood smoke and possibility, and the last apple clung stubbornly to its branch outside her bedroom window. It was the eve of the blue moon, that rare second full moon in a month, when grandmothers warn children to check their shoes for fairy notes, and farmers leave honey cakes by their gates. Lila had just blown out her candle, when a sound like tumbling pebbles made her press her nose to the glass. There beneath the tree danced 7 silver moths the size of sparrows, their wings casting patterns like liquid mercury on the ground. Without thinking, she pulled on her boots, the leather warm from the hearth, and crept down the creaking stairs. The moths led her past the sleeping chicken coop, past the brook that chuckled in its sleep, to the edge of the whispering wood, where even daylight fell in shy patches. As Lila hesitated, for every child knew the wood stories, the largest moth alighted on her palm. Its wings pulsed with light that traveled up her arm like warm syrup, and suddenly she understood not words, but a feeling of urgent kindness. Beneath an oak older than the village, the moths spiraled around a mossy stone. When Lila brushed away centuries of leaf fall, she uncovered a pendant, an iris-shaped moonstone set in filigree that seemed to grow from the metal itself. As her fingers closed around it, the forest inhaled. The trees rearranged themselves. Where before stood familiar birches now arched a gateway of interlocking branches, beyond which glowed a path paved with periwinkle light. The air hummed with the vibration of a plucked harp string, and Lila's pendant pulsed in answer. She stepped through. The world beyond smelled of thunderstorms and lavender. Bioluminescent mushrooms clustered like fallen constellations, their pale light revealing a village woven from living trees. Homes spiraled upward in bark-covered towers, windows glowing amber. But something was wrong. The mushroom lights dimmed as Lila approached, and the tree houses groaned like old ships. "You feel it too," said a voice like wind through wheat. Lila turned to find a fox watching her, not a normal fox, but one whose fur held every shade of autumn. Maple-red ears twitched above eyes like molten gold. "The blight," he continued, nodding to a willow whose leaves fell in ashen spirals. "It began 3 moons past, our wellspring." His bushy tail drooped. "Come." The fox, who introduced himself as Ember, led her to a clearing where a spring should have bubbled. Instead, a blackened crater gaped, its edges crawling with vines that oozed viscous sap. Lila's pendant flared cold. "Long ago," Ember murmured, "the wellspring's waters fed every root and wing in Silvara, but its heart was a stone like yours, lost generations past. Without it," he nosed a withered bluebell. Lila's thumb rubbed the moonstone. This belonged here. Not the stone itself, but its counterpart. They were twins, sun and moon, balancing our world. Ember's ears flattened. The blight worsens each day. Soon, the gate between our worlds will close forever. A shiver climbed Lila's spine. How long? Till dawn. The quest began at the Chamber of Roots, where trees grew in tessellated patterns that made Lila's eyes ache. The answer's in the pattern, Ember said as glowing symbols appeared on the bark. But choose wrong and the roots will. Snack time. Lila eyed the writhing tendrils. Precisely. As Lila studied the carving's moon, phases intertwined with flora, the pendant warmed against her chest. She pressed it to a symbol of a willow embracing a crescent. The roots stilled, forming an archway. How did you know? Ember blinked. The willow in the carving had the same crooked branch as the sick one by the spring. She shrugged. Seemed like friends. Next came the Valley of Echoes, where every step rippled the air like water. Ghostly shapes flitted around the memories of the land. Lila paused as a child's laughter echoed. There stood a girl with a sunflower dress, placing 2 stones into the spring. The guardians, Ember breathed. They weren't lost, they were hidden. But how? The vision dissolved as the ground quaked. Cracks spread like spider silk, and Lila realized with dawning horror the valley was collapsing because she'd stopped moving. Run while thinking of solid things. Ember yelped, darting forward. Lila focused on memories, her father's hands kneading dough, the weight of a book in her lap, the constancy of the copper beach. The ground stabilized beneath her feet. As they reached the valley's edge, the pendant glowed like a tiny star. The final trial awaited in the cavern of tides, not water, but swirling sands that sculpted and erased landscapes. In the center floated a stone plinth. Ember's tail bristled. It reflects your fears. Last time I saw. It's all right, Lila said, more bravely than she felt. We've come this far. The first step plunged her into freezing darkness. Her father's voice called, "Silly child, no one believed you." She nearly fell as the sand became the cobbles of her village, villagers pointing and whispering. Lila. Ember's voice cut through. What's real? The pendant burned. She gripped it, focusing on the fox's golden eyes. You, the spring, this. The nightmare sands dissolved. At the plinth lay the second stone, not a moonstone, but a sunstone blazing with inner fire. As Lila reached for it, thorned vines erupted, hissing. The blight had followed them. Go. Ember lunged at the vines. I'll hold them. Together. Lila grabbed a fallen crystal, its edges sharp as truth. Back to back with Ember, she slashed at the advancing darkness. When a vine coiled around her ankle, she slammed the sunstone into her pendant. Light exploded. Dawn's first rays touched the wellspring as Lila placed the united stones into the dry basin. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then water bubbled up clear at first, then glowing gold and silver. It spread through the land in rivulets, and where it flowed, life surged. The willow shook off its ashes, leaves unfurling like emerald scrolls. Mushroom lights swelled, painting the village in buttery hues. Overhead, the gate's branches parted to show the fading blue moon. Ember nuzzled Lila's hand. You must go before the path closes. But Lila's throat tightened. A moth landed on her pendant. With a flash, the stones separated sunstone remaining, moonstone back in her palm. A bridge, she realized. So we're never truly apart. the journey home was a blur of light and laughter. Lila awoke in her bed, dawn painting the apple's blush. Downstairs, her father hummed as he baked. Was it a dream? Then she uncurled her fist. There lay the pendant, and in its center, a tiny fox-shaped spark winked. Years later, villagers would speak of the girl who talked to trees and healed sickly crops with a touch. But Lila simply tended her garden where moonflowers bloomed unnaturally large, and sometimes, when the light slanted just so, a russet shadow might dance at the wood's edge, a friend waiting with new adventures, should she ever wish to wander again. But that is a tale for another night, little one. For now, let the whisper of leaves outside your window sing you to rest, knowing the world holds more wonders than we see, and the bravest magic often begins with a kind heart listening. Sleep deep, and may your dreams be bridges. Story 29. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lay a village where the houses were built from woven willow branches, and the chimneys breathed curls of rosemary-scented smoke. Here the seasons didn't merely change, they conversed. Spring left handwritten notes in cherry blossoms for summer to find, autumn painted the hills in watercolor hues to catch winter's approving eye, and the villagers lived in gentle rhythm with these quiet, ancient dialogues. Yet in this place of soft transitions, there lived a boy named Kieran who clung to stillness like a burr to wool. Kieran loved routines. Each dawn he polished the dew from his windowsill with a linen cloth, counted 7 breaths before stepping outside, and followed the same mossy path to the village square. He memorized the freckles on every mushroom cap in the forest, the exact pitch of the blacksmith's laugh, the way the light dripped like honey through the oaks at midday. Change to him felt like a door left ajar in a storm, something that invited chaos into carefully ordered corners. But one autumn morning, the silverwood tree at the village's heart, a towering giant whose leaves chimed like crystal bells, began shedding its silver foliage too soon. Petal-thin leaves piled like fallen stars around its roots, and their music faded into silence. The villagers murmured nervously, for the tree's song had always guided their planting and harvesting. Kieran, feeling the disruption like a stitch in his side, resolved to fix it. Perhaps it needs tending, suggested old Fern, the village herbalist, when Kieran visited her cottage. Sunlight pooled in the jars of dried lavender and chamomile lining her shelves, and her voice was the sort that made even worries seem small. But not the kind you're thinking of, child. This isn't an ailment of roots or soil. She pressed a papery sprig of sage into his palm. Listen deeper. That night Kieran lingered beneath the silverwood, running his fingers over its bark. A faint tremor hummed beneath the surface, like a sob muffled by a pillow. Startled, he jerked back and noticed a fox watching him from the shadows. It was no ordinary creature. Its fur shimmered russet and gold, as if autumn itself had stitched its coat, and its eyes held the patient gleam of someone who'd watched centuries unfold. "You feel it too, don't you?" the fox said, for in this valley, animals often spoke in quiet moments. The tree isn't sick, it's grieving. Thus began Kieran's uneasy apprenticeship in understanding the language of growing things. The fox, who introduced herself as Ember, led him to forgotten corners of the forest where magic pooled in hollows and stones sang lullabies. He learned to read the blush of gratitude in a watered sapling, the shy unfurling of a moonflower's petals, the way wind carried secrets if one cupped their hands just so. Yet the silverwood's sorrow remained a knot he couldn't loosen. "Change is a kind of birth," Ember remarked one evening as they gathered lichen for old Fern. She nodded to a chrysalis dangling from a birch branch. "It's never comfortable, but see how the butterfly pushes. Without the struggle, its wings would never hold the sky." Kieran frowned. "But the tree isn't trying to change, it's just unraveling." "Is it?" Ember's tail flicked, stirring a whirl of fireflies. "Or is it making space for something new?" The answer came unexpectedly during the first snowfall. Kieran awoke to find the silverwood encased in ice, its bare branches clawing at the sky like skeletal hands. Heart pounding, he raced to the tree, breath clouding the air. Pressing his palms to the frost-veined trunk, he whispered, "Please, tell me how to help you." A warmth surged beneath his fingers. The ice melted, not in droplets but in musical notes, each one shimmering as it fell. And there, beneath the vanished frost, the tree's bark glowed with veins of luminous gold. From its branches sprouted not leaves, but delicate filaments of light, weaving themselves into a canopy of soft radiance. The villagers gathered awestruck as the tree began to hum, a deeper, richer melody than before. Old Fern joined Kieran, her wrinkled face bathed in the golden glow. "It wasn't dying," she said gently. "It was becoming." Kieran stared at his hands, still tingling with the tree's residual warmth. "But I didn't do anything. Didn't you?" Ember trotted forward, her paws leaving star-shaped impressions in the snow. "You stopped fighting the change, you held space for its ache. That's how light finds its way in." As weeks passed, the transformed silverwood became a beacon. Its light nurtured winter crops the village had never before grown. Its song guided travelers through blizzards. Kieran still polished his windowsill each morning, still counted his 7 breaths, but now he paused to watch the way frost etched new patterns on the glass, how each dawn painted the sky in never-repeated hues. One evening, as he helped Old Fern bundle pine needles for tea, she nodded to the fox curled by the hearth. "Ember's getting ready to journey east. Her work here is nearly done." Panic fluttered in Kieran's chest. But who will tend the tree? Who will listen to the forest? The herbalist's chuckle was a crackle of dry leaves. "Child, you've been listening all along. The magic wasn't in the tree. It was in the hearing." When spring came, Kieran stood at the valley's edge, watching Ember disappear into the mist. In his pocket rested a gift from the fox, a single luminous seed from the silverwood. "For the next becoming," she'd said. He planted it by his cottage, not knowing what would grow, and found himself smiling at the not knowing. That night, as fireflies blinked outside his window, Kieran realized the tightness in his chest had eased. The world still shifted and spun, yes, but he'd learned to sway with its rhythms, like a sapling in a gentle wind. And when villagers came to him with worries about crooked harvests or creeping vines, he showed them how to press their palms to the earth and listen for the secret songs beneath. High above, the silverwood's light pulsed in time with their breathing, a quiet reminder that even the deepest roots could dance. Story 30. In the velvet-hued valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and bread always popped from ovens with a perfectly golden crust, there bloomed a mystery as delicate as cobweb lace. It began on an evening when the maple trees started shedding silver tears instead of amber sap, each droplet catching the twilight like tiny fallen moons. Young Tess, whose freckles matched the pattern of the Orion constellation, and whose overall pockets always carried acorn caps for good luck, first noticed the trees whispering secrets to the wind in voices that rustled like tissue paper. By the third night of silver tears, the village's enchanted street lamps, glass orbs cradling captive fireflies, began dimming one by one. Shadows stretched longer, the milk from misses. Brambles spotted cows turned faintly lavender, and worst of all, the stars above Willowbrook started winking out of the sky like snuffed candle flames. Tess traced their disappearance on her bedroom ceiling, where she'd painted glow-in-the-dark constellations. "The swan's wing is gone," she murmured, pressing her nose to the frost-kissed window. "And the hare's left ear." Her investigation began at dawn, with a thermos of spiced pear cider and a wool scarf knitted by her grandfather, which still smelled of his pipe tobacco and patience. In the town square she found old Mr. Fernwick, the lamplighter, scratching his beard with a feather. They won't take new fireflies, he said, gesturing to a lamppost where 5 insects hovered stubbornly outside the glass. Act like the orbs are full of nettles instead of nectar. Tess tilted her head. The firefly's usual lemon-yellow glow had faded to pale butter. They're frightened, she realized, watching their jerky flight patterns. Something's made them nervous. A clue came from an unexpected ally, a dappled gray rabbit who'd been nibbling clover by the weeping maple. As Tess passed, it thumped its hind leg 3 times, then vanished in a puff of dandelion fluff. Where it had sat, 3 silver maple tears gleamed in a perfect triangle. Tess pocketed them, feeling the droplets hum like tuning forks against her thigh. The trail led to the mossback library, a cottage sinking into the earth under centuries of ivy. Inside, between shelves that rearranged themselves when no one was looking, lived archivist Pine, not quite human, not quite tree, with bark-rough skin and hair like cascading willow fronds. Ah, they said, peering at the silver tears through spectacles made of ice. The trees remember what we've forgotten. These tears are memories and warnings. Together they pored over a book bound in birch bark, its pages fluttering like moth wings. Pine's woody finger traced an illustration, a celestial hare leaping across the Milky Way, stars blooming where its paws touched the dark. Long ago, they rasped, the constellations wintered here in Willowbrook. We hosted them in maple sap lanterns, fed them stardust cakes, until we grew complacent. Tess gasped. The disappearing stars, they're leaving because we stopped the lantern rituals. But why now? Pine mused. And why take the firefly's light? The answer arrived in a flurry of snowflakes that afternoon. While checking the last dim lamppost, Tess spotted peculiar tracks, not quite paw prints, more like impressions of twinkling light, leading into Frostfern Wood. Her heart thrummed as she followed them past frosted ferns and trees wearing shawls of ice, until she stumbled into a clearing where the air shimmered like wet watercolors. There, curled beneath a holly bush, trembled a creature no taller than a teapot. Its fur shifted from midnight blue to nebula purple, ears like folded starlight, and eyes that held entire galaxies. A jagged scratch marred its side, leaking silvery sparks. The star hare. Tess breathed, recalling Pine's book. The creature flinched, but Tess knelt slowly, offering an acorn cap filled with maple tears. "You're hurt," she whispered. "Did you come for help?" The hare's nose twitched. Where its breath touched the ground, tiny starflowers sprouted. "The bridge between earth and sky is crumbling," it spoke in a voice like wind through rigging. "Your village's lanterns were anchors. Without their light we cannot leap home, and shadows crawl through the cracks." Tess understood then. The dimming lamps weren't causing the stars to vanish. They were failing to protect them. Somewhere a darkness was nibbling at the edges of their world. Racing back to Willowbrook, Tess rallied every soul. Bakers, blacksmiths, the trio of hedgehog librarians, even grumpy Mr. Nettle, who claimed he'd retired from nonsense. They baked stardust cakes using Mrs. Bramble's lavender milk for extra sparkle, hung maple tier lanterns in every window, and sang the old constellation hymns remembered only by the very old and very young. As twilight deepened, Tess carried the star hare to the highest hill, its fur now glowing with recovered strength. Villagers held aloft their lanterns, creating a glowing path upward. With a bound that scattered diamond frost, the hare leapt, not just into the sky, but through it, mending the invisible bridge with each joyful arc. One by one, the missing stars reappeared, brighter than ever. The fireflies swirled into jubilant golden tornadoes, refilling every lamppost. And when Tess checked her constellation ceiling that night, she found new stars forming the shape of a girl holding a lantern, forever lighting the way home. Years later, when silver maple tears fell, villagers would whisper, "The trees remember," and host feasts under the stars. But in that moment, as Tess snuggled under her quilt, stitched with a certain celestial hair, she simply smiled at the familiar creak of floorboards, pine leaving a starflower on her windowsill, its petals glimmering with promises of gentle mysteries yet to come. Story 31. In the quiet village of Bramble Hollow, where chimney smoke curled into the sky like lazy question marks, there lived a girl with perpetually muddy boots and a patchwork satchel named Sylvie. Her greatest treasure was a moth-eaten map found in her grandmother's attic, its edges shimmering with what might have been stardust or spider silk. On the first day of autumn, when the air smelled of cinnamon and possibility, Sylvie noticed something new on the map, a winding path leading to a place called the Glimmering Between, drawn in ink that pulsed faintly, as if breathing. The journey began at the oldest oak in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide 3 secrets. Sylvie pressed her palm to the bark and whispered, "I'd like to see what's unseen," just as the map instructed. With a sound like pages turning in a giant's book, the tree split open, revealing a tunnel lined with roots that glowed amber, their tendrils strung with dewdrop lanterns. The air hummed with the scent of peat moss and something sweeter, vanilla. Sun-warmed apricots. As Sylvie stepped through, she emerged into a valley where twilight lingered eternally, the sky a tapestry of periwinkle and plum. Rivers of liquid moonlight wound through meadows of velvet grass that chimed when brushed against. But the true marvel were the trees. Their trunks swirled with colors Sylvie couldn't name, and their leaves changed shape as she passed. One moment maple, the next feather, then butterfly wing. A cluster of glowing mushrooms by her feet pulsed in time with her heartbeat, casting soft lilac shadows. "First time, is it?" chirped a voice. A creature no taller than Sylvie's knee hopped into view, a hedgehog with quills like frosted ferns and eyes like polished obsidian. It balanced a teapot on its head, steam curling into tiny cloud shapes above it. "You've got the look of a between newcomer, all wide eyes and wobbly knees. I'm Thistle," it said, bowing so low the teapot nearly toppled. Thistle became her guide through the valley's wonders. They encountered willows that wept sparkling sap collected by glass-winged bees, and hills that rearranged themselves when no one was looking, like a snoozing cat shifting paws. Once they startled a family of airquaccas, jumpy, translucent creatures who stored thunderstorms in their pouches and fled in a blur of rainbow static. But the Glimmering Between held gentle trials too. At the mossy arch, a bridge made of living emerald vines, Sylvie hesitated. The path beyond vanished into mist, and the vines trembled as if sharing her doubt. "Bridges here don't care about boldness," Thistle advised, washing his paws with teacup raindrops. "They care about curiosity." Sylvie took a deep breath, focusing not on the fog ahead, but on the wonder humming in her bones. The moment she stepped forward, the vines bloomed moonflowers to light her way. Deeper in the valley, they found a grove where trees grew upside down, roots cradling nests of slumbering starling snails. Their shells played melodies only the wind could hear. Here, Sylvie met an ancient owl whose feathers shifted between every blue ever imagined. "Little explorer," the owl rumbled, voice like a cello played underwater, "you've walked with courage, but can you listen with courage?" It gestured to a pool where the water showed not reflections, but memories. Sylvie's hands planting acorns, her laughter weaving through sunlit afternoons, her quiet nights tracing constellations. "To go forward you must carry your past lightly," the owl said. Sylvie poured a handful of pool water into her canteen, finding it weighed no more than a dandelion seed. The final challenge came at the valley's heart, a tower spun from spider silk and starlight, visible only when Sylvie blinked sideways. Inside, a staircase spiraled upward, each step dissolving after use. "Can't help you here," Thistle said, nibbling a candied clover. "Towers like this only climb for those who have learned their own song." Sylvie thought of the lessons etched into her journey, the bridge's trust, the owl's wisdom, the hedgehog's unexpected friendship. Humming a tune made of rustling leaves and teacup clinks, she began to climb. The stairs solidified beneath her, singing harmonies to her melody. At the summit waited not treasure, but a telescope older than tides. Peering through it, Sylvie saw Bramble Hollow sleeping peacefully, her own rooftop dusted with starlight. Then the view shifted to mountains made of singing crystal, oceans where fish wrote poems in bioluminescent ink, deserts of hourglass sands that remembered every story. The telescope whispered, "Every end is a between." When Sylvie returned home through a door in a sunbeam as Thistle instructed, she found her satchel full of peculiar souvenirs, a vial of ever-drifting mist, a leaf that tasted of questions, and the canteen of weightless memory water. The map now bore her own additions, Inkai footprints marking her path, and a tiny hedgehog sipping tea in the margin. That night, as Sylvie drifted to sleep, the Airquacca's distant thunder purrs harmonized with Bramble Hollow's cricket song. She understood now that courage wasn't a torch to banish darkness, but a lantern swung gently while walking forward, and that the most enchanted places weren't just found, but woven stitch by stitch from the threads of curiosity and kindness. Outside her window, the oldest oak rustled approvingly, its roots dreaming of a valley where twilight never faded, and where a certain hedgehog was telling a new friend about a girl with stardust in her footsteps. Story 32. In a village nestled between whispering pines and fields of amber wheat, there lived a girl with a patchwork satchel and eyes that held the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Sylvie spent her days collecting peculiar pebbles from the brook and pressing autumn leaves between pages of her journal, convinced the world hummed with secrets waiting to be heard. Her most treasured possession was a tarnished key found buried beneath the roots of an ancient oak, a key that fit no lock she'd ever encountered, yet warmed in her palm like a living thing whenever she whispered, "Show me the way." One crisp evening, as the scent of nutmeg and wood smoke curled through the streets, Sylvie noticed something peculiar. The key trembled in her hand, its teeth glowing faintly as if dusted with starlight. It tugged her toward the village's oldest building, a sagging tea shop with crooked chimneys and windows fogged by time. Inside, beneath a shelf of chipped china cups, the key slipped effortlessly into a hidden keyhole on a forgotten cupboard. With a click that echoed like a sigh, the door swung open to reveal a teapot shaped like a plump dove, its porcelain feathers shimmering with iridescent hues. "Ah," came a voice like rustling parchment. Sylvie turned to find Mrs. Bramble, the tea shop's owner, smiling knowingly. Her silver hair coiled like smoke above twinkling eyes. "That teapot hasn't sung in 3 generations. It chooses who hears its song, you know." As Sylvie lifted the teapot, a melody spilled from its spout, notes of rain on petals and whined through willow branches. Steam curled into shapes above it, a winding path through moonlit woods, a bridge made of starlight, and a door veiled by waterfalls. "It's a map," Sylvie breathed. "A map to the wellspring," Mrs. Bramble nodded. "Where all lost things are found and all broken things made whole. But the journey's not for lone wanderers, child. Even stars need constellations." Guided by the teapot's ever-changing steam, Sylvie ventured into the whispering woods at dawn. The trees leaned close, their leaves murmuring riddles in a language of rustles and sighs. By midday she stumbled upon a clearing where a badger in a knitted scarf sorted bundles of glowing mushrooms into a wheelbarrow. "Hallo," the badger chirped, adjusting his spectacles. "You've got the look of someone following a song. I'm Thistle, botanist, part-time bridge architect, and collector of useful things. That teapot you're carrying, it's missing its chorus." Thistle explained that the Wellspring's path required 3 harmonies, objects infused with memories of joy. The teapot was the first. The second, he revealed, was his wheelbarrow, crafted from wood salvaged from a carnival carousel, still humming with children's laughter. The third lay hidden in the Tower of Corvidia, a reclusive owl librarian who hoarded stories but had forgotten how to read them. Corvidia's been prickly since her inkwell dried up, Thistle warned as they approached the tower, its stones scribbled with fading runes. Tread softly, grief makes nests in unexpected places. The owl perched atop a mountain of books, her feathers dull as storm clouds. Words abandoned me, she croaked. Why should I help you? Sylvie, remembering how the key had warmed at her patience, sat cross-legged on the floor. Maybe your stories need listeners to come alive again. One by one she read aloud from Corvidia's books, tales of brave fireflies and timid mountains. Slowly the owl's eyes brightened. When Sylvie recited a poem about a moth who loved the moon, Corvidia let out a tremulous hoot. The third harmony is this, she said, pushing forward a lantern forged from stained glass. It once lit the way for dreamers. Take it and perhaps visit again. The words taste sweeter with company. The trio journeyed deeper, the lantern casting kaleidoscope patterns on the forest floor. At the starlit bridge they faced their trial, a gate of thorns that mirrored the travelers' fears. Sylvie's section writhed with images of her voice unheard, her discoveries dismissed as childish folly. Thistles showed his bridges crumbling to dust, Corvidia's her stories burning to ash. The gate grows stronger if you fight, Sylvie realized, watching the thorns tighten. But maybe. She placed the teapot, wheelbarrow, and lantern at the gate's base. As their melodies intertwined, carousel music, whispered verses, rain song, the thorns shivered. Sylvie hummed along, adding her own tune, the creak of her journal's spine, the crunch of autumn walks, the quiet joy of being seen. With a sound like 1,000 pages turning, the thorns dissolved. Beyond lay the wellspring, a pool of liquid light, its surface reflecting not what was, but what could be. The wellspring mends fractured things, Thistle said gently. What will you ask of it? Sylvie thought of her mother's lullabies, silenced by illness, her father's laughter, buried beneath worry. She dipped her hand into the light. Not to erase the broken bits, just to help me carry them. The light surged, weaving itself into her patchwork satchel. When she lifted it, the bag glowed faintly, now filled with an impossible weightlessness. It'll hold what you need to bear, Corvidia mused, and lighten what weighs others down. Returning home, Sylvie found her parents on the cottage steps, their faces drawn but tender. From her satchel, she withdrew 3 cups and poured tea from the dove-shaped pot. The steam coiled into shapes above them, her mother dancing, her father painting, Sylvie surrounded by friends old and new. No words were needed, the silence itself hummed with connection. Years later, villagers would speak of the girl who carried starlight in her satchel. How she helped farmers find lost sheep and mended quarrels with shared pot of tea. How her laughter drew Thistle from the woods for chess matches and coaxed Corvidia into reciting ballads at the harvest feast. And if sometimes, on hushed nights, the lonely or heart-sore found a key gleaming on their windowsill, a key that led to unexpected wonders, well, that was Sylvie's secret to keep. The teapot still sings in misses, Bramble's shop, its map now visited by many. But it said the wisest travelers go not to seek the wellspring's light, but to learn what Sylvie knew, that carrying and being carried are the same chord in life's melody, and that every ordinary thing, a key, a story, a quiet offer of tea, holds extraordinary magic when shared. As the fire crackles its approval and the stars blink like 1,000 keys in the velvet sky, remember this. The world hums, dear listener, for those who listen not just with ears, but with hands open to give and hearts ready to receive. Sleep now, and may your dreams be maps leading you gently home. Story 33. The Whispering Hollows and the Vanishing Stars. In the velvet folds of the Evermoon Valley, where fireflies danced like ember sparks and rivers hummed lullabies, there lay a village called Hearthwick. Its cottages nestled between hills shaped like sleeping giants, their thatched roofs dusted with cinnamon-colored moss. Chimneys puffed curls of smoke that smelled of pine needles and honey cakes, and every window glowed with lanterns shaped like tulips. But something peculiar had begun to stir in Hearthwick, a mystery as soft as moth wings, yet puzzling enough to keep even the weariest souls awake. The trouble began on a night when the northern sky blinked. Old Granny Fern, who knitted constellations into her scarves, noticed it first. "The starry plume's gone missing," she murmured, squinting at the patch of darkness where 7 silver stars had once shimmered. By morning, the entire village buzzed. Milk pails froze solid in midsummer. Clocks chimed 13 times at noon. And worst of all, the Wishing Brook, whose waters had always carried whispers of dreams to the moon, ran silent, its pebbles dull as chalk. Little Juniper, a girl with a braid as thick as a rope and a pocket full of acorn caps, decided to investigate. She'd always been curious, her ears attuned to the secret language of rustling leaves, and her boots magnetized to muddy trails. With her came Milo, her best friend, whose freckles mapped forgotten constellations and whose pet rabbit, Thistle, could sniff out truffles and trouble from a mile away. "It's like the valley's holding its breath," Juniper said, kneeling by the brook. She dipped her hand into the water, which should have tingled with magic, but felt lifeless as rainwater. Thistle twitched his nose, then hopped toward the Mistuad, a forest so ancient its trees wore beards of lichen. Milo hesitated. "The grown-ups say the Mistuad's full of shadow walkers," he whispered. "Shadow walkers or not," Juniper replied, "the stars won't find themselves." The Mistuad welcomed them with a hush, its canopy weaving a tapestry of twilight. Bioluminescent mushrooms lined the path like tiny lanterns, and the air tasted of elderflower and secrets. Soon they stumbled upon a cottage older than the hills, its walls made of petrified oak and its garden growing hourglasses instead of tulips. On the porch sat a woman with hair like spun moonbeam and a hedgehog snoozing in her lap. "Ah," she said, not looking up from her loom, where she wove threads of starlight into cloth. "The stargazers." Her name was Nessa, the valley's memory keeper, and she knew every tale etched into the world's roots. "The stars," Juniper blurted. "They're disappearing, and the brook won't sing, and—" Nessa held up a hand. Her hedgehog yawned, revealing a tongue that glittered. "The starry plume didn't vanish, it was taken." She explained that stars, when fallen, could be gathered by the star hares, creatures of celestial fluff who mended the heavens. "But the last hare hasn't been seen in decades. Without them, the sky unravels." Milo's eyes widened. "So we need to find a star hare." "If any remain," Nessa said. She handed them a vial of dandelion fluff that glowed blue. "Follow the light and mind the hollows, they whisper lies to lost hearts." The vial led them deeper into the Mistuad, where trees whispered in reverse and shadows flickered like candle flames. Thistle's ears drooped. "Don't listen," Juniper warned as the wind hissed, "Turn back, little fools." They pressed on until the vial's light flared, illuminating a clearing where a circle of stones hummed. In its center lay a creature no taller than a sunflower, its fur the color of midnight and eyes like liquid starlight. A star hare, but its paw was trapped beneath a fallen branch, pulsing with dark veins. "It's hurt." Juniper crouched, wincing as the hare's magic prickled her skin. The branch wasn't ordinary wood. It was gloomthorn, a plant that fed on joy. Milo tugged his mittens. "Granny Fern says gloomthorn shrivels with laughter," he said. "But how do you make a magical hare laugh?" Thistle thumped his paw. Then, with the bravado of a tiny knight, he hopped onto a rock and wiggled his nose in a ridiculous dance. The hare's ears twitched. Juniper joined in, flapping her arms like a deceased owl, while Milo recited a poem about a sock-eating toad. Slowly the hare's whiskers quivered, then it let out a sound like wind chimes, sweet and bright. the gloomthorn cracked, dissolving into mist. "Thank you," the hare trilled, its voice a melody of comet trails. "The hollows' shadows tricked me. They've been stealing stardust to grow stronger." It lifted its healed paw, and the vial's dandelion fluff burst into a map of constellations. Quickly, we must restore what's lost. Guided by the hare, they raced to the Whispering Hollows, a cavern where the walls breathed and echoes twisted into sly words. "You'll fail," the shadows crooned. "The stars are already gone." But the hare's fur blazed, scattering the darkness. There in the hollow's heart hung a nest woven from stolen starlight, pulsing like a captive galaxy. "Break the threads," the hare urged. Juniper and Milo tugged with all their might, but the strands were unyielding. Then Juniper remembered Nessa's lesson: what is woven can be unwoven. She hummed the lullaby the wishing brook once sang, her fingers dancing along the threads as if unraveling a knot. Milo joined in, and Thistle nibbled at the fibers. One by one the stars wriggled free, zipping back to their places in the sky. As the final star soared, the brook outside giggled, its waters sparkling anew. The village clocks chimed properly, and Granny Fern's scarves shimmered with restored constellations. The star hare nuzzled their hands. "Kindness is the sharpest tool against shadows," it said before bounding into the sky, its tail painting a new star in the plume. Back in Hearthwick, the villagers marveled at the healed sky. Juniper and Milo were hailed as heroes, though they insisted Thistle deserved the credit. His nose knew. That night, as the children sat on Nessa's porch sipping lavender cocoa, the old woman smiled. "The truest magic," she said, "isn't in stars or spells, but in noticing when the world aches and daring to mend it." And so, nestled under a sky stitched whole again, the valley drifted into dreams, where star hares danced in milk pails and shadows told nothing but jokes. Juniper kept an acorn cap in her pocket, a reminder that even the smallest light could outshine the deepest dark. And though mystery still hummed in the Mistuad's heart, they waited patiently, for curiosity, like kindness, never truly sleeps. Story 34. In a valley cupped between mountains that wore clouds like woolen hats, there nestled a village where chimney smoke danced in cinnamon-scented spirals. This was Glimmerbrook, a place where pumpkins grew polka dots in rainy seasons, where mailboxes sang when opened, and where every full moon painted silver pathways across Mrs. Higglethorpe's prize rose garden. It was here, beneath a sky usually stitched with constellations that winked like old friends, that our story begins on an autumn evening when the stars started disappearing. Young Tilly, whose braids perpetually fizzed with static electricity from chasing fireflies, first noticed it while collecting acorn caps for her snail orchestra. "Mama," she called, her boots crunching through leaves that crackled like ginger snaps. The Big Dipper's lost its handle. Indeed, where 7 bright stars had twirled nightly above the clock tower, only 3 remained, trembling like lonely teardrops. By dawn, the village buzzed more frantically than a beehive in a tambourine shop. Old Mr. Puddleton's weather vane, shaped like a dancing turnip, spun in confused circles. The bakery's sourdough starter stopped bubbling. Worst of all, the lanternflies, tiny insects whose wings glowed with captured starlight, began fading into dull, sleepy moths. "This calls for council," declared Mayor Whiffle, a round man whose pocket watch grew daisies instead of numbers. He summoned everyone to the mossy megaphone, a stone amphitheater where voices carried the scent of whoever spoke. Today it smelled strongly of lavender and fresh-baked pretzels. A small hand shot up. "Maybe the stars are hiding," piped Oliver, a boy whose freckles migrated across his face daily. He clutched his pet hedgehog, Noodle, whose sneezes produced miniature rainbows. Last week when the thunderstorm scared Mrs. Crumblebun's goats, they hid in the chew, in the jelly bean cellar until... A rainbow poofed over the crowd, earning giggles. Preposterous, huffed Madame Zinnia, the hat-maker whose wigs changed color with her moods, currently puce with annoyance. Stars don't hide, they're probably being stolen. Remember when those pixies took all the doorknobs? As arguments erupted, a farmer blaming moon rabbits, the blacksmith suspecting rogue comets, Tilly noticed someone sitting apart. Jasper, the shy boy who mended spiderwebs with threads of moonlight, was whispering to a dandelion clock. His overalls patched with autumn leaves rustled as he stood. I heard something last night, he murmured. The crowd leaned in, catching whiffs of his nervousness, mint and wet clay. When I was fixing the hollyhock web, the wind carried giggles, star giggles, from the whispering caves. Gasps fluttered through the crowd like startled doves. The caves were forbidden, not for danger, but because visitors returned speaking in rhymes for weeks. Yet as the last star, the tip of Leo's tail, flickered out, Tilly grabbed Oliver's hand. We're going star hunting. The journey begins. Packed with jam sandwiches, raspberry, extra gloppy, a compass that pointed to whatever smelled nicest, currently leading toward Oliver's sock, and noodle in a tartan thermos, the trio trekked uphill where trees grew checkerboard bark. Ferns tickled their ankles, squirrels offered trading cards in exchange for acorns, and a brook burbled advice. Beware the moss, it's quite the gossip. At the cave mouth, veiled in curtains of glowing lichen, they hesitated. What if we get stuck speaking rhyme like old Tom? Oliver whispered. Tilly's braids sparked defiantly. Worse is coming home to no stars at all. Inside, the walls shimmered with cave milk, a substance that tasted like lemonade and made shadows dance the waltz. Deeper they wandered, past crystals humming lullabies, until... well, crumbs and crumpets. Oliver breathed. Before them sprawled a cavernous room, where the missing stars floated like dandelion puffs. But these weren't the serene lights from home. They zipped about frantically, colliding into stalactites and drawing sparkly graffiti on the walls. A particularly feisty star zoomed up Jasper's nostril. Achoo. He sneezed a tiny supernova. They are scared, Tilly realized. Indeed, the star's usual musical twinkling had become shrill beeps. Jasper cupped a trembling starlet, his mending fingers glowing. They're trying to say something, but it's all jumbled like a tangled kite string. As if answering, the cave trembled. From a side passage emerged a giant. But not just any giant, a towering figure with a beard woven from ivy, shoes that were upside-down rowboats, and a nose that honked like a bicycle horn when he laughed. Which he did. Honk, more visitors, splendidific. His voice shook loose a shower of glowworms. I'm Bertram, are you here for the party? The cosmic mix-up. Bertram, it turned out, was a star shepherd, a gentle soul charged with guiding infant stars to their celestial homes. But oh, calamity cakes, he wailed, accidentally squashing a stalagmite into dust. My new star-charming flute got stuck on lullaby mode. The stars won't sleep for their big journey. He produced a flute resembling a celery stalk with holes. True enough, the instrument emitted an incessant, jaunty tune that made feet tap uncontrollably. I've tried everything. Bertram honked miserably. Tickling them with comet tails, warm milk nebulae, but they are overstimulated, see. A hyperstar zoomed past, wearing Oliver's cap and blowing a raspberry of stardust. Tilly examined the flute, her static braids making it buzz. Maybe it's not about making them sleep, but calming the music. Jasper's leaf patches fluttered in a sudden idea. What if we change the song? When Noodle's anxious, I hum his favorite tune, Fur Allays, but with more kazoo. Brillamundo. Bertram honked. But how? The flute's magic only plays what's in your heart. Oliver, who'd been curiously poking a star's belly button, which played La Cucaracha, gasped. Teamwork, Tilly's braids make electricity. Maybe Jasper can weave it into something, and I'll, do the kazoo part. What followed was a symphony of chaos. Tilly rubbed her braids on quartz until sparks flew. Jasper caught them in a net made from his overall threads, creating shimmering chords. Oliver kazooed through a hollow raid, while Noodle's sneezes provided rainbow percussion. Bertram, conducting with a glowworm baton, bellowed, "Now think calm." The children closed their eyes. Tilly imagined her mother's lullabies. Oliver pictured Noodle snoozing in sunbeams. Jasper thought of silent snowfalls on spiderwebs. Slowly, their cacophony softened into a melody like moonlight on pond ripples. The stars stilled, their jagged edges smoothed into soft glows. As Bertram tearfully played the retuned flute, the stars arranged themselves into a procession, yawning contentedly. "Thank you, tiny maestros," he sniffled, honking his nose in joy. Homeward bound. Dawn was painting the sky peach when the children stumbled back into Glimmerbrook, followed by Bertram, who'd shrunk to the size of a mailbox to avoid squashing the petunias. The village erupted in cheers as stars blossomed above, brighter than ever. "But why hide?" asked Mrs. Crumblebun, feeding Bertram a scone the size of a wagon wheel. "Overstimulation." Bertram mumbled through crumbs. "Too much cosmic noise, solar winds, satellite radio waves, that new quasar pop band. Stars need rest before their big journey." He winked at the children. "Luckily, these whippersnappers invented what we call it. Starry Night Lullaby 2.0. Oliver crowed as Noodle sneezed a victory arch of rainbows. From that night on, whenever constellations needed calming, you could spy Bertram, in mailbox size, leading villagers in humming the children's melody. Tilly's braids became expert at jump-starting sleepy fireflies. Jasper opened a clinic for jittery constellations, 2 moonbeams and a cup of chamomile nebula, please. And Oliver. He formed a band called the Kazumalots, whose concerts made even Madame Zinnia's wigs turn, delighted tangerine. As for the Whispering Caves, they became a popular spot for picnics, though visitors returned not speaking in rhyme, but with hair temporarily glitter-bombed. And if you stroll past Tilly's window on a quiet evening, you might hear her whispering to the stars, "Sleep tight, sparklers, we'll keep the music soft." Under their gentle watch, Glimmerbrook thrived in harmonious mischief, where every problem was but a verse waiting for the right song, and every soul, no matter how small, held a note in life's grand, twinkling orchestra. Story 35. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient Elderwood Forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. "The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits." Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the Elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. "The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits." Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. Story 36. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where maple leaves turned to stained glass when backlit by dawn, there lived a young hedgehog named Thistle, whose quills shimmered with morning dew. Each spine held a tiny prism within its tip, casting rainbows across fern-covered hollows whenever he trundled through the underbrush. His home nestled between the buttress roots of a grandmother oak, its bark etched with generations of squirrel scribbles and owl-hour poetry, the air perpetually scented with cinnamon mushrooms growing in spiral patterns up the trunk. One crisp autumnal eve, when the forest balanced precariously between autumn's gold and winter's silver, Thistle noticed the stream behind his den had begun singing in reverse. Instead of its usual lullaby cascading downhill, the water murmured upstream in troubled, gurgling verses. Maple seeds helicoptered sideways rather than spiraling down, and the last persimmon fruit on the feast tree glowed an anxious violet instead of sunset orange. "Grand elm's roots must be shivering again," clucked Madame Lila, a tawny owl whose feathers held the patina of old parchment. She perched in her hollow library, shelves carved into the tree's heartwood, holding books bound in birch bark. "When the earth's memory falters, the seasons lose their rhythm. Someone must oil the hinges between worlds before the frostbane comes early." Thistle's paws tingled with purpose. He packed a knapsack woven from milkweed silk, a thimble of eternal honey, 7 acorn caps for trading, and a firefly lantern gifted by the glowworm elders. His first companion joined him at the mossy gate, a snowshoe hare named Bramble whose ears could hear clouds changing shape. Together they followed the backwards flowing stream, its pebbles clicking like anxious teeth beneath the surface. The forest deepened. Sunlight fractured into emerald shafts through the canopy, illuminating moth-wing fungi that pulsed in time with unseen footsteps. They passed the birch sentinel, its white bark etched with eyes that blinked sleepily as Thistle whispered the traditional greeting, "Roots deep, stars high." A shiver ran through the trees, and a path unfurled before them like a rolled tapestry, petals of ghost flowers glowing moon-blue along its edges. In a clearing where air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten lullabies, they found the source of the disruption, a young wind spirit tangled in a web of thorn vines spun from shadow. Her form flickered between zephyr and flesh, leaves and stardust caught in her hair. The frostbane's breath caught me unawares, she whistled mournfully, her voice the sound of air through hollow reeds. I was carrying the last warm breeze south when the thorns grew teeth. Bramble's nose twitched. These aren't ordinary brambles, they feed on loneliness. Indeed, the vines pulsed faintly crimson where they touched the wind spirit's core, drawing nourishment from her isolation. Thistle remembered the village elder's teaching, what thrives in solitude withers in shared breath. Let's make a memory loud enough to scare the shadows, he proposed. Bramble thumped a rhythm on a hollow log while Thistle shook rainbows from his quills across the thorns. The wind spirit hummed the melody her mother had taught her, a tune that made dandelions bloom in midair. Together their chorus vibrated the thorn vines to ash, releasing the spirit in a gust of relieved laughter that scattered maple keys in graceful arcs. Grateful, the wind spirit wove them cloaks from dappled sunlight and owl feathers. Beware the hollow hours ahead, she whispered. The clockwork stars above the Fogmere meadows have stopped turning. With a push of her newly freed winds, she launched them toward the high meadows where time itself snagged on the landscape. Their journey wove through valleys where trees grew in perfect circles, their branches interlaced overhead to form cathedral ceilings. In the perpetual twilight of the Glimmermurk, fireflies wrote advice in cursive light. Listen with your whiskers. Trust the patience of snails. They supped with a badger clan in a warren lined with pressed flowers, dining on elderberry jam spread over pumpernickel acorn bread, the earthy scent of roasted chicory root curling around them like a friendly ghost. At the edge of Fogmere meadows, they found time unraveling. Butterflies flew in jerking reverse, dewdrops hovered mid-fall like scattered diamonds. In the meadow's center stood the clockwork constellation, an ancient device of interlocking brass leaves and quartz gears, powered by a captured star fragment. Its frozen hands trapped the forest between moments, threatening eternal dusk. Gears need starlight oil, observed Bramble, noticing the tarnish on the mechanism's teeth. Thistle rummaged in his pack. The firefly lantern's glow proved too weak, but the wind spirit's cloak shimmered with remembered sunlight. As they draped the cloak over the frozen gears, the meadow exhaled. Time resumed with a chorus of clicking cicadas and tumbling pebbles, dawn's first rays piercing the gloom like golden needles threading the world back together. Their final trial came at Moonhowl Ridge, where the last bridge between realms swayed perilously over a chasm, singing with void crickets' chirps. The bridge, a living thing woven from willow shoots and spider silk, quivered under their weight. Below, the abyss whispered tempting lies. Wouldn't rest be sweeter than struggle? Madame Lila arrived in a flurry of wisdom, her talons clutching a book of bridge lullabies. Sing the anchor song, she urged. Their voices rose shaky at first, then stronger as the wind spirit harmonized with breezes through pine needles. The bridge remembered its purpose, sprouting jasmine flowers that bloomed white with resolve, their perfume a tangible hand guiding them across. In the sanctum beyond, beneath roots that drank from liquid starlight, they found the heartwood cradle, a crystalline cocoon where forest memories slept. The frostbane's early breath had frosted its surface, threatening to shatter ancestral knowledge. Thistle placed his paws on the ice, letting his quill's rainbow light refract through the fractures. Bramble drummed a heartbeat rhythm on a toadstool drum. Madame Lila recited the litany of leaf fall, words turning visible as they left her beak, floating like ash leaves to melt the frost. With a sound like 1,000 pages turning, the cradle healed. Seasons slid back into their proper grooves, the persimmon blushed proper orange, streams resumed their downhill serenades. Returning home, the companions found the grandmother oak draped in oral moss, its squirrel scribbles now glowing softly with approval. That night, as the frostbane's first gentle snow blanketed the forest, creatures gathered in Thistle's den. Fireflies strung lights between cinnamon mushrooms while hedgehogs, badgers, and wind spirits shared hazelnut pies. Madame Lila read from the renewed chronicles, her voice weaving their adventure into the oak's memory. And when the last ember faded in the hearth, they slept, paws, talons, and breezy forms entwined, knowing the woods would whisper their story to saplings yet unborn. For in the whispering woods, every ending nurtured a beginning, every solved riddle became a new question's cradle, and no creature, however small, danced alone beneath the patient stars. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. 61. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots. A small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both. like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a Heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder. "A rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The Heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Story 75, Story 76, Story 77, Story 78, Story 79, Story 80. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his windswept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions. Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs. Twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. "This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away?" Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. "But now," the stag continued, "the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust." With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. "Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled." And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The Whispering Woods a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the Whispering Woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the Whispering Woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the Whispering Woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the Whispering Woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with a soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young bookbinder named Corwin, whose fingers could mend torn pages, but whose heart struggled to repair itself. Each morning he climbed the cobblestone path to his workshop, a crooked tower with windows like curious eyes, where he repaired ancient grimoires and illustrated children's tales. Yet for all his skill, Corwin moved through life as cautiously as a moth afraid of its own shadow, clinging to routines as tightly as the ivy gripping his tower's stones. Change unsettled him. The rearrangement of a shelf or the arrival of a new season sent him retreating into his shell like a hermit crab. One brittle autumn afternoon, as Corwin dipped his quill into ink the color of midnight, a peculiar book arrived without warning. It lay on his work table, bound in covers that shifted from deep cobalt to silvery green depending on the light, as if woven from twilight itself. No name marked its spine, but when Corwin brushed his thumb over the pages, they hummed faintly, like a tea kettle singing on a hearth. Inside, the book lay utterly blank, until the moment Corwin sighed in frustration and words began to bloom. To the one who mends stories, the first line read, "You've forgotten how to read your own." Corwin startled, nearly upsetting his inkwell. The letters shimmered like liquid starlight, and as he read on, the room seemed to soften at the edges, the firelight growing warmer, the scent of aged paper deepening into something alive and verdant. The book spoke of a forgotten garden hidden in the heart of the valley, where a tree with crystalline leaves grew, a tree said to reflect the truest self of whoever stood beneath its branches. Legend claimed it had withered long ago, its magic locked away by a guardian who feared the vulnerability of truth. "Nonsense," Corwin muttered, though his hands trembled as he turned the page. Yet that night dreams of the tree haunted him, roots like braided moonlight, leaves chiming like bells in a breeze, and a voice, soft as a spider's thread, whispering, "What are you afraid to see?" The next morning, Corwin found a sparrow perched on his windowsill, its feathers the exact shifting blue of the mysterious book. It dropped a single seed into his palm, a seed that pulsed with a faint, rosy glow before darting away. Compelled by a curiosity he couldn't name, Corwin tucked the seed into his pocket and set out, the book tucked under his arm like a nervous heartbeat. His journey led him beyond the village, past fields where pumpkins slumbered under frost-kissed vines, into a forest where trees whispered secrets in a language just beyond human hearing. Here he met Tansy, a woman who tended a cottage overrun with murmuring plants. Her hair was a storm cloud of curls, her apron pockets brimming with seeds that glimmered like trapped fireflies. "Ah," she said, eyeing the book in Corwin's arms, "so you've met the Mirror Gardener's diary." Before he could ask, she pressed a steaming mug of spiced chai into his hands. "The garden's been waiting for someone like you. Someone who's all mended edges but hasn't yet dared to grow." Over days that blurred like watercolor, Tansy became his guide. She taught him to listen to the root song of plants, a melody felt in the soles of the feet, and showed him how the forest thrived on change. "See how the maples shed their pride each fall," she said, catching a scarlet leaf. "They don't mourn the loss, they dream of what they'll become." Yet when Corwin planted the glowing seed at the forest's heart, nothing happened. Days passed. He fretted, pacing until his boots wore paths in the moss. "Perhaps it's dead," he groaned. Tansy chuckled, stirring a pot of soup that smelled of earthy sage. "Or perhaps it's waiting for you to stop holding your breath." That night Corwin sat alone by the planting site, the mysterious book open in his lap. Moonlight pooled around him, and for the first time he voiced the fear that had coiled in his chest for years. What if I'm not enough? What if I grow and it's not good? As tears fell, watering the soil, the seed finally stirred. A sprout unfurled, not toward the sky, but downward, its roots diving deep into the earth, glowing like veins of molten amber. The tree grew rapidly, yet not as Corwin expected. Its trunk twisted like a question mark, branches spiraling in patterns that made his head spin. When he touched the bark, visions flickered, himself as a child, hiding in closets during thunderstorms, as a teen, burning his first failed manuscript, as a man, turning down a journey to distant libraries for fear of the unknown. The tree mirrored every self-doubt, every clipped wing of his spirit. "It's ugly," Corwin whispered, throat tight. "Is it?" Tansy appeared beside him, cradling a bioluminescent squash. "Or is it honest?" She pressed her palm to the trunk, and the tree shuddered, its gnarls smoothing slightly. "Strength isn't in being unbroken, Corwin. It's in accepting that growth requires breaking. Watch." She sang a note so low it vibrated in the bones, and the tree shivered. A crack split its trunk, and from the fissure spilled not sap, but liquid light. Where it touched the ground, flowers erupted, indigo blooms that chimed when the wind stirred them. The tree's once tangled branches straightened just enough to reveal their pattern, a spiral, not a cage. Corwin wept. Then tentatively, he added his own voice to Tansy's song. As their harmonies wove through the air, the tree's crystalline leaves burst forth, each one reflecting not his face, but moments of courage he'd never acknowledged, staying up to comfort a sick friend, patiently teaching a girl to bind her first book, daring to plant this very seed. By dawn, the garden had awakened fully, a labyrinth of luminescent flora where shadows danced like contented cats. The tree stood at its center, still crooked, still bearing the scars of Corwin's fears, but now radiant with a beauty that made passers-by catch their breath. Villagers began to visit, finding their own truths reflected in the leaves. A baker saw her late mother's smile in the bark's grooves. A fisherman heard his son's laughter in the chiming flowers. Corwin returned to his tower changed. He still mended books, but now he added new pages to them, stories of a timid gardener who learned to sing to seeds, of a tree that grew strongest where it had once split. His workshop became a haven where children gathered to paint their fears onto paper kites, then release them into the sky, watching anxieties transform into specks of color against the clouds. Years later, when a young apprentice asked him how to stop being afraid of growing, Corwin smiled, lines crinkling around eyes that had learned to find light in the cracks. He handed the child a seed from his pocket, ordinary-looking, but warm to the touch. "Plant it," he said, "and water it with the stories you're afraid to tell. Then listen closely when it answers." And in the hearth's glow, as snow fell gently beyond the windows, the child leaned forward, ready to begin. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore clouds like woolen caps, there lived a girl named Lila with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the sparkle of creek water catching sunlight. Each evening, she'd sit at her bedroom window watching fireflies trace secret messages above the meadow, little knowing how soon their flickering code would brush against her destiny. One crisp autumn afternoon, while hunting for crimson maple leaves to press in her grandmother's iron-bound book, Lila stumbled upon a curious sight beneath an ancient oak. A tarnished silver chain peeked through mossy stones, its pendant shaped like a teardrop moon cradling a milky stone that pulsed faintly as her shadow fell upon it. When her fingers closed around the cool metal, the world rippled like a pond disturbed by a falling acorn. The forest breathed differently now, richer, deeper, as if the air had turned to honey. A red fox emerged from the ferns, its coat gleaming like polished copper. What startled Lila wasn't its sudden appearance, but the fact that when it opened its mouth, words emerged in a voice like wind through barley fields. "Took you long enough," it said, flicking a ear adorned with 3 silver rings. Thus began Lila's tutelage under Ember, the fox who revealed that the whispering pendant allowed its bearer to cross the veil, the shimmering boundary between ordinary reality and the old wood where sentient creatures kept ancient rhythms. But all was not well in this hidden realm. The Everpool, source of the forest's magic, was silting over. Seasons tangled like mismatched yarn snowdrops blooming in autumn, maple keys sprouting mid-flight. Their quest to restore balance led them first to the moonlit market, where hedgehog vendors sold dewdrop elixirs in acorn cups and badgers in embroidered waistcoats debated philosophy over clover tea. There a silver-whiskered owl named Thurea gifted them a vial of starlight with instructions to follow the sorrow where roots drink deep. The clue guided them to the caves of echoing moss, where underground rivers sang forgotten ballads and luminous fungi mapped constellations on cavern ceilings. In those dripping chambers, they discovered the source of decay, a wounded earth spirit, its rocky hide cracked where greedy hands had tried to mine its crystalline heart. Lila's pendant glowed as she pressed it against the fracture, pouring forth memories of children's laughter, morning birdsong, and the quiet strength of oaks enduring storms. The spirit rumbled to life, quartz veins knitting together as it bowed its great head. "Your compassion mends what force could not," it intoned, gifting them a seed wrapped in bioluminescent moss. Their journey wove onward across rivers where water nymphs wove liquid melodies, through valleys where willows played harpist with their trailing branches, and up slopes where mountain spirits rolled thunder like children bowling stone hoops. Each challenge demanded not strength but attentive kindness, untangling a wood sprite's knotted hair, mediating a dispute between quarrelsome sparrows, composing lullabies for a restless wind. The final test came at the Everpool itself, now choked with ghostly pale weeds. As Lila lowered the glowing seed into murky waters, the pendant grew warm against her chest. Visions flooded her mind not just of the forest's past glory, but of its fragile connections to the human world. She understood then that the magic wasn't dying but waiting for hearts willing to listen rather than take. When the seed took root, shooting forth a tree that bloomed summer blossoms and winter berries simultaneously, Lila felt the change ripple through both worlds. Back in her village, elders marveled at suddenly abundant orchards, while children giggled at unusually bold deer nibbling apple cores from open palms. On the last night of her adventure, Ember walked her to the boundary stone. "The pendant chooses keepers who feel the threads between all living things," he said, nuzzling her hand. Though the silver chain dissolved into moonlight as she crossed back, Lila knew the true magic remained in the fox tracks beside her garden wall, the owl feather on her windowsill, and the quiet understanding that wonder walks softly where respect blooms. Years later, when a wide-eyed child showed Lila a peculiar stone found by the brook, she simply smiled and said, "Let me tell you about a fox who speaks in riddles." The fire crackled its accompaniment as snow fell gently beyond the frosted window panes, wrapping the world in hushed anticipation of stories yet to unfold. In the velvet hush of twilight, when the last honey-colored rays of sun cling to the horizon like shy children reluctant to bed, there exists a cobblestone path behind old Mrs. Willoughby's rhododendron bushes that wasn't there yesterday. This is where we find our protagonist, a girl with a lantern of curiosity always lit behind her eyes, standing at the edge of what sensible folk called the ordinary woods. But the stones beneath her boots shimmered like dragonfly wings, and the air carried the faintest whisper of a melody no earthly instrument could play. The girl, let's call her Mira, stepped onto the path. At once, the world softened around the edges. Trees stretched taller, their bark patterned with silvery spirals that pulsed gently, as if breathing. The ground became springy with moss the color of limes dipped in moonlight, and fireflies the size of apricots bobbed lazily, their light shifting between gold and violet. It was the Glimmerwood, though Mira didn't know its name yet. All she knew was the scent of cinnamon and rain, and the feeling that the very air was welcoming her. Her first companion appeared as she crossed a bridge made of interwoven roots, arching over a stream where the water sang in glassy notes. A creature no taller than her knee perched on the rail, its fur a cascade of autumn leaves, crimson maple, amber oak, russet elm, all rustling softly even without wind. It had eyes like twin hearth fires, and a tail that flickered like a candle flame. "You're the leaf ox," Mira breathed, recalling a half-forgotten tale her grandmother once told. The creature inclined its head, leaves chiming like distant bells. "And you're the girl who's forgotten her mittens," it replied, voice crackling pleasantly. Mira looked down at her hands, suddenly aware of the evening chill. Before she could speak, the leaf ox shook itself, sending a single golden leaf spinning into her palms. It grew warm, soft as rabbit fur, and shaped itself into perfect mittens. "Every wanderer needs protection," said the leaf ox. "Even from small discomforts, follow the singing stones when the path forks, and mind the ink-bloom flowers, their dreadful gossips." With that, it dissolved into a swirl of leaves, scattering into the darkening wood. Mira walked on, the mittens humming with gentle warmth. Soon the path split around a hillock crowned with flowers whose petals were deepest indigo, their centers glowing like bottled starlight. As she approached, they began to quiver. "She's wearing fox gifts," one bloom trilled. "No hat, though," sighed another. "Her ears must be chilly." "Do you think she knows about the thistle key?" piped a third. Mira knelt. "What's a thistle key?" The flowers stilled. Then in unison they turned toward a nearby oak, where a single silver thistle hung from a low branch, its surface etched with tiny, swirling symbols. "Opens the chamber of whispers," the largest flower confided. "But it's ever so tricky to reach. The ivy argues with strangers." True enough, the oak's trunk was wrapped in thick ivy, each leaf edged in copper. As Mira reached for the thistle, the vines shifted like a nest of snakes, hissing, "No admittance, no bare ears." Remembering the flower's chatter, Mira untied her scarf, patterned with embroidered owls, and fashioned it into a makeshift hat. The ivy rustled approvingly and parted. The thistle key fit snugly in her palm. At the hill's peak, she found a door carved into the side of an ancient stump, no taller than her shoulder. The key slid into a knot hole, and with a sound like a sighing cello, the door opened. Inside, the chamber of whispers was neither large nor small, but exactly the size of a held breath. Floating orbs of light drifted like dandelion seeds, each containing a voice, some laughing, some murmuring, one reciting a recipe for mushroom pie. In the center sat a stone basin filled with liquid moonlight. "Look inward," the chamber seemed to whisper. Mira gazed into the basin. The moonlight rippled, showing not her reflection, but a winding path through a valley of crystalline trees, their branches chiming in an unfelt breeze. At the valley's heart stood a tower woven from living vines where something glimmered, a figurine of a fox, a thistle, and a flower, all forged in gleaming silver. The vision faded, leaving the taste of peppermint on her tongue. A map, she realized. The basin's moonlight had imprinted the route onto her mind, crisp as ink on parchment. The journey through the Crystal Valley tested her in gentle ways. Narrow bridges of frozen mist required careful steps. A river of liquid amber demanded she trade a story. She told of the time she'd helped a baby crow learn to fly for passage on a lily pad boat. She met a hedgehog knitting socks from spider silk, who gifted her a pair for the stones ahead. They're fond of ticklish toes, and a family of moths who mended a tear in her coat with threads pulled from dawn's first light. At the Vine Tower, Mira found the figurine, but also a surprise. The leaf ox waited beside it, along with the ink-bloom flowers, now tucked into tiny flower pots carried by chipmunks and the moth family. Every guardian of the Glimmerwood comes to greet those who pass the valley, the leaf ox explained. The silver totem is yours, but it asks a question first. Will you keep our secrets? Mira hesitated. I'll share the wonder, but not the paths. Some magic needs quiet to grow. The totem glowed, warm in her hands. As it did, the Glimmerwood itself seemed to hum in approval. The leaf ox nudged her elbow. Come, dawn's approaching, time for wanderers to return. They walked back together, the creatures sharing tales of the wood, how the stars dip down to drink from the singing stream, how the northern lights are actually the ghosts of forgotten songs. At the cobblestone path's end, the leaf ox pressed a paw to Mira's chest. Carry the glimmer here, and when the world feels too heavy. It plucked a maple seed from its tail, now a perfect, tiny whirligig. Plant this where shadows gather. It'll remember the light. Mira stepped back into her world as the first birds began their morning chorus. In her pocket, the silver totem nestled close, and in her heart, the certainty that wonder never truly leaves us. It waits in the corners of our gaze, patient as moonlight. That night, she planted the seed by her window box. It grew into a sapling with leaves that glowed softly when she hummed, and though no one else ever found the cobblestone path again, Mira knew it was there. And sometimes, on the edge of sleep, she'd hear a familiar crackle of autumn leaves, and know her friends in the Glimmerwood were wishing her sweet dreams. The Whispering Woods had always hummed with secrets older than moonlight. Beneath cathedral trees whose roots cradled forgotten languages, there existed a community of creatures who wore the forest like a second skin. Moss-knitted rabbits whose fur changed with the seasons, starlight-drunk fireflies that wrote poems in the air, and badgers with maps of constellations etched into their paw pads all moved through the dappled shadows. Their world balanced on the edge of a maple leaf, precarious, beautiful, and governed by the ancient pact between the turning wheel, as they called the seasons, and the Heartstone, a crystalline relic pulsing deep within the forest's core. One crisp autumn when leaves whisper, a young fox kit named Sorrel noticed the first crack in the world. It appeared as she practiced painting frost patterns with her breath against a spider's web, a skill her grandmother had taught her when the last winter's snow still clung to the earth. The web trembled not from her exhale, but from the faintest shimmer in the air above it, like heat distortion over summer stones. When she pressed a paw to the quivering space, it tasted of burnt honey and loneliness. Grandmother, Sorrel called, her voice sending a spiral of amber leaves dancing. The veil between worlds has a toothache. The elder fox emerged from her den of woven ferns, her coat the color of storm clouds and wisdom. She sniffed the air, ears twitching to the discordant rhythm of a woodpecker's delayed morning song. The Heartstone weakens, she murmured, watching a maple leaf stall mid-fall, caught between gold and crimson. Come, we must consult the council of root and crown. Their journey to the stone hollow revealed the forest's deepening malaise. Brook salamanders floated belly up, their bioluminescent tails dimmed. Oak guardians, ancient trees with faces in their bark, groaned as their lower branches petrified into cold stone. Worst of all were the silence pockets, clearings where sound died as if smothered by invisible moss. Sorrel's whiskers tingled with wrongness when they passed through one, her own heartbeat muffled into nothingness. At the stone hollow, the council had already gathered. Thistlewood, the great horned owl whose feathers held the pattern of every winter storm, perched on a quartz outcropping. Between his talons lay the Heartstone, once a vibrant geode singing with inner light, now a dull lump of rock veined with sickly green. Circling him were the season keepers, a maple-key dragonfly representing spring, a berry-fat dormouse for summer, a persimmon-hued salamander for autumn, and a snow hare whose fur still held patches of winter's last gasp. "The turning wheel hesitates," rumbled Thistlewood, his voice the creak of timber holding up the sky. "Without the Heartstone's rhythm, seasons will bleed into each other until life unravels." Sorrel's grandmother stepped forward, her tail brushing a constellation of glowing mushrooms into brighter life. "The stone's illness mirrors the forest's wounds. We must mend both as one." A plan was woven like silken thread through the dark. They would collect the 4 essences tied to each season's zenith and use them to cleanse the Heartstone. Sorrel, chosen for her keen nose and quicker paws, would lead the gathering. Her first quest took her east to the Spring Vale, where the air itself blossomed. The journey sang in her blood. She bounded past fiddleheads uncurling like sleep-warmed paws, through meadows where dandelion clocks chimed the hour with drifting seeds. At the vale, a waterfall where liquid sunlight cascaded over emerald rocks, she met the season keeper, a silver-throated deer whose antlers sprouted living cherry blossoms. "Prove your heart matches the spring's renewal," the deer spoke in water-song tones. Before them, the waterfall parted to reveal a sapling choked by thorny vines, its leaves trembling in Earth's memory of winter. Sorrel approached not with teeth or claws, but with the lullaby her grandmother sang when frost bit too deep. As she hummed, the thorns softened into wild roses. The sapling stretched upward, buds bursting into flowers that rained peach-scented gratitude. The deer bowed, a single blossom floating into Sorrel's satchel, the essence of awakening. Summer's trial burned brighter. In the south, where heat shimmered like a living thing, Sorrel found the season keeper, a jewel-eyed tree frog enthroned on a lily pad the size of a thundercloud. The air throbbed with the heartbeat of 1,000 cicadas. "Bring order to the chaos," croaked the frog, indicating a sun-scorched meadow where plants grew in wild, suffocating tangles. Drought crackled in every yellowed blade. Remembering the badger's lessons on balance, Sorrel didn't rip through the overgrowth. Instead, she dug irrigation channels mimicking the constellations on her grandmother's paws, redirecting a sluggish stream to kiss parched roots. She pruned judiciously, thinning enough for sunlight to nourish, not scorch. When the first melon vine curled gratefully around her leg, the frog gifted her the essence of abundance, a drop of liquid amber that hummed with bee song. Autumn's test came in the west, where the season keeper, a squirrel with a tail like smoldering embers, waited atop a pyramid of pumpkins. "Everything here clings too tightly," they chittered, gesturing to an orchard where fruit rotted on branches, leaves refusing to fall. The air reeked of sweet decay. Sorrel twitched her nose at the malaise. She began gathering fallen acorns, arranging them in spirals that whispered of cyclical endings. With a badger's digging claw borrowed from the council stores, she carved tiny doors in the stubborn trees, inviting wood beetles to begin the recycling dance. Lastly, she blew the first frost breath she'd ever learned across the highest branches. As reluctant apples thudded to the ground, the squirrel tossed her the essence of release, a maple key that spun ceaselessly in midair. Winter's challenge almost broke her. In the north's endless twilight, the season keeper was a carved ice wolf whose howl shaped snowflakes. Find warmth without fire, it growled, icicle teeth clinking. Around them, creatures shivered in a blizzard that stole breath and hope. Sorrel thought of dormice sharing nests, of owls sheltering lost fawns under their wings. Gathering the trembling animals, she taught them the huddle dance, a weaving of bodies and breath that kindled communal warmth. When the ice wolf itself began to shiver, She brushed her frost-flecked tail against its paw in shared vulnerability. The essence of rest came as a snowflake that never melted, its crystalline patterns holding the quiet promise of spring's return. Back at Stone Hollow, the council blended the essences into a chalice of woven vines. As sorrel poured the mixture over the Heartstone, the forest held its breath. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then, a sound like the first rainfall after drought. The stone's cracks glowed gold, its geode interior spinning to life like a miniature galaxy. Through the bond all forest creatures shared, Sorrel felt the changes ripple outward. Salamanders flipping right side up with indignant splashes, petrified branches sprouting new leaves, silence pockets filling with the symphony of a woodpecker's repentant rhythm. When the last tendril of green sickness vanished, Thistlewood lifted the restored Heartstone high. "Remember this day," he boomed as the essences swirled into the stone, creating a new vein of iridescent light. Harmony isn't a spell but a practice, 1,000 small choices to listen, adapt, and care. Years later, when Sorrel had cubs of her own with coats like dappled sunlight, she'd bring them to the stone hollow during the turning days. Together, they'd watch the season keepers perform their dance, the deer's blossoms melting into the frog's summer rains, the squirrel's falling leaves giving way to the wolf's gentle snows. And when curious noses twitched at the Heartstone's glow, she'd tell them of cracked veils and communal warmth, her words weaving through the firefly-lit air like a promise. Nothing is ever truly broken when many paws work to mend it. The forest breathed its agreement in the scent of rain-soaked loam and applewood smoke, in the crunch of leaves under careful paws, in the silent understanding that flowed root to branch to star-dusted wing. Somewhere an elder fox smiled as her granddaughter's laughter tangled with the wind, another thread in the endless, beautiful tapestry of the Whispering Woods. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and sunlight filtered gently through a canopy of ancient oaks, there existed a world untouched by time. This was a land where the whispers of the wind carried secrets from one generation to the next, and every creature, from the smallest ant to the mightiest stag, played a role in the grand tapestry of life. The forest was alive with colors and sounds that danced through the senses, leaves rustling in a gentle breeze, streams murmuring over smooth stones, and the distant calls of birds that painted the sky with their graceful arcs. Here, nature was both the stage and the storyteller, weaving tales of harmony and balance that had been passed down through countless seasons. At the heart of this forest stood a great oak, its branches stretching wide, as if to embrace the sky. It was known as the elder tree, the guardian of the forest, and beneath its boughs, creatures of all kinds gathered to share their stories and learn from its ancient wisdom. The elder tree had seen the birth of stars and the passing of ages, and its deep, resonant voice was a soothing balm to all who listened. One cool autumn morning, as the sun began its lazy ascent, painting the sky with strokes of amber and gold, a gentle squirrel named Fern scurried through the fallen leaves. Her fur was the color of warm chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Fern had long been enchanted by the stories told by the elder tree, and she often found herself drawn to the gatherings beneath its expansive branches. That morning, as the forest awoke in a symphony of sound and color, Fern noticed something unusual. The leaves, usually vibrant in their autumnal hues, seemed to be shimmering with a soft, golden light. It was as if the forest itself was glowing, breathing with a life more vivid than ever before. Intrigued, Fern quickened her pace, eager to reach the elder tree and uncover the mystery of this magical dawn. As she arrived, she found a small assembly of forest creatures already gathered. Wise old badgers, graceful deer, and a family of rabbits huddled close together. They all gazed up at the elder tree with a mix of awe and anticipation. The air was filled with a gentle hum, a melody that seemed to emanate from the tree itself, resonating with the heartbeat of the forest. The elder tree, sensing the presence of its attentive audience, began to speak in its deep, melodious voice, rich with the wisdom of ages. "Dear friends," it intoned, "today you witness a rare and wondrous phenomenon. the dance of the seasons. It is a time when the essence of the forest shifts, a sign of balance and renewal, as one season makes way for another. The creatures listened with rapt attention, their hearts swelling with a sense of unity and purpose. Fern, perched on a low branch, felt a warmth spread through her, as if she were part of something far greater than herself. The elder tree continued. Each season brings its own gifts and challenges, teaching us lessons of patience, resilience, and harmony. We must cherish these gifts and learn from them, for they are the threads that weave the fabric of our world. As the elder tree spoke, the shimmering light intensified, enveloping the forest in a gentle glow. It was as if the very soul of the forest was singing, a melody of life and light that filled every corner of the ancient woods. Fern closed her eyes, letting the music wash over her, feeling a deep connection to the earth and sky, to every leaf and creature that called this place home. In that moment, Fern understood the true meaning of balance, the delicate dance between the changing seasons, each one a vital part of the greater whole. She realized that just as the forest embraced the cycle of life, so too must she embrace the changes in her own journey, trusting in the wisdom of the ages and the power of friendship and community. As the light began to fade, returning the forest to its familiar hues, the creatures slowly dispersed, their hearts full of wonder and gratitude. Fern lingered a moment longer, her eyes turned skyward, silently thanking the elder tree for sharing its wisdom and the beauty of the dance of the seasons. With a newfound sense of purpose, Fern bounded back through the forest, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would meet them with courage and grace, drawing strength from the lessons of the forest and the enduring bonds of friendship. As the day turned to dusk and the moon rose high above the treetops, casting a silver glow over the sleeping forest, the ancient woods remained a sanctuary of peace and harmony. And beneath the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the creatures of the forest dreamt of the endless cycle of seasons, each one a testament to the beauty and balance of nature. In the quiet of the night, the wind carried the promise of a new dawn, whispering tales of hope and renewal to all who listened. And so the forest lived on, a timeless realm where magic and reality danced hand in hand, a gentle reminder of the enduring power of nature and the wisdom found in every leaf and stone. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. In a village hugged by hills that turned violet at dusk, there lived a girl named Lila with a map drawn in starlight ink on her palms. Not the kind you could see, mind you, the kind that tingled when the wind carried secrets from the east. It was this invisible compass that led her one twilight to the edge of the Crystal Vale woods, where trees grew in spirals and the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten lullabies. The rules here were simple, whispered the rustling leaves. Wonder softly, listen deeply, and never hurry the shadows. Layla's first step sank into moss so plush it seemed to sigh beneath her boots. Above, branches wove a canopy of living stained glass, leaves of amber and tourmaline filtering the moonlight into pools of liquid gold. She paused when a flicker of movement caught her eye. A fox with fur the color of autumn's last flame sat primly on a root, tail curled around a tiny lantern made of dandelion fluff. "Lost little wanderer," it asked, its voice like the creak of a rocking chair. When Lila shook her head, the fox chuckled, a sound like falling acorns. "Ah, found then, follow the lichens' laughter. It's having a particularly giggly night." The lichen, it turned out, did indeed giggle, a sound like chimes submerged in honey. It glowed faintly along a path strewn with petals that dissolved into mist when touched. Deeper into the woods, Lila encountered a brook where the water flowed upward, defying gravity with the enthusiasm of a child's soap bubble. Its surface rippled with half-formed shapes, a crown of feathers here, a dancing teapot there. Kneeling to drink, she found the water tasted of questions she'd never thought to ask. "What's north of north?" it burbled. Before she could answer, a hedgehog made of moss and twigs trundled up, balancing 3 starberries on its spiky back. "Trade you," it squeaked, nodding at the hair ribbon Lila had tied around her wrist. She hesitated. The ribbon was her last gift from Gran, but placed it in the hedgehog's twig claw. The starberries burst on her tongue, each a different flavor, courage, curiosity, and the exact warmth of a hug held too long. The woods thickened, trees now arching like the ribs of some slumbering giant. Here, the challenges grew gentler but stranger. A bridge of spider silk demanded she whisper a secret before crossing. "I still sleep with my socks on," she confessed. The bridge purred. A glade of clockwork butterflies tested her patience, landing on her nose until she stood statue still for 7 full minutes. "Time isn't a river here," chimed the largest butterfly, its wings ticking. "It's a puddle, splashable." Lila's laughter startled a cloud of bioluminescent moths into swirling around her, their wings painting temporary constellations on the dark. It was near the heart of the woods that she met the only creature taller than a sapling, a willow tree with bark like crumpled parchment, its branches heavy with glowing blue fruit. At its base sat a round door no bigger than a teapot. "Ah," crooned the tree, though its mouth, if it had one, remained hidden. The map-handed child, "We've been waiting." The door swung open to reveal not a space, but a sound. The low, resonant hum of a cello played underwater. "To pass," murmured the willow, "you must give what the woods already gave you." Lila knelt, mind circling the riddle. The starberries. The moth light. Then she noticed her hands. The star map was gone from her palms. In its place shimmered 3 symbols: a fox's lantern, a hedgehog's starberry, a butterfly's wing. She pressed her palms to the tree's roots. The symbols sank into the bark, and the willow shuddered with delight. "Clever seedling, you didn't keep the gifts, you let them change you." The tree split down the middle, revealing a chamber where the air itself seemed to sparkle with possibility. Inside, the source of the wood's magic hung suspended, a single pulsing petal from the first flower, its edges fraying into stardust. Around it orbited creatures Lila could only glimpse sideways, a fish with cloud fins, a cat made of hourglass sand. Take a thread, whispered the petal's light. Mend what's fraying. Her fingers trembled as she plucked a silver thread from the petal's glow. Instinctively, she wove it through the hole in her pocket, the one she'd gotten climbing the old oak last spring. The thread dissolved and the pocket sang. A soft, contented hum, as if grateful to be whole. When Lila stepped back into the woods, dawn hovered like a held breath. The fox waited, lantern dimmed. Well, it asked. She opened her mended pocket. Out fluttered all she'd gathered, a lichen chuckle, a sip of upward-flowing brook, the memory of starberry courage. The fox nodded. Good, now you know, the real magic isn't in keeping, but in letting the wonder through. The journey home was shorter, though no less wondrous. Gravity remembered itself, the brook flowed downstream, and the hedgehog waved with a twig now tied with Lila's ribbon. As she crossed the tree line, the Crystal Vale woods sighed behind her, not in farewell, but in patient waiting. In her pocket the mended thread hummed, and when she finally curled into bed, she dreamed not of adventures, but of a willow tree whispering to new seeds. And then the girl understood, courage isn't a flame to clutch, but a lantern to share. Pass it on, little rootlings, pass it on. Years later, villagers would swear they sometimes saw a grown woman with starlight in her braid, leaving starberries on windowsills, or mending torn kite strings with invisible thread. But that's a story for another twilight. For now, dear listener, imagine Lila asleep, her palm resting open on the quilt, and in its center, a single crystal petal glowing softly, a nightlight for dreams yet to come. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Once upon a time, in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled, "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. The Keeper of Twilight Lights. In a village nestled between velvet green hills and a forest that whispered secrets through its pine needles, there lived a girl named Lila with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the curiosity of 1,000 starlit nights. Her favorite hour came when the sun dipped below the horizon and the world turned the soft purple of bruised plums, a time she called the in-between. It was during this twilight that Lila would wander the edge of the woods, collecting pebbles smooth as owl eggs and listening to the crickets hum their evening hymns. One dusk, as the last amber streaks of sunlight clung to the clouds, Lila noticed something glimmering beneath the roots of an ancient oak. Kneeling, she brushed away loam and moss to reveal a lantern unlike any she'd seen. Its glass panels were etched with symbols resembling swirling constellations, and within it burned not a candle, but a cluster of tiny lights that pulsed like fireflies trapped in amber. When she lifted it, the ground trembled faintly, and a path materialized before her, a ribbon of silver moss winding deep into the forest. The air grew sweeter as she followed the trail, carrying notes of honeysuckle and distant campfires. Shadows stretched long and playful, and the trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling in approval. At the path's end stood a gate woven from ivy and twilight, guarded by a fox with fur like smoldering embers. His eyes, twin pools of liquid gold, blinked slowly. "You found the lantern of veils," he said, his voice a rumble of distant thunder. "It chooses who may enter the gloaming." Lila's breath caught. The gloaming. "A realm that exists in the breath between day and night," the fox replied. "But its light is fading. The northern vault, where all forgotten radiance is stored, has been sealed. Without it, the gloaming will crumble into eternal shadow." He nudged the lantern with his nose, and the symbols on its surface began to rotate. "You must reignite the vault, but beware. The path is watched by the Shade Weaver, who fears light more than anything." The fox, who introduced himself as Ember, led Lila through the gate. The gloaming unfolded like a watercolor painting, rivers of liquid starlight, meadows where flowers chimed like glass bells, and trees with bark that shimmered like fish scales. But as they journeyed north, Lila noticed cracks in the earth and patches where the sky had frayed into void. Long ago, Ember explained, the gloaming's light was replenished by memories, laughter trapped in soap bubbles, the glow of a child's first snowfall, the warm haze of a grandmother's story. But humans began to hoard their joy, locking it away in hearts grown heavy with worry. The vault's guardian, the keeper, vanished, and the door sealed itself. Lila tightened her grip on the lantern. How do we open it? With a thread of shared light, said Ember. But the Shade Weaver will try to unravel it. As if summoned, the air grew cold. A figure emerged from the trees, a woman with a dress of swirling smoke and a face that shifted like mist. Little thief, she hissed. You cannot mend what is broken. Light burns, it fades. Better to let the dark claim it gently. Lila's pulse quickened, but Ember stepped forward, his tail bristling. You mistake kindness for weakness, Weaver. There is strength in what lasts, even a little while. The Shade Weaver lunged, her fingers clawed and cold. Lila swung the lantern, and its light flared, painting the forest in hues of topaz and rose. The Weaver recoiled, screaming, and melted into the shadows. Quickly, Ember urged. She'll return. They reached the northern vault at dawn, or what passed for dawn in the gloaming, a slow blush of peach light bleeding through the trees. The vault was a towering arch of ice and iron, its surface etched with scenes of children dancing, lovers whispering, and elders smiling under cherry blossom trees. At its center was a keyhole shaped like a teardrop. Lila raised the lantern, but nothing happened. What's wrong? Ember's ears flattened. The key is a memory, one you must give freely. Lila closed her eyes. She thought of her father teaching her to whistle with an acorn cap, of her mother braiding daisies into her hair, of the time the village had gathered to relight the midsummer bonfire after a storm. Each memory tugged at her heart, bright and aching. The lantern's lights swirled faster, then streamed toward the keyhole, weaving into a luminous thread. The vault door groaned open, releasing a cascade of light that flowed like syrup, golden, honeyed, alive. It seeped into the cracked earth, mending the gloaming's wounds. The Shade Weaver's scream echoed one last time before dissolving into a sigh. Ember nuzzled Lila's hand. You've done it, Keeper. But I'm not. You are now, the lantern chose you. It will always return when the gloaming needs tending. Lila stepped back through the ivy gate at twilight's edge, the lantern dimming to a soft glow. The village lay unchanged, but she felt different, fuller, as if she'd swallowed a piece of the moon. That night, as she drifted to sleep, she glimpsed Ember in her window, winking like a stray ember before vanishing into the dark. Years later, when storms raged or winters bit deep, villagers would murmur of a girl seen wandering the forest edge, a lantern in hand, its light painting the trees in colors no mortal fire could conjure. They spoke of shadows that parted for her, of flowers blooming in her footsteps, and of a fox with eyes like melted gold trailing silently behind. Lila grew old, but the lantern never left her. On her last evening, as she sat beneath the ancient oak, the air turned sweet with honeysuckle, and Ember appeared, young as ever. "Ready, Keeper?" he asked. She smiled, her face creased like a well-loved map. "Always." The lantern's light enveloped them, and together they stepped into the gloaming, where the sky was forever the color of remembered joy, and the stars sang lullabies only the brave of heart could hear. And so, the village tales say, if you stand very still at the in-between hour, you might glimpse a trail of silver moss, or hear the faint chime of glass flowers. But you must look with eyes unclouded by haste, and a heart light enough to carry memories, both bitter and sweet, like fireflies in a jar. For the gloaming endures, tended by those who understand that light, no matter how fragile, grows brighter when shared. In a quaint village nestled between the lush, rolling hills and a gentle stream that sang softly as it wound its way through the countryside, there lived a young woman named Linnea. Her home was a modest cottage, its roof adorned with moss and ivy, and its windows framed by cheerful boxes bursting with lavender and daisies. Linnea was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, yet she was often troubled by the winds of change that seemed to blow ever stronger in her life. Each morning she would awaken to the sweet melody of birdsong, the air alive with the scent of dew-kissed grass and blooming wildflowers. But beneath this serene surface, Linnea felt an unease growing within her, like a vine creeping through her soul. She feared the unknown changes that loomed in the distance, much like the approaching autumn wind that rustled through the trees, turning their leaves to gold. Her life had been simple and predictable, revolving around the village and its gentle rhythms. She tended her garden, baked bread, and often helped her neighbors with their daily tasks. However, as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a yearning for something beyond what she knew, yet she was hesitant to embrace it, fearing what it might bring. One crisp, clear morning, as Linnea wandered through the village square, she noticed an unfamiliar figure setting up a colorful stall draped with vibrant silks and shimmering trinkets. This was Marisol, a traveling enchantress known for her wisdom and the magical wonders she carried in her caravan. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Linnea approached, her curiosity piqued by the mystical aura that surrounded Marisol. Marisol welcomed her with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, dear Linnea," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze, "I see in you a heart that longs for growth and transformation, yet fears the journey it may require." Linnea nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "I feel something inside me changing, but I don't know what to do. How can I embrace what I don't understand?" With a knowing look, Marisol reached beneath her counter and retrieved a small, intricately carved box. "This," she said, presenting it to Linnea, "is a seed of transformation. Plant it under the full moon, and it will guide you on your path to discovery." Clutching the box to her chest, Linnea thanked Marisol and returned home, her heart alight with a mix of hope and uncertainty. That evening, as the silver moon hung like a lantern in the sky, she ventured into her garden, the cool earth soft beneath her feet. With a deep breath, she planted the seed, feeling a strange warmth spread through her fingers as she covered it with soil. In the days that followed, Linnea tended the spot with care, watering it with love and anticipation. Slowly, a delicate sprout emerged, its leaves unfurling like tiny green hands reaching for the sky. As it grew, Linnea found herself drawn into a world of wonder, for the plant was unlike any she had ever seen, its petals shimmering with colors that danced in the sunlight. With each passing day, Linnea noticed changes within herself, mirroring the plant's growth. She became more attuned to the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the songs of the birds. Her heart, once heavy with doubt, began to lighten, filled with a newfound sense of purpose and connection to the world around her. The villagers, too, noticed the change in Linnea. Her eyes sparkled with a vitality that seemed to brighten even the cloudiest days. Encouraged by her transformation, they sought her advice, drawn to her warmth and wisdom. Linnea, in turn, found joy in sharing her journey, realizing that by helping others, she was also nurturing her own spirit. One afternoon, as she sat beneath the shade of an ancient oak, her friend Tomas joined her. Tomas was a gentle soul with a love for stories and a knack for seeing the world in hues of wonder. "Linnea," he said, his voice soft and thoughtful, "the changes in you are like the seasons, inevitable and beautiful. You've learned to dance with them, and that is the true magic." Linnea smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "The seed Marisol gave me was just the beginning," she replied. "It taught me that change is not something to fear, but to embrace. Every leaf that falls, every blossom that blooms, carries a lesson if we're willing to listen." As the seasons continued to turn, Linnea's garden flourished, a testament to her journey of growth and self-discovery. She had learned that change, like the gentle flow of the stream, could lead to new and wondrous places. Her fears had dissolved like morning mist, replaced by a deep-seated belief in the beauty of life's ever-unfolding path. And so, in the heart of the village where magic and wisdom mingled beneath the starlit sky, Linnea found her place. She had become a beacon of hope, reminding all those around her that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, daring step into the unknown. As the sun set over the hills, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Linnea stood in her garden, surrounded by the soft hum of twilight. She whispered a silent thank you to Marisol and the seed that had set her on this path of discovery. For in the gentle embrace of nature and the kindness of others, she had found the courage to grow, to change, and to truly become herself. And so, dear reader, as you drift into the gentle embrace of sleep, remember that, like Linnea, you too can find magic in the changes life brings. For every challenge holds the promise of growth, and every ending is but the beginning of a new and wondrous journey. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there existed a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered age-old secrets. Here in a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a chimney that puffed lazy curls of smoke, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnuts, her eyes as bright as the morning sky, and her heart as warm as the sun-drenched meadows that surrounded her home. Lila shared her home with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories were as captivating as the twinkling stars on a clear night. The village often said that grandmother's tales were laced with magic, and perhaps they were right. For every story she told seemed to come alive, painting pictures so vivid that they lingered in the minds of those who heard them long after the fire had died down to embers. One chilly evening, as the wind murmured through the trees and the fireplace crackled warmly, Lila sat beside her grandmother, her head resting against the old woman's shoulder. "Tell me a story, grandmother," she whispered, her voice soft and sleepy. Grandmother smiled gently, her eyes twinkling with mischief and a touch of something older, something ancient. "Very well, my dear," she said, her voice wrapping around Lila like a soft woolen blanket. "Tonight I shall tell you the tale of the enchanted compass." Lila settled deeper into her grandmother's embrace, the world outside fading to a mere shadow as the story began to unfold. "Long ago," grandmother began, "in a time when the world was young and brimming with undiscovered wonders, there was a humble toymaker named Finn. He lived at the edge of a bustling town, in a workshop filled with the scent of wood shavings and the sound of clockwork ticking. Finn was a gentle soul, his hands skilled in the art of creation, his heart rich with kindness. Among his many creations was a peculiar object, a compass that did not point north, nor in any direction known to man. Instead, it was said to guide the bearer to their heart's true desire. But it was no ordinary compass, for it could only be seen by those pure of heart and intent." As grandmother spoke, Lila imagined the toymaker's workshop, the flickering light of candles casting playful shadows on the walls, the air filled with the rich aroma of pine and cedar. She could almost hear the soft ticking of the clockwork, a gentle heartbeat in the silence. "One day," continued grandmother, "a traveler named Kai arrived at Finn's doorstep. He was a young man, weary from his journeys, but his eyes held a spark of determination, a yearning for something he could not name. Sensing the traveler's longing, Finn offered him the compass, its needle spinning in a dance known only to it. 'This,' Finn said, placing the compass in Kai's hands, 'will lead you to what you truly seek. But be warned, the path may not be what you expect.' With gratitude, Kai accepted the gift, and thus began his journey, a journey not just across lands unknown, but into the depths of his own heart. Lila could feel the pull of the compass, the weight of its promise, heavy with mystery and hope. She imagined Kai setting out at dawn, the world bathed in the soft hues of sunrise, each step carrying him further into the unknown. As Kai traveled, grandmother continued, he encountered many wonders: a forest where the trees sang with voices like wind chimes, a lake whose waters reflected not the sky, but the dreams of those who gazed into its depths. Yet the compass led him onward, its needle unwavering in its dance. Along the way, Kai met a curious creature, a small, mischievous fox with fur as white as snow and eyes as clever as a winter's night. The fox, sensing Kai's good heart, decided to accompany him, prancing by his side, offering companionship and laughter. Lila smiled at the thought of the fox, its playful antics bringing lightness to Kai's journey. She could almost hear its soft paws on the forest floor, a comforting presence amidst the vastness of the world. As the days turned to weeks, Grandmother continued, her voice soft and steady, Kai began to understand that the compass was leading him not just across the land, but through the landscape of his own soul. He faced challenges that tested his courage and his kindness, teaching him the value of patience and the strength found in friendship. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Kai found himself at the edge of a great forest, an ancient place where time seemed to stand still. The compass, for the first time, ceased its spinning, the needle pointing steadily into the heart of the woods. Lila held her breath, her imagination weaving the scene with threads of anticipation and wonder. She could feel the forest's presence, its ancient wisdom whispering through the rustling leaves, its shadows deep and inviting. Kai entered the forest, Grandmother said, her voice a gentle breeze in the quiet room, his heart steady, his mind open. The fox trotted beside him, its eyes reflecting the fading light, its spirit as bright as a star. As they ventured deeper, the forest began to change. The trees, tall and majestic, stood like silent sentinels, their bark etched with runes of a language long forgotten. The air shimmered with a gentle magic, a presence that wrapped around Kai like a familiar embrace. Lila imagined the forest alive with unseen wonders, its secrets woven into the very fabric of the earth. She could hear the soft rustle of leaves, the distant call of a nightingale, the world holding its breath in anticipation. At the heart of the forest, Grandmother whispered, her voice a lullaby in the night, Kai found what he had truly been seeking, a hidden grove where a spring bubbled with water clear as crystal, its surface reflecting the stars above. Here in this sacred place, Kai realized that his journey had not been about reaching a destination, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within himself. Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest, a gentle glow of understanding and peace. She imagined Kai standing by the spring, the fox at his side, the compass now still, its purpose fulfilled. With the fox's companionship and the forest's quiet grace, Grandmother concluded, Kai found his heart's desire, not a place or a treasure, but a deeper connection to the world around him and a profound understanding of his own spirit. And so, with a heart full of gratitude, Kai returned to Finn, the compass in his hand, his journey complete. The toymaker welcomed him with a smile, his eyes twinkling with the knowledge that the greatest journey is often within. As Grandmother's voice faded into the soft crackling of the fire, Lila sighed contentedly, her eyes drifting closed, the story weaving its magic into her dreams. She imagined the forest, eternal and wise, the compass a silent sentinel in her hand, guiding her to her own heart's desires. And as the night deepened, the cottage nestled in its blanket of stars, Lila slept, her dreams filled with the wonders of the world, the gentle laughter of a fox, and the quiet wisdom of a journey well taken. The Whispering Locket and the Guardian of Glimmerwood. Beneath skies painted in twilight lavender, where chimney smoke curled like sleeping cats above thatched roofs, there lived a girl named Lila whose footsteps fell softer than dandelion fluff. Each evening, as the village of Wildermere settled into its quilted silence, she would kneel by her windowsill, listening to the distant murmur of Glimmerwood, an ancient forest said to hold secrets in its knotted roots. But tonight was different. Tonight the wind carried not the usual pine-scented lullabies, but a shiver that made the oil lamps gutter and the village dogs whine into their paws. It began with a flicker of silver in the meadow, a light darting between thistles like a minnow in a stream. Lila's breath fogged the window pane as she pressed closer, heart drumming a curious rhythm. The light led her past moonlit haystacks, through dewy grass that clung to her nightdress like shy fingers, until she stood at the forest's edge where shadows pooled thick as ink. There, tangled in a hawthorn bush, hung a locket no larger than a hazelnut, its surface etched with spirals that seemed to shift when touched by starlight. "Don't." The voice came from a fox seated primly on a mossy stone, its fur the color of smoldering embers. It tilted its head, amber eyes reflecting the locket's glow. "That trinket isn't for the clumsy-handed child." Lila froze, one hand hovering near the thorny branches. You talk. And you gawk, the fox sniffed, twitching a whisker. Names are currency here. Mine's Ember, yours. Lila, why shouldn't I touch it? Ember's tail curled tight. Because that's no mere bauble, it's a whisperstone, last of its kind. Choose wisely, leave it be, or wake the old magic and see this forest as it truly is. The locket pulsed warmly, and suddenly Lila understood the hum she'd heard all her life. The creak of oaks, the chuckle of brooks, was a language half-remembered. Her fingers closed around the chain. The world unraveled. Where gnarled trees once stood, now rose pillars of living amber, their canopies a mosaic of jade and citrine leaves chiming in the breeze. Fireflies waltzed in formal gowns of light, and the path beneath Lila's feet shimmered with crushed opal dust. Ember trotted beside her, fur blazing brighter in this unveiled realm. Welcome to Glimmerwood's heart, or what's left of it. They crested a hill, and Lila gasped. Below stretched a valley veined with luminous rivers, but great swaths lay desolate, trees skeletal, earth cracked and oozing a viscous blackness that smelled of burnt sugar and regret. A figure moved in the blight, a towering stag with antlers like ice, dragging a scythe that left withering scars in the soil. The Shade King, Ember whispered. He feeds on forgotten magic. The locket's song could heal the land, but only if you learn to wield it before the blight consumes. A twig snapped. The stag's head swiveled, hollow eyes locking onto Lila. She ran, thorns tearing her sleeves, the locket burning against her chest. They escaped through a waterfall that parted like liquid crystal, tumbling into a cavern where bioluminescent mushrooms bobbed in alarm. He felt the locket's pulse, Ember panted. We need the grove wardens, guardians who once kept the balance, but they've scattered since the blight began. Find them and you might mend this. Their first ally emerged at dawn, an owl named Pippin, no taller than a teacup, whose feathers changed color with his moods. He perched on Lila's shoulder, blinking milky eyes. South, he hooted, where stone kisses sky. The mountains loomed treacherous, cliffs slick with ice. Halfway up, a rockslide trapped them in a crevice, the air thinning as night gnawed at their courage. Lila pressed the locket to her heart, humming a lullaby her mother once sang. The spirals glowed, weaving golden threads into the rock until a tunnel unfurled, fragile as spider silk but holding. Clever, rumbled a voice like grinding boulders. A mountain hare the size of a sheep blocked their path, obsidian claws glinting. But cleverness won't sway me, little thief. Ember growled low, but Lila knelt, offering wild rosemary from her pocket. We're not stealing anything, we're trying to give back what was lost. The hare, named Thorn, studied her. The last human who came here took our crystal springs for his jewels. I'm not him. Lila opened her palm, where the locket's light pooled like liquid sun. Please, help us save your home. Thorn's ear twitched. Then he turned, carving a path through the snow with a single swipe. Mind the crevices, and don't touch the blue ice, it bites. Winter melted into a valley where autumn reigned eternal. Maple trees rained copper leaves, each one singing a different note when caught. Here they found Win, a girl woven from willow branches, her hair a cascade of lichen. She danced around Lila, leaving trails of clover. The locket remembers you, she trilled. You've worn it before, many, many turnings ago. In a pool formed by petrified tears, wept, Win explained, by a star who loved the earth too much, visions flickered. Lila saw her own face reflected in a medieval tapestry, the locket around her ancestor's neck as they planted the first acorn of Glimmerwood. The magic chose your bloodline, Win murmured. But magic fades when stories aren't shared. The Shade King's roar shook the valley. Black vines slithered over the ridge, thorns dripping venom. Thorn charged, shattering the first wave with a stomp, while Pippin dive-bombed snarling tendrils. Go. Ember shoved Lila toward a grove of stone monoliths. The final warden's here. Among the monoliths stood a child sculpted from marble, eyes sealed shut. Lila touched its hand, cold. Wake up, she pleaded. The locket dimmed, its song faltering. Ember nuzzled her cheek. You've been trying to fix things alone, but some doors only open together. Lila glanced at her companions, fox, owl, hare, dryad, and understood. She placed the locket on the statue's palm, then layered their paws and hands atop it. Light erupted. The marble child blinked, revealing eyes like molten quartz. The keeper returns, it intoned. Speak your wish. Heal the forest, Lila whispered, and the Shade King. The keeper smiled sadly. To mend a wound, you must first claim it. They found the stag at the blight's epicenter, his scythe raised over the heart tree, an oak whose roots cradled a pulsing sapphire. Stop, Lila cried. You're killing it. The Shade King stilled. I am saving it, he rasped, voice frayed as old rope. The blight must be cut away. Ember stiffened. He's not the enemy, he's a guardian gone mad with grief. The keeper stepped forward, light swirling from its fingertips. Images unfolded, the Shade King centuries ago, a noble guardian pruning sickened branches to save the whole. But as villages grew and magic waned, his purpose twisted. You tried to protect, Lila realized. But the blight isn't the sickness, it's the cure gone wild, like fever-fighting infection. The stag trembled. I forgot the balance. Lila approached, unafraid. Let us remember together. Guided by the locket's song, they wove a new magic. Thorn's strength breaking the cracked earth, Pippin's sight finding healthy roots beneath rot, Wind's laughter coaxing buds from dead branches, Ember's warmth melting frost, and the keeper's hands blending their efforts into harmony. The Shade King's scythe dissolved into fireflies that settled on the blight, not destroying, but transforming it into rich loam where white lilies bloomed. In the village, dawn broke with birdsong sweeter than any in memory. Lila stood at her window, the locket now a simple silver shell against her chest. She could still taste elderberry wine from the warden's celebration, still feel Ember's fur as they parted, a brush of warmth against her hand. Where's the fox? Her little brother asked, peering at the meadow. Layla smiled, touching a lily that grew by her doorstep, its petals edged in gold. Guarding something precious, but he'll visit when the maple leaves sing. And if some nights when the wind carried the scent of snowdrops and cedar, she'd slip into the forest to speak with stones and dance with shadows, well, that was a story for another twilight. The locket's whispers grew fainter each season, its magic seeping into the soil, the streams, the children who left breadcrumbs for red foxes. But in dreams, Lila still heard them all, the creak of roots stretching, the sigh of mountains settling into sleep, and a voice like smoldering embers murmuring, "Well done, keeper. Well done." Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the Pendant of Verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The Pendant of Verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lila deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lila placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lila nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Title: The Whispering Wood's Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, Nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the Whispering Wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature. Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. Maybe the music hasn't left, she said gently. Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again. The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. Could you help me find it? Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. Close your eyes and listen with your heart, she instructed softly. Feel the rhythm of the world around you. Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. I can hear it, he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. The music is still there. Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. It's always there, she said softly. Sometimes you just need to be still and listen. The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. Thank you, he said, his voice choked with emotion. You've given me back my music. As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel, she said softly. The forest chose well. Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. The forest taught me to listen, she replied, her voice gentle and warm, and in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends. As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the Whispering Woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the Whispering Woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. In the velvet-hued valley, where twilight lingered a little longer than anywhere else, there nestled a village called Willowbrook. Its cobblestone streets curved like a contented cat's tail, lined with cottages whose thatched roofs wore caps of moss, and gardens where sunflowers turned their faces to greet passers-by. Yet that autumn an oddness settled over the village, soft as cobweb, persistent as the tick of a clock. Teapots brewed chamomile without fire, quilts rearranged themselves into peculiar patterns overnight, and the village's single clock tower began chiming 13 times at midnight. "It's the work of the willow wind," declared old Mrs. Nettle, stirring her lavender honey tea with a cinnamon stick. "The same breeze that carries dandelion wishes. It's gotten curious about our doings." But 12-year-old Finn, whose freckles seemed to multiply when he was puzzled, noticed something the adults hadn't: tiny silver footprints, no larger than buttonholes, glimmering on windowsills. His best friend Mira, whose braids were forever coming undone, found strands of thread-thin moonlight caught in the branches of the ancient oak near the square. Together, they resolved to unravel the mystery. Their first clue came from the reclusive clockmaker, Mr. Thimble, who lived in a crooked tower at the village edge. His workshop smelled of oiled gears and gingerbread, and his spectacles magnified his eyes to owl-like proportions. 13 chimes, you say? He adjusted a pocket watch that ticked backward. Time isn't broken, it's being borrowed. Look for what's between the ticks. Guided by Mr. Thimble's riddle, Finn and Mira spent moonlit hours tracing the silvery footprints. They led to the Whispering Woods, where trees hummed lullabies and fireflies pulsed in code. There, beneath a toadstool umbrella, they found a creature no taller than a teacup, a sprite with moth-wing ears and a cloak woven from starlight. She'd been quietly borrowing village items to fix a problem of her own. Her colony's moonstone, source of their magic, had cracked, scattering shards across Willowbrook. The teapots brewed alone to soothe the anxious earth. The quilt's patterns were maps to lost shards. The extra chime was a plea for help. But why not just ask? Mira whispered, offering the sprite a thimbleful of blackberry syrup. The sprite, whose name was Lumina, fluttered her wings in shame. Moonstone cracks bring silence to our kind. We forgot how to speak your words. Finn, recalling Mr. Thimble's advice about between the ticks, realized the solution. They must listen not with ears, but with patience. For 3 days, the children and villagers followed the strange occurrences like breadcrumbs. A quilt's embroidered rabbit led to a moonstone shard buried in the carrot patch. A spontaneously knitted scarf pointed to a fragment lodged in a magpie's nest. As each shard returned to Lumina, her voice grew clearer, and the odd happenings gently ceased, except the clock tower, which now chimed 14 times, adding a note that sounded like laughter. On the final night, the village gathered under the clock tower as Lumina's colony emerged from the woods, riding on hedgehogs and crickets. With the restored moonstone, they spun a new kind of magic, a bridge of glowing cobweb between their world and Willowbrook. Now sprites help find lost mittens in exchange for sugar dust. The clock tower tells jokes at noon, and every 13th cookie baked vanishes, only to reappear as crumbs spelling thank you. Years later, when Mira's little brother worries about strange rustlings in the attic, she smiles. Listen closely, she says, tucking him under a quilt stitched with constellations. Sometimes mysteries are just friends waiting to be found. And as the clock chimes 14, they both swear they hear a tiny, sugar-sweet giggle riding the willow wind.